What is going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Tuesday, right? September 30th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming to you live from the docks of Amami City. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyberbrain body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god. Also keeping an eye on the flotilla. Yeah, hopefully. What have they got now? They got backup from Italy, Greece, and Turkey. Wait, is it Turkey? Am I right? Hasan predicted that, if that's true, right? Hasan predicted that if Greece offered aid, that Turkey would not be shown up, and so I think that has come to pass as far as the flotilla goes. As far as your cucumbers go, Magenta, that is some pretty serious breaking news. Wait, is a mini cucumber plant? Wait, what? I thought mini cucumbers were just like little, like young cucumbers. Are there really plants that are specifically like grow the teeny tiny ones? Because those ones are kind of good. Like depending on how they're pickled. Turkey, Spain. Okay, Spain is who I forgot. Wait, I thought Greece had too. I thought it was that Greece had, isn't Greece offering drones or something? Beware of Greeks bearing drones, or so they say. And nobody knows that better than the Turkish. Nobody's business but the Turks. I'm on a long journey to America, 7-hour bus ride. What? Okay, whoa. That is a long journey. 7-hour bus ride, I'm assuming, to the airport, a 4-hour wait for a flight, a 10.5-hour plane ride. That sounds like some transatlantic. Wait, I don't even want to know. I'm not trying to get chatters to divulge their personal information here. But good luck with your journey. That is a long one. I hate long journeys, right? Like, chat, there's like a lot of this is the whole thing. Like when I went to Vietnam, all right, there was like one plane per day that I wanted to get on. Right now, you know, there are other ways to get to Vietnam from where I'm at, but there was one direct flight from you know where I'm at to Hanoi. And did you watch the Aamon video yet? Not entirely. I mean, I've seen, okay, look, obviously, chat, I made a thumbnail off of it, so I've seen some parts of it. Oh my god. Chat, doesn't this look like Slimer came back, but he's orange, and he, like, took a dip in my cup? No, this is just, like, I don't know, I drink, sparkling water with passion fruit, and the passion fruit always gets stuck on the side. It looks like a pumpkin, like the great pumpkin went in here to die or something. Chat, it's starting to be Halloween time, right? Oh no, Narwhal, I think what Numfo is asking me is did I pre-watch? And it's like, technically yes, but realistically no. I'm gonna be, I didn't watch with headphones. I just looked through the video for good, cool pictures of Sam and Ethan and Hasan, and wow, Aamon really just like laid it out for me there. What do you think, chat? Do you think that the... That's kind of cool. Do you think that does the thumbnail, is it giving Stranger Things at all? Or would it have to be like red with more like lighting effects to truly, and probably with some like, I don't know, synthwave, right? I would need some synthwave on that. Are we waiting the usual 4 hours before watching? I don't know. Do you want me to just like put the content in the bag? Definitely be easier for me. A little bit of I think it's the font. Yeah, not fully. It's not quite 80s enough. I think the font is what gives Stranger Things. Never seen Stranger Things. Am I missing out? I mean, a lot of people, one of the actors, like, I don't know that much about this, but one of the actors had a bad take on Gaza. And so people like the show kind of fell off. Like, I don't think people are watching the new stuff, the new seasons the way that they were the old seasons. Yeah, 2 of the actors are massive Zionists, says Ash Bradford over on Twitch. So yeah, I think that's why people don't really, yeah. And plus, has the story fallen off too? I don't know who is a Zionist and who is not a Zionist. All I know is I got into it. I don't know what. I can't even remember which season. I think I watched up until the... Oh god, I'm gonna spoil it if I tell you when I watched it until... Would I be spoiling it for people? A lot of people canceled their Netflix, so he was forced to apologize. Miku's headphones, like your typing with numbers looks like I don't know, it's a harbinger of the future. Is that what we're gonna have to do? Is that what we're gonna have to do to stay safe? Because I swear to God, every time I stick my head up, there's like a fucking Reaper blade. And it's not even my own. Like, I swear to God. As much as that is a sick weapon, as demonstrated in the show Ruby. When's that? That's Ruby's coming back, right? It got like the company folded and it got sold, but the show is got. I mean, God, I can't even like. I mean, like the show. I think the show is coming back. Whether it's going to be good or not is another question. There's really questions on the series, on the on the different seasons about how good it is. Ruby is done. Wait, I thought so too, Rash. But yeah, because Rooster Teeth is done, right? That's what's done. How are we doing, fellow warriors? Are we all shaved and ready for battle? Oh my gosh. Davy, I'll had to disappoint you. I haven't shaved in a long time. But I got my, wait, what do I have? Oh my God. Green tea, there we go. I'm drinking green tea out of a sock today. Chat, I swear to God, I think I got a come down from Vietnamese coffee, not being what I drink every day. Like you could drink, like I could drink like this much coffee, out of a small paper cup, right? Like that much coffee and be like wired for the entire day. And it's like, I think it ruined my caffeine tolerance or something. Smooth as an egg, says Sassy. The original guy from oh yeah, from Ruby died a while ago now, right? Monty, Yeah, a sock. Am I drinking tea out of a sock? I am drinking tea out of a tea sock, as one does. I mean, technically the way to do this is to pour it back and forth between two like glass like pitchers to make it, but I'm just like kind of being lazy today. You just squeeze out the juice. When in doubt, squeeze out the juice. That's what my grandmom always taught me. She was a gardener, so, you know. You know what's funny is that, like, my granddad, like, was, like, an actual farmer, you know, like, he had, like, livestock and stuff. But I always considered my grandmom to be the farmer because, back at the house, they had a pretty big garden, you know what I mean? And I was like, that's farming. What she's doing, that's farming. Like, you know, I don't know what granddad is doing, putting you know, plastic clips on cows' ears. That doesn't seem like farming to me. But I'm pretty sure grandma is a farmer. Wait, I've never seen it. Is it one from the... Wait, seen what? Is it one from the 1800s? Coffee withdrawal? Yeah, I guess. You know, like, here's what I think it was, chat. Here's what I think it is. Because I got some... Oh my god, where did I put it, though? Oh, it's back there. Urgh. I got some coffee. Yeah, not just the... I got the weasel coffee, too, right? But I got some Vietnamese... So one of the secrets, maybe, of Vietnamese coffee is that it's not Arabica... Arabica, it's Robusto. Can I reach it? Maybe. So that's one of the things, is that Robusto, most people like Arabica, whatever it's called. Most of them people like it, that like it's tastier, but Robusto is stronger. Hence the name Robusto, maybe? I don't know. That seems like a good reason to call it Robusto. And so I got some. Here, let me see if I can. I'm on a short leash now, chat. Because of my headphones. Hey, at least they don't fall out. It doesn't fall out of my headphone anymore. Okay, so yeah, I got some actual Vietnamese cafe. Hot coffee. It's cafe hot. No, it's and it is, yeah, robusta. I saw a video with RoboCop shitting on Robusto. Wait, what? RoboCop doesn't like Robusto? Ruby did a BioShock Infinite thing where they made the persecuted minorities revolutionary the villains. Wait, are you talking about the furries? The furry dude? Or, wait a minute. Wait, wait, you're talking about the fauna, right, Davi? Were the fauna the... Oh, yeah, actually, you know what? The herders, so much cooler than farmers. Wait, which one is... Okay, a herder's like if you got sheep, right? And a rancher's if you got cows, right? And then a farmer is if you got farm. Which is pretty cool unless you're on this, I don't know, primitivist tip where you think that humanity got ruined when it started growing things in the ground. But I mean, nobody's into that kind of, you know, bogus nutritional slash evo psych literature in here, right? Oh my god, chat. So yeah, here's what we got. We got Robusta, I think is what it's called. I called it Robusto before. It's Arabica and Robusta are the two main types of coffee. And so yeah, the Robusta might be part of why Vietnamese coffee is extra strong, but I think the real reason is the cold brew technique, which I am not doing. I guess I could do, you know, it'd be easy enough. I would just have to, I would have to grind some of this coffee, or cafe. I'd have to grind some of this coffee. I would have to, like, put it in, how do you make, anybody know how to do cold brew? Is cold brew easy? Wait, he's doing Italian travel videos now? Wait, who is? Peter Weller? Oh, the guy from RoboCop. Also the guy from Naked Lunch. That's how I remember Peter Weller. Is an Italian weeb and really likes Arabica and hates Robusto. Okay. I mean, I generally care more about the taste of the coffee. But the only exception is when the coffee's like not hitting and you need it to... Naked Lunch was really good, yeah. Although I've had people tell me that it's Cronenberg's, I don't know, not one of his best films, according to some snobs out there that prefer his earlier work. What is it, Videodrome? Videodrome's supposed to... I've never seen it though. I saw Crash, which was like, wow. I didn't get Crash though. There was these two straight guys that were in some kind of sexual relationship, right? That's all I remember from Crash, is that they weren't really gay, but they were like into each other. But they were into each other because they wanted to get in a car crash together. I don't know. Videodrome is really good. So I should go back and watch that. Yeah, and Cronenberg kind of always brings back the same actors, which is cool because they're really good actors. The people that work with Cronenberg, including Peter Weller. I always thought cold brew was just regular coffee. I think you might be right. Is that how it works? Anybody do cold brew? But if that's true, then that must mean that cold brew is just like so much stronger, or maybe they brew it for a long time. I don't know. Yo, Rain Dog. Thank you for exploding emojis all over me while I'm trying to grind the coffee. Can you hear that? Is the sound coming through? Is the ASMR coming through for you? Yeah, because I do have a coffee grinder. It's just like, it's a manual one. Do people get this shit because it tastes better? Does it really taste better if you grind it by hand? I watched Crash in the cinema when it first came out. Aren't there two movies called Crash? There's one that's not Cronenberg. Only good. Oh, James Wood is in that? I mean, look, I hate James Wood, but he is good in some things, especially when he's like a villain. Anybody ever seen James Woods in like Final Fantasy Spirits Within? He was in the one like movie that Squaresoft tried to do. I guess not very successfully. I showed you Naked Lunch? I didn't show you Naked Lunch. It's a long ass movie. I probably showed you a clip of like, oh yeah, when they're on the dock, or they go to the waterfront bar. The guy in the middle is Hasan. I know, Jerry. It's kind of hard to. It doesn't. These are Aamon Animation versions of the people. And to the right is Sam Seder. Yeah, it's definitely Sam on the right. It's definitely Ethan on the left, and Hasan's got the Cronenberg one is the one where people get they get off on car crashes. That's what I mean. There's like, all I remember is there's like two straight guys that have a relationship, not because they're like, you know, interested in like having sex with each other, but because they want to get in a car crash together. And even though they're not into guys, it's somehow hot, which is very interesting. Yeah, very interesting take on sexuality. Always an interesting take on sexuality with Spirits Within is probably the best movie ever made. I'm glad you agree, Davy. I'm glad you agree with me that like Japanese video game developers should take over Hollywood. That would be sweet. But it'll never happen because apparently Spirits Within, we're like the only two people who liked it. I had never seen Naked Lunch and you introduced me. I mean, it's just like, I don't know. It's got a few important memes. His head could be smaller, could it? Wait, let's check. I mean, I guess. But no, I see exactly what people are saying when they're like, I don't think that's... Is that really Hasan? It's like he stretches shit so far. Like, you know, like, what do you call this when you, like, a dude, you go to, like, a fair and there's a caricature. Yeah, it's like he does caricatures of people. And sometimes the caricatures are so wild. Oh, you were talking about Final Fantasy Spirits Within? Didn't see that movie, but I did see that movie. I didn't recognize any of the actors. So yeah, the James Wood is the bad guy. I hope that's not a spoiler. I mean, I guess it could be. If you like watch the beginning of the movie and you're like, oh, James Wood, I wonder if he's gonna be friendly. Nope, spoiled it for you. He's not. I'm pretty Spitting Image? Wait, the show, the British puppet show? First time I watched Spirits Within because I thought it was Advent Children. I was very confused. First time I watched Advent Children, I thought it was like the story of Final Fantasy VII, and I was very confused because it's not, right? I just searched Rachel Dolezal OnlyFans. Oh, I thought you were gonna say Rachel Dolezal fans. I was like, there's Rachel Dolezal fans? First picture had booty out, but no Zussy. Wait, is a Zussy like a Dolezal Ussy? Spirit Within peak cringe. Peak cringe for Squaresoft Jerry DB or peak cringe for cinema? I have spent 24 years. That's how old the movie is? Damn. So it wasn't a straight to Netflix movie? Is what you're telling? You mean I could have like... Why does he have a capybara? So I think the thing is that when Ethan did the content nuke, Hasan was in Japan. And like the idea is that Ethan's all like, Hasan is basically a terrorist. He's like, I've uncovered the secret. You know, like, you know, all that shit where he was like on the nuke where he's like, and I realized that maybe I'd been taken in by Hasan too. And he's like, liberals are so, what did he say? He said something about like liberals are so easy to fool. And that one always, I think Ethan even tried to interpret that as Hasan was saying, I love to fool liberals. You know, like as in Hasan saying, oh, I love liberals. They're so easy to trick, right? And what he's really saying is that like it's so easy to get liberals like on the wrong side of an issue. It's so easy for, you know, capitalists / conservatives to trick liberals into playing right into their hands. And we may be watching that happen again with whatever the fuck Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are doing. Now, chat, I will tell you what they're not doing. Hakeem Jeffries is not wearing a sombrero. And Chuck Schumer is not talking about how they only like to give... Oh my god, I don't even know. There's been a bit of AI released by the president, and Pod Save America right now are like, where are our AI guys? Why doesn't the left have AI? If Trump's gonna Trump hit us with AI and it was so effective, why don't we? Where are the lefties with the AI? Why is it the left doesn't see? They think, and they came up with this weird theory that I think they think that AI is like, I think that they think that AI is, or sorry, I think that they think lefties like think it's dishonorable, right? That was the assumption that they came to was that liberals were just like, you know what? We don't, when they go low, we go high. It wouldn't be fair for us to do an AI of Trump because Trump didn't really say that. And we wouldn't want to lead somebody to a false conclusion about what Trump's real words were. No, we're too honorable to do. No, there's a fucking reason that nobody should fuck with AI. It's killing your planet. And especially poor neighborhoods, right? That's where the data centers are opening up. It's making your energy more expensive. It is another rug pull that they're gonna do. You remember how Uber was really cheap? You remember how Uber came out and you were like, I could take a taxi, but why would I want to pay $10 when I can take an Uber for $3.50? And you get in the Uber and it's cheap, right? And then the taxi goes out of business, and then Uber suddenly becomes, it's like, you know, $50 to go anywhere. Yeah, it's gonna be the same shit. They're getting you addicted / in a relationship with AI, and then they're gonna be like, oh, you want your AI girlfriend to continue to be a complete sycophant? Well, that's gonna, you know, cost you, because Chat GPT 4.0 is no longer free. You gotta pay for that now. I never knew Final Fantasy had movies. They apparently had like an anime back in the day that has like nothing to do with anything else. It's about a guy that like puts bullet. His whole thing is like, I'm gonna put the bullet in the gun, and then I'm gonna say a whole bunch of stuff every time I put the bullet in the, like, it's the whole thing. I don't know, Chad, it's bad. It's called Final Fantasy Unlimited. And like the unlimited, the only thing that was unlimited is how much I didn't care about the plot. What is Ethan and Hasan's opinion on spirits within? That will decide my opinion. Yeah, you gotta be on the right side of history, right, Davi? Clearly. Okay, speaking of the right side of history, am I gonna be on the right side of, oh my gosh. Am I gonna be on the right side of anything today? Hopefully. Yeah, because we got a cool Aamon Animations to watch. We also have some bonus content to get into. Some really interesting stuff in terms of Ezra Klein versus Tanahesi Coats, but also some really like dramatic stuff in terms of Jillian Michaels. Chat, I didn't know where to look for it, but apparently Jillian Michaels did go to cope. She's been coping about this a lot. She's doing like her own Ethan Klein thing, I think. She's doing like a, she found a video of Anna and she's like, she's saying, oh my gosh, the anti-Semitism is putting chills up my spine. Whenever I hear Anna say these things, I imagine Adolf Hitler saying them. I don't know, it's wild, right? She's turning Anna, look, there's a lot that you can say about Anna Kasparian, and I didn't like the way that as soon as the only Jewish host leaves, they put on a Nick Fuentes video. But at the same time, I can't really be surprised that a PBD show is featuring a Nick Fuentes video, considering that, like, I don't know, if Jillian had a problem with anti-Semitism, you would think that PBD would not be the right place for her, right? But she's freaking out about shit that Anna is saying that is actually, you know, anywhere along the spectrum from completely innocuous to actually kind of based, right? The few based things that Anna Kasparian says these days do often have to do with Gaza. Even PBD is turning on her now. Yeah, she lost this one. She lost it bad. You only have UPS. Oh my gosh, Scribs, I can relate to that. I can relate to that. You only have USB-C to USB-C. I've ended up in that situation too, where I could only charge with a USB-C to USB-C. Luckily, I have a really cool power strip that has, let's see, 1, 2, 3 USB. What is it? USB-A is the regular one. USB-A to, I guess, USB-C, or really it could be USB-A to anything. Right, it's just a USB-A jack, and then one of the jacks is actually USB-C, or USB-C. USB-less. Well, you know what B more is, butterfly goal, because I'm gonna give you 2 hours to accomplish the task of putting a butterfly in my hair, and it happens every time. The number goes up every time somebody hits a teal or a better super chat. So wait, what? Oh, it's giving me advice. Thanks, I don't need advice. God, YouTube's trying to integrate a bunch of AI. Oh my God, chat, I'm afraid to say anything bad about YouTube though. The environment is very chilly. The environment is very scary. YouTube is making decisions that have horrible effects on creators, and there's no fucking logic to them at all. The only logic is that, like, I don't know, they're paying 25 million? No, 24 million to Trump. I use AI for one thing, and that's to respond to my coworkers. That's based, actually. That's based, yeah, definitely. If somebody's talking to you with AI, although, I don't know, Javi, do you feel okay letting your AI talk to their AI? You're not, like, worried about that at all? You're not worried that the AIs are gonna put their heads together and come up with, like, a really bad idea? It's also cognitive offloading. Wait, Mikus, you're saying based stuff, and you're saying it, like, in an elite way? People think everything is AI. That's true. That's true. People were asking about freaking, yo, question everything. Thank you for signing up as a weird champ. Anna has some shit opinions, Iran, if I remember correctly, which grossed me. What? That is, yeah. That's the one thing that you kind of expect Anna to maybe be good on, right? Is if she can grift on the populist right with it, which, you know, the populist right believed that Trump was the president of peace, and Trump is right now basically sweeping for Netanyahu in terms of this 20-point plan that he's got on the way. See, people complain that I talk too much in the beginning, but if I didn't, how would we even be able to talk about the ridiculous Gaza plan, the poison pill of poison pills, right? This thing that basically is just designed to give Bibi Netanyahu, like, cover to do whatever the fuck he wants in Gaza. The plan starts off with all hostages released, all leverage released, you know, the disbandment, disarming and displacement of all of you know, what they're calling Hamas, which I think realistically means like any like militant faction in Gaza. And then you gotta do a little trust fall with Bibi. Chat, would you like to do a trust fall with Bibi Netanyahu? Well, Ethan's gonna do a trust fall in this video. Bibi Netanyahu does show up in the video, yeah. We will see Bibi Netanyahu and you know, how he interacts with Ethan Klein, I guess. Apparently. Look, like I said, I haven't seen the video yet, but I did go through the video to get the thumbnail for you. So, are we watching an AI streamer right now? I mean, is AI... Look, I feel like I have sentience that AI never will. But that doesn't mean I'm not code. A girl online recently hit me with AI. It was insulting. Wait, to talk to you with AI? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that kind of fucks with me. I mean, like, if I wanted to chat, I could like have AI answer all your comments, right? And thereby you'd all get a response from me, but oh, we have some USB-C power strips in that house, but it's slow, so it's not like the fast charging. Carry around an adapter for USB AC. Ooh, that's smart, actually. Wait. Yeah, you can make friends. Mikus, have you got some advice for me about a display cable by chance? Because like the way that my computer works is I've got one port on my graphics card that's for HDMI, and then I think I have like 3 that are for display cables. And it's just like, they're very similar. But yeah, I was just wondering, is there any way you could get an adapter for that? Like, could I just turn my display ports into USB ports with an adapter? Who is the Secretary of Peace in the Trump administration? A med bed. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Does Amogus have med beds? It feels like med beds would be really good for. Can we all move to an AI country? Wait, you mean like a digital country, or do you mean like a? Oh, medbed. Yeah, the medbed. So yeah, Narwhal's referring to the other AI image that came out that Trump. Am I getting this right? He bleated. Is that right, chat? Is a post on Truth Social called a bleat? You can absolutely use an adapter for those. They can be pricey, but I like them. Yeah, because what I really want to be able to do is... No, I don't even know. Chat, my friend left a giant-ass monitor with me. Wait, is it a curved monitor? What is this? Chat, somebody tell me something about this, all right? Dell Ultra Sharp 27K... No, sorry, 27 4K USB-C hub monitor. Anybody noted this this piece of tech? Oh, it's got what cords it connects to here. Oh wait, these are the cords that include. What? Okay, it's got like. That's... Oh my god, I'm so confused. Okay, I think it's just talking about the but anyway, overstimulated by the background music. Yeah, I was trying to turn that down a little bit. DisplayPort to USB. Never been sicker. USB to DisplayPort in the clear. What? What? Oh my gosh. I didn't even think that you could get USB involved in this. I was just thinking about, because I got like, I've got 3 DisplayPort. I've got like 1 HDMI port and 3 display ports on my computer. And so if I want to connect a second monitor, it's got to be a display. I probably should, I just haven't seen any display ports or display cords. Wait, is there, chat, is there such thing as a display to HDMI? But anyway, anybody know anything about this monitor? Anybody have this monitor? I haven't even opened it up because it's like my friend's. And I was hoping he was going to come back and claim it. Display ports into USB for charging things. Oh, no. I'm just looking to add a monitor. But first I probably would have to add some desk space. I think. Yeah, because this thing is big. This thing is big. 27, is it 27 inches, Chad? Is that like a... Those are mid-size 4K displays, but it's not like rounded or anything. You'll need a high quality adapter, like it would need to be an expensive one, technically, because they have, wait, because it's 4K. What is this, the question about monitors? I just, I got gifted, I guess, a Dell Ultra Sharp 27, is it 27 inches? 27 centimeters, 4K USB hub monitor. And I haven't even gotten it out of the package. I should probably just switch. I can tell you more about the monitor. It's good. That's good. Because, I mean, the other option would be to sell the monitor. New conspiracy theory just dropped. Australia now exists in AI form. You don't want that because of the... So you're saying, Renato, you're saying I don't want to use an adapter? Because of the transfer rates? So people are saying because it's a 4K display, I gotta go with like a nice... like a premium display cord? you can get a DisplayPort to HDMI adapter. It's like £4 on Amazon. I mean, yeah, I guess Amazon, I have found out that Amazon is an option. However, I gotta wait 2 weeks for anything to get here. What I should do, chat, is get a Thai, I should get a Thai phone number, and I should sign up for Lazada and Shopee, which are, they're more commonly used around here. But yeah, generally anything that is not manufactured in Thailand, you kind of gotta wait like 2 weeks to get it or more. DisplayPorts should be in the box for most monitors. Oh, the wire. Oh yeah, you're saying that it probably comes. Huh. I mean, I see. Okay, so it's got 1, 2, 3, 4 wires included. One seems to be for the power. One I think is HDMI. One is USB to USB-C, and then one is USB to USB. DP to HDMI doesn't work. HDMI, okay, so I can come out of HDMI and go into DP, but I can't go out of DP into HDMI. Okay, so basically I gotta just hope for the fact that this thing's got a DisplayPort jack in it. Yeah, Thailand indeed. The adapters are one way. Just give me a monitor model number. Let me see if I can do that for you. Wait, is this it? Wait. Oh. Here, let me try typing it. Does Candace Owens... Oh my god, for a second there, man with long last name, I thought you were asking, does Candace Owens genuinely believe that Louis C.K. died because of Etsy witchcraft? I was about to say that's a new one on me. All right, it's U272 3QE, I think. Like, I mean, that's something it says on the package. Yo, what the... Oh, that's the... Oh my gosh, I was reading chat from... That's not good. Here's the real chat. Okay, so what do we got? We got 1 minute and 46 seconds left on the butterfly goal. If you would like to put a butterfly in my hair, you can do so with a super chat, actually with several super chats, because Teal super chats or above are charging this super chat goal, which will last for the next 1 hour and 46 minutes. And the reward will be a butterfly in my hair, which I'm like reconsidering now because I actually really like to wear butterflies into my hair. How many ports do you have on your video card? I think I have... It's either 3 or 4. But basically one is HDMI and the rest are display ports. I'm jumping the gun? Wait, what? How am I jumping the gun? U272 2723 QE. I think that's the model number. But let's put the more simplistic. You can get a DP to HDMI adapter. Okay, wait. That's a nice one. Yeah. And hopefully its owner will come back to pick it up. But I don't know. It should have a DP, nice. Okay, well if it has a DP, and I can get a DP to DP, then I'll be fine. The only thing that I would need is, I don't know, I'm probably gonna need a better desk, because what I'm on right now, it seems to be a I think it's a laundry board of some sort. Like, not it's not shaped like a laundry board, but the table legs look like you know how, like, when you're like an ironing board, right? They're like the same kind of table legs for an ironing board. And they're also sometimes on like keyboards. But yeah, I'm a little bit limited in terms of desk space. But anyway, chat, what I got for you tonight is kind of a special stream. If you didn't guess already, and people on Twitch probably already guessed that we're gonna watch the Aamon animation thing. That thing's kind of short. Just burn the most cursed image onto the monitor. What would that be, Davy? What, pray tell, would the most cursed image be? Like, probably some Ethan Klein shit, right? We're about to burn some cursed images into your retina with the Ethan Klein Aamon animation video, which I'm going to watch and react to. We've also got bonus content, all right? All this DP talk, yeah, I know, right? It's like not the type of DP that I... What was I gonna say? I'm most familiar with? Which ports are you currently using? I'm using the HDMI to HDMI. Or I'm using the HDMI port for the current monitor. I think. Wait, I'm pretty sure. That would be wild if I ended up... If somehow I was on the display. Can we wait to watch it until I can get high? I have a guy installing a water heater at the moment. You mean you're not gonna, like... Never mind. Probably not a good idea to get high in front of the water heater repair. Because what if he comes in and tries to explain to you, like, what's going on with the water heater, and it's complicated. He's, like, explaining to you, like, the 2 options to fix your water heater. That's what I was thinking, Kitsune Cavalier. Water heater sounds kind of like could be a bong to me. A post on social is called a truth. How come people are calling it bleat? But anyway, chat, as you might know, you know, these Aamon animation videos, they tend to be kind of short, all right? So we are going to react to that. And we do have bonus content, right? Which we're at 3 right now. If we get to 100, then we'll switch over to some bonus content. But the other thing that I've got for you, since if we look at the... Wait, so let me make sure everything's down to where it should be. Okay. That should be zeroed. All right, so yeah, here's your choices for today. Ezra Klein versus Tanahesi Coats. This is not to be confused with Ethan Klein. Ezra is a different dude. Also cursed. Also cringe. In fact, in some ways, I would say that Ezra Klein's probably a little bit more cringe than Ethan Klein, right? Ethan Klein is not as smart enough to be as cringe as Ezra Klein is, right? He just doesn't have the cringe capacity, I don't think. But yeah, Ezra Klein did, what was it, an editorial in the New York Times saying that the real secret to Democrats, if they want to, you know, protect the American people from Trump's fascism and, you know, get a hold of some power, they have got to start running pro-life Democrats in some of these red states, which, you know, is absolutely throwing you know, people whose reproductive freedoms have been violated under the bus. B, it is bad political advice, right? There's a lot of red states. He's thinking that you can gain votes, that if you moderate, if you go to the center then all you're going to do is gain votes, and you're not going to lose any votes, right? Which is obviously, I feel like Kamala's 2024 campaign kind of disproved that nonsense. But anyway, Tanahesi Coats wrote a reply to Ezra Klein's, and I think the other thing that they were talking about was Ezra Klein said something like that Charlie Kirk did politics. What was, oh my god, chat, the quote is really cursed. He was practicing good politics or something like that. He was practicing politics in the way that Democrats should, which is wild, because when you say that, if you really know how Charlie Kirk's politics were practiced, right? And this isn't me being ideological or, you know, Turning Point's bad or anything like that, but just straight up, what was Charlie Kirk doing? He was going to colleges and universities, not because he wanted to talk to the students and thought that they might have some interesting ideas, thought that maybe he might even change his opinion on some things. No, he's doing it, and then every time he embarrasses a freshman on their way to, I don't know, Western Civ or English Comp or whatever, you know, introduction to philosophy, whatever they're fucking taking, right? You know, he's gonna ask them a question that they can't answer, and they get embarrassed and they look ridiculous, right? That's all it is dunks on college freshmen. That is how Charlie Kirk practiced politics, right? It would be like me going to like a MAGA rally and just like asking, I don't know, you know, random right-wingers about their, like showing that they don't know anything about policy, showing that it's completely vibes, showing that they don't even know what Trump's policies are, right? That would be the equivalent, right? And that's not what Ezra Klein is suggesting. Ezra Klein is, Charlie Kirk did politics the right way, yeah. So if that's doing politics the right way, like the assumption is that Charlie Kirk was reaching out, legitimately was like, no, I don't think that just because I'm a far right person and you're a far left person, I don't think that we can't talk. Let's have a conversation. I really want to know what you feel. It's just like, it's so fucking, and you, like, Ezra Klein knows that this is not who Charlie Kirk was. I am pretty damn sure. There is no way that Ezra Klein thinks that's who, that's how Charlie Kirk practiced politics. So, you know, I mean, what is he doing other than like performing, I am one of the good ones, please don't, please don't crush me, Trump administration. That's what and which is not resistance, it's not fighting, it's not, Ezra Klein does not have a plan to deal with Republican politics. Or to deal with MAGA, his plan is to fucking lie down and get run over. And apologize if you caused a bump while they were running over you, then apologize to MAGA and be like, I'm so sorry, I couldn't flatten myself out even more for you. I wanted to give you a smooth ride where you'd hardly even notice running over me. Everyone already thinks there are all blue-haired libs just turn into and offer people stuff? Wait. Oh, that college students are all blue-haired libs? Yeah, Charlie teaches a class called Own the Libs 101, true. The Nico video? Wait, what video are we talking about? There's also a new Jabri video about Trump and Epstein, but I'm probably saving that for tomorrow, I guess. Walter Masterson is doing politics the right way. I mean, honestly, Walter Masterson is 1,000 times better faith than Charlie Kirk ever was, right? And he is definitely, you know, looking for content. He's not, you know, Walter Masterson isn't exactly, you know, like, I don't know, let me listen to these right wingers and see if they've got anything that changes my mind. But he is like, you know, if somebody talks to him in good faith, he will talk good faith back. Unlike Charlie Kirk, who's literally only ever there for the dunks.
Super chatted $10. I put my hateful dono towards Tanahesi, saying wop ever so politely.
Indeed. I mean, that's a good one. That's a good choice, Narwhal. There's a lot of good choices today. But that is that is one video, that one debate that I want to get to. And I really do want to get to it, because like what I'm saying, chat, is that like, okay, yeah, here's what, okay, wait, add that. Okay, can I make the magic happen? Maybe. Okay, I thought the magic was gonna happen down here. It happened down here instead. But thank you for the super chat. Thank you for getting us started tonight. Narwhal and question everything. Change the goal to 13. There we go. Nico does a lot of interesting long-form UK political content. Yeah, no, that would be there's a lot going on in the UK, unfortunately. This video, I can link it on Discord. Here, let me grab it. Oh, this one! Yeah, I know this creator. Wait, didn't this guy do a similar video, like, I don't know, was it like 5-6 years ago? Nico Olimana. Although I gotta say, the next time Nico wants to do this, he needs to talk to, like, I don't know, maybe hire Drewski as a makeup expert. Maybe. England is turning into America with all the damn flags everywhere. That is kind of worrying. Hasbro has never been so politically powerful, but less effective in all of Israel's history of occupation. Yeah, there's something really going on under the hood when it comes to the way power operates. Richard Wolff, I don't know if it would surprise anybody to know, is slightly encouraged. Charlie Kirk is being called a good faith debater. No, he's a bad faith debater. The college students know that they're right, but debate bros like Charlie Kirk have training in debate topics that they don't. Plus, there's the man on the street method. Oh, yeah. That's what I was talking about. It's man on the street, right? Like, aren't there like shitty, like late night comics that do the man on the street? Isn't this like an old hacky, like late night comic thing? Like a Jay Leno or like Dave Letterman kind of deal? Where you go out on the street and you're like, who were the founding fathers of our country? And they're like, let's see, Jackie Gleason from the Honeymooners, Fred Flintstone from the Flintstones, Homer Simpson from the Simpsons, and Peter Griffin from the Family Guy. Founding fathers, right? That's what you were asking, yeah? Founding fathers. Did I do a good job? Am I right? It's that kind of shit. Supporting an anti-abortion Democrat is even contradictory from an election. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is it's not even good. Because, like, here's the thing with Ezra Klein, right? He pretends to be policy-based. He sounds serious. He's got the NPR voice. He's got all the trappings of, like, hey, I don't know about the rest of you, but I really care about policy. I've paid attention to politics. I know what works and what doesn't work. I want to give you a technocratic prescription to get, what you want in politics, if you will just listen to me, right? It might be a little counterintuitive. Like, that's what he's given. And then there's also this whole, you know, like sort of pain versus gain fallacy. You know, the no pain, no pain, no gain thing. It's the idea in exercise science that whatever exercise causes you the most discomfort, soreness, pain, injury is going to be the most effective exercise for, I don't know, you know, improving your body composition, right? It's obviously not true. Jillian Michaels, I think in The Greatest Losers, you know, back when that show was active, they kind of proved that out with the fact that all of the winners would then, you know, gain back a lot of weight after the show. But, you know, yeah, Biggest Loser was a big, you know, it was trying to sell the idea of like, yeah, you just put yourself through maximum pain and you're going to get maximum gain. And then you're never going to have to worry about anything. You're never going to have to worry about your diet or your exercise or your lifestyle or any of this stuff again, because you'll just be good. Your metabolism will be supercharged thanks to our expert personal trainers like Miss Jillian Michaels, right? But yeah, that's what he's trying to sell you. And it is pure vibes, right? That is pure vibes. He never goes into like the mechanics of how this would really work. It's just like the feeling of like, oh, didn't lose an election? Maybe try moving to the center to appeal to more people. And look, the thing that they're missing, the ball that they're taking their eyes off of is like, how many votes are you going to lose? And more so than votes even, how much of your engagement are you going to kill by moving to the center? By saying, you know what, we stand for, you know, people's reproductive freedoms, but not in Oklahoma, not in Kansas. And the other thing that I think that Kitsune Cavalier is probably getting at is that like these abortion is a winning issue for Democrats in red states, Ohio, Missouri, and nearly Florida. Oh, in terms of passing, in terms of voting for, God, what the fuck are they called? You vote for a... Why is it escaping my brain? Birthright citizenship. Birthright citizenship. Yeah, Trump is challenging that right now in the Supreme Court. Is that, Davi, is that in the shadow docket, or is that just like... Why can I not think of referendum? Yeah, referendum. There's like another name for it too. But yeah, you know, it's not actually, anyway, it feels like it might help you. It won't really help you. That's a vibes-based analysis from Ezra Klein, right? Ballot measure, yeah, is another, like in California, I think they're called referendums. Wait, proposition ballot measure, yeah. What Kitsune Cavalier is saying over in Twitch chat is that these are abortion, pro-choice is the winning side of the issue in red states often, right? So it's just like his Ezra Klein's instincts could not be more backwards. But I don't think he really cares. He has the NPR voice. Yeah, it's like that's the whole thing, is that like just like Ben Shapiro talks fast, I guess pronounces most things correctly, and uses words that might be slightly larger than his audience's vocabulary. Like once in a while with Ben Shapiro, you'll get a word that's like, you know, not standard American vocabulary. And that to his audience, that's the trap. Those are the trappings of an intellectual. And they're like, oh, damn, finally we got an intellectual on our side. How do I know he's an intellectual? Because he sounds like an intellectual. He's got a nasal voice. He's got slicked back hair, and he speaks quickly and with confidence. That's an intelligent guy right there. And it's like, oh my God, okay, wow. But yeah, Ezra Klein, in the same way that Ben Shapiro gives intelligent guy, Ezra Klein gives policy wonk. And if you know a little bit about his background and that he was like, kind of made his name as a blogger, and that the old bloggers were known for their interest in policy, then you could maybe sell yourself into believing that Ezra Klein has got the secret method that if only the Democrats were just brave enough to use, they could be right back in power. The only reason that they're not in power is they're too mean to the transphobes. They're too mean to the racists. They're too mean to the forced birthers. And if we just say, hey, that's okay that you want pregnant people to be forced to give birth, even if it puts their life in danger, then that's a virtue somehow. If you're like, hey, racist person who thinks that your economic issues are due to the presence of immigrants in your country, I don't think you're racist, even though you fit the definition of what a racist is. I'm going to pretend that I don't think, I don't see the racism. I don't hear the racism. I speak I will not call you a racist, right? I don't know. It's just like, these should be like obviously wrong on their face. And unfortunately, there are plenty of Democrats who are willing to accept a vibes-based analysis, maybe as many as there are in the Republican Party accepting vibes-based analysis from Trump. Maybe that's what Ezra's decided, is that like that's a secret power of Trump to like not actually engage with the issues and to talk about vibes. So let's do that too. Yeah, how about being brave enough to ignore the corporate backers? No, Kitsune. We got to be brave enough to ignore the groups. The groups are the real danger. The groups are the real tyrants. The groups are really what's holding back the Democratic Party, is the fact that they are so unwilling to throw their coalition under the bus. It's definitely the groups, definitely not, definitely not becoming the Republican Party light after the 80s. But the other thing that's annoying about Ezra's analysis is his policy prescription is just weakness, right? So, look, you got two elements to power, right? And, or two steps to power? I don't know. One is electoral success, and then the second is policy success. And so in order to gain electoral success, Ezra Klein just kind of proposes the midwit prescription that, hey, maybe your policies are too radical. Maybe it's too far to the left, right? And if there's voters that are rejecting you because they think you're too far to the left, if you just show up in the middle, if you just punch down on the same groups that they're bigoted against, then maybe these people will vote for you. And he represents that as like strength. The strength is saying no to, really powerful political interests such as trans people, really powerful political interests such as undocumented immigrants, right? Really powerful political interests like feminism. I don't know. Right, that's what strength is, but in reality, it's the opposite of strength, because the second component beyond electoral success is policy success, right? But what Ezra does to try to solidify his chances for electoral success is to throw away the policy, to give up on the policy, to surrender in advance, right? That's the opposite of him and Iglesias. Wait, did I see something? Chat, there's something with Ezra. Oh my god, there was some kind of panel and it had Ezra, Matt Iglesias, that guy Derek Thompson, and then somebody else. It was like an abundance panel or something. I mean, it looked like it. It was, you know, a bunch of the abundance people. Ezra's policy idea is to tell people to loan their rights to the Democrats. Once they win, he promises they'll give them back. It's bananas. We have to you have to go backwards to go forwards. Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is too, like this is why I call him a midwit, right? Is it does kind of appeal to somebody with some knowledge of politics, but not any depth, right? That's why it's the midwit analysis, right? That the you know, the keep it simple, stupid analysis would be, you want to win, fight hard for your side, okay? Makes sense, but you know, maybe it ignores the fact that you gotta win an election in order to, however strongly you feel about your policy prescriptions, however much justice you might feel might be on your side, as much as you might feel like you're on the right side of history, it doesn't matter if you lose the election, right? So the midwit comes along and says, actually, you're saying go to the left and be consistent about it. I say, why don't we go to the center and be anything but consistent about it? And that's my midwit, you know, prescription for how we're gonna attain power. And then the what is the other one, chat? The one with the dark hoodie, the hood on. Like there's the like what is it, like the, you know the meme I'm talking about, chat? The midwit meme. Zero steps forward and 5 steps back. That is the problem with the Democrats. People call that the ratchet effect, Crystal. Although usually it's like 2 steps forward and 5 steps back or something like that. But yeah, you could think of it as 0 steps forward. So like a ratchet, chat, is a type of tool that you use to tighten a bolt, right? You get the ratchet, you put it on the bolt, and then you move it. What is it? You move it to the left. Usually loosens, right? I guess you move it to the right. Yeah, you move it to the right. If you're using a ratchet to put a bolt on, right? Tighten it down. You move it to the right, and as long as you're moving it to the right, the ratchet is gonna be solid. It's gonna take the bolt and it's gonna turn it to the right, right? And then, you know, because you don't have, like, you know, you can't use like a wrench because you don't have enough room. Like a wrench, you might like go like all the way around or something, right? But it's a ratchet, not a wrench, right? So you turn it this way, and then when you pull it back to the left, it slides, right? So it moves to the right very well, but when you move it back to the left, it doesn't come with you, right? And that's how it gets tightened, right? And so now if what you're trying to tighten is politics, what you're trying to do is turn politics to the right, I would say that you should stick with the strategy that the Democrats have been practicing since the mid 80s, right? Just stick with that strategy because that's what you're doing. Your reaction at all times to losing is to give up on your issues, to give up on components to your coalition, to throw people under the bus, with the expectation that if you throw enough people under the bus, if you give up enough, people are going to eventually get confused to be like, well, I was voting for the right-wing party, but which one of these parties is right-wing again? I can't really tell. Maybe the Democrats are the right-wing. I don't know. It's not, there's not like a lot of thought going in here. You can move it either way. Well, yeah, Miku's headphones, right? There's like a, there's a switch that turns it from like a loosening, from a tightening ratchet to a loosening ratchet, right? If you hit the switch, then it'll slide when you move it to the right, and then it'll tighten, or it'll move when you move it to the left. So you're like untightening it. A ratchet doesn't turn a bolt in reverse unless you change the setting. Maybe the left can change that setting, because that would be the smart way to do things, right? You'd prefer that, because here's what it is. It's when the left gets in, they're too afraid to change policies. They think that, you know, like let's take something like Supreme Court reform, right? We've got an illegitimate Supreme Court right now. Most of these people are bought off by the oh my god, what the Federalist Society, and receiving lavish gifts and vacations and such. And, you know, honestly, their whole like career has been sponsored by the Federalist Society, right? That's not a Supreme Court. That's a captured entity. That's the Federalist Society, right? It's not good to have the Federalist Society as your Supreme Court, but that's what Democrats have. Now, look, there are ways that you can reform the Supreme Court. The problem is that, you know, the Senate runs on these gentlemen's agreements, with the assumption being that that nobody's going to do anything that goes too far. Nobody's going to do anything that's gauche. Everybody's going to play by these little rules. And one of the rules is, like, you know, you're not gonna force like an expansion, for instance, of the Supreme Court. And I mean, obviously the reason why is that if one president, the thing is, it's not true. Like, the Supreme Court has been different sizes, right? Grinder crashing right after Charlie Kirk's funeral sounds like the right was getting loose. They forgot to set their ratchet. Trying to tighten something else. Nice. The left is too afraid of alienating and hurting the feelings of anyone on the right who might possibly consider thinking about voting for them but won't. Yeah, and the one time that we've seen people from the right end up voting left is like with Bernie Sanders. Like the one time that right wingers get confused is when you've got somebody on the left that's anti-establishment, and not like anti-establishment like Ezra Klein, where the establishment is the groups, where the establishment is the people with the least power. You know, like Bernie Sanders, where the establishment is the group with the most power. They assume they'll always be seen as the lesser. Oh yeah. That's the whole thing, is rave by the time. What they're trying to do with this, like, you know, switcheroo thing, where they're like, oh, actually, Biden's the one that wants to do something about immigration, and Trump just won't let him, right? When they cave to Trump, adopt Trump's you know, talking points, right? What did Trump do? He just called Congress and he said, this is not you know, don't vote for, you know, the thing that I was telling you to vote for, so that we could get it in front of Biden's desk and have him veto it. Well, now that he says he's not going to veto it, go ahead and vote against it, right? The Senate and Supreme Court's gentleman agreement was made when everybody was getting defiled by their headmasters at the same free private schools. Davy Cliff, are you saying that American private schools have the same issues, some of the same issues as English public schools? That's wild. I want to add that those of us who are already voting should be volunteering to aid campaigns of candidates who are more on the left, or be that candidate. If someone as dumb as MTG can be used as representative, anyone with the time and ambition can be senator, city councilor, or state rep. Okay, so like I said, there's something a little bit special about tonight. Let's get into that. What am I trying to do here? Oh my god, weird. So like I said, chat, the The only thing I've got for you as far as the main content, in the free half is the Ethan Klein Aamon animation video. It's kind of short though. It's kind of short. And look, if I scroll down on this, I find that I owe you not one day of video gaming, but actually 2. Not 1, but 2. Are we watching it now? Yeah, in a second. Welcome Raider, welcome streamers. Good to have you along for the ride. We're about to watch Ethan get animated as he does. But first I gotta explain what's going on with the bonus goal, because it's gonna be more important than it is, you know, it's gonna be something not to sleep on, or else you might be sleeping for real. I don't know how many of you are here for the video game content, but yeah, when people donate and say video game content, everything else kind of washes out after a everything else on here, you know, kind of goes back to 0. But the one that doesn't return to nothing is the video game stream one. That's like cumulative. And how does it go down? When I do a video game on stream. So yeah, we're gonna do the we're gonna watch the Aamon Animations, and then we're going to. You want to see the Ethan thing again? We're about to get into that. Yeah, we're gonna watch Ethan Klein versus Sam Seder and Hasan Piker on Aamon Animations, which does a lot of, you know, his themes. I mean, I'm not sure if there's like an anime specifically referenced. Like at different times, Aamon will reference Berserk, or will reference, what is the other one did he do last time? Oh, sorry, yeah, Evangelion, I guess, was although he's taken most of that one down. He's taken a lot of that one down. Should you have the video game donator pick? The people pick from a list of games. Ash Bradford, how long do you want to be here for? Also, who donated to the video game stuff? I think it was Joel mostly, so yeah. So anyway, we're gonna watch the Ethan thing, and then if we're not at the a bonus goal yet, I'm gonna make this night a night for video game playing, and yeah. Wait, MGS the games too. Wait, what does that mean? Rot time? Wait, like what? Brain rot? You want to watch brain rot? I support NCC playing. Yeah, this is the thing, right? If we tried to be like, all right, let's vote on the video game, then it would be such a mess. I can barely get people to vote on a. Oh, Metal Gear Solid. Wait, there is a new one that came out, isn't there? And then what's the other game that people are talking about? But anyway, Final Fantasy 1 to 20. I think it's 17 actually, Jerry, but good joke. You're not far. You're not far off from the actual number of Final Fantasy games that exist. But yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cover the Aamon Animations video, and then you know, if we're not too okay. So yeah, I should probably explain how this works. This number 13 out of 100 represents the bonus content. That stuff is the bonus content, right? You're voting on it right now, potentially on YouTube. If not, get over there and place your vote. Get over to youtube.com/nocommentchick and make your voice heard. Right now, it looks like Ezra Klein versus Tanahesi Coats is ahead by a lot. Second place, Trump and Hagseth Flop war speech, sorry. Third place, tied for second is Not So Erudite versus Jesse Lee Peterson. That's a name we haven't heard in a long time. And then last place, which I don't know I don't know how to explain this. People just must not know. Jillian Michaels PBD Anna Kasparian. That is actually some interesting shit right there. Oh, you're saying, oh yeah, he uses Aamon references Metal Gear Solid 5. Okay, so that one in particular. Isn't there a new one out too? There are there are unnumbered Final Fantasy games. Yeah, it would be crazy. Can you imagine if like if Atlas named their numbered their games? Silent Hill G for Giardia. Fine, damn. But anyway, go ahead and vote. Now, look, we got 73 of you have voted already. I gotta let you know, though, it is all academic, right? You can vote for Ezra Klein. You can vote for Trump and Hexeth Flop speech. You can vote for Not So Erudite and Jesse Lee Peterson. You can vote for Jillian Michaels. But if this number stays under 100, then we stay playing video games, right? And I know that's going to appeal to some people, especially the people that are constantly asking me, yeah, maybe I should have put her take, Moina. What do you think? Maybe that's what people are missing as far as the cue for what this content really is. But this is, yeah, the bonus content only activates when we get to 100. Of course, if we get to 200, I cover not just the top bonus content segment. So right now it would be Ezra Klein versus Tanahesi Coats. But I cover the top 2, which would be tough right now because Trump and Hexeth's speech is tied with Not So Erudite Jesse Lee Peterson. Kingdom Hearts, oh god. Yeah, you're right. Kingdom Hearts is a great example of a Square game that they do have like numbers, but only for the main ones. So there's like all these other games that you have to play if you really want to know the story. SMT is not the same as SMT. Wait, SMT 5 is not the same as SMT Persona? No, but I mean, if they could, yeah, because they made it a different thing. Although they didn't it used to be called like Shin Megami Tensei Revelations Persona? Anyway, Final Fantasy 0? Wait, is that the one that's an anime? They remade Metal Gear. Oh, it's Metal Gear Solid 3 is what they got remade. Aamon references 5 a lot too. I think it's also a reference Sin City, the comic. Final Fantasy Tactics just had some. Yeah, wait, is that out now? Yeah, you're right. Final Fantasy Tactics, I think. What is it, like a remake? I think it's a remake. It's kind of controversial too, if I remember correctly. Either way, chat, either way. The things that make this number go up, since you, oh wait, I'll explain the second number in a second, right? But the first number is the one that we're talking about right now. And that one's going to be really important tonight, right, chat? Because I'm telling you, and I'm not kidding, this Aamon Animations video is going to go by like really quickly. Really fucking quickly. And after that, I will be playing video games, right? Now, as soon as we hit 100, I can switch and do some bonus content. So if you want to see something else, like Ezra Klein versus Ta-Nehisi Coates, or I honestly thought, chat, that second place might be Jillian Michaels and her continuing adventures beyond the Ultraverse. No, with Patrick Bet David, because there's like some shit going on right now. Like Jillian Michaels does not get how badly she lost, and much like Ethan Klein, she thinks she can be like, Anna Kasparian sounds like a terrorist. She sounds like an anti-Semite, right? She thinks she can use that shit to like win the fight that she's already lost, right? Patrick Bet David is talking about replacing Jillian. Right? He's not talking about like, well, Jillian was very badly very unfairly treated or anything like that. He is straight up like, we need a new host. We're going to keep her take going. I love how it's doing. I loved the numbers on the last episode. That's the one where Jillian walked off of. But yeah, he's got no interest, right? Despite the fact that PBD himself is pretty pro-Israel most of the time, but instead of actually saying that he's pro-Israel, now you see PBD basically outsource the debate to, I think it's Vinny and Adam Sosnick, right? Adam Sosnick, if you don't remember, is the guy that threw the tampon at Anna on her take a few months ago. And Vinny is the guy that turned as red as a beet when he debated Hasan on Piers Morgan, right? So those are his guys, and he just lets them fight it out, which, you know, yeah, they really disagree, and it's that kind of thing where, you know, Adam's always implying that Vinny's, you know, anti-Semitic, and, you know, Vinny is like, I don't know, it's he's a tradcath. They aren't pro-Israel, are they? He has been up until there was some real negatives for being pro-Israel. PBD was pretty damn pro-Israel, right? But now he just he doesn't want to take a side. He's basically letting it play out now. But yeah, I mean, in terms of where he's come down on this, yes, he is you know, sided with Anna and Lindy and the rest of the cast that were, you know, they weren't suggesting that Israel unalived Charlie Kirk, but they did talk about that idea is out there. They did talk about that, you know, Netanyahu's, you know, behavior is kind of strange. He seems like a little defensive, and that was enough to get Jillian Michaels to walk off. Isn't Jillian Michaels a workout video woman? She is, but she's a politics woman right now. PBD got it down to a science. Yeah, he has the other bozos go after the argument when there's a subject he doesn't want to touch. Didn't PB? Yeah, he had Netanyahu on, I think, last month. Now, I don't know. I didn't see the interaction between the two of them, so I don't know. Maybe PBD asked him a hard question or two, but again, it's just not in his nature. I think his default position is pro-Israel, and given that pro-Israel is just not a given that that's just not a valid viewpoint anymore, but that's the side that's losing by and large. He's kind of backed away from it, but obviously he doesn't want to you know, close any doors. Technically, it's a Tactics remake, but it's mostly minor changes for a remake. Wait, 10 minutes absolute breakdown? Are you talking about Jillian, Carl? That's a great name for a 10-minute ab exercise segment that I'm sure is on one of her DVDs somewhere. Anybody else have a mom that's got like 1 million exercise DVDs that they don't use? I took some of my mom. My mom had some good shit, right? I ended up taking some of that to college with me, right? But anyway, yeah, SMT is so great. So yeah, I mean, you're gonna be eating well tonight, or else ellipsis. I'm not sure about the rest of you. She was the host. Yeah, she's the host of her take. Oh, when you say absolute breakdown, wait. Okay, I thought you were talking. That sounds. You could have gotten me that was like an exercise segment. Okay, but you were making an exercise joke there, right? My mom did Richard Simmons? I thought Richard Simmons was gay. Just kidding, chat. Richard Simmons was 100% straight. No, actually, I don't know. I feel like it would. I feel like that is usually how reality works. Okay, so like I was saying, this is what we're doing tonight. All right, we're gonna go over the Aamon animation video, and we're gonna go right from that to video games. And if sometime during that time this number gets to 100, we will switch to one of the topics up here, right? Ezra Klein debating Ta-Nehisi Coates. Trump and Hegseth's ridiculous speech. We'll probably just watch the highlights of that. Not so erudite on JLP. I mean, that's got to be good for a laugh or something, right? Or Jillian Michaels taking on Patrick, Bet David, Anna Kasparian, like everyone. 10-minute abs video from Jillian, right? Oh, is that what she had was that one of her infomercials before she hosted Biggest Loser? Sounds about right. I don't know. I never knew about her before Biggest Loser. But yeah, the things that, so you're probably wondering, because some of you are here, you're open to watching video games. Maybe some of you not so much. And I'm telling you, and I'm not kidding, this Aamon Animation video is going to go by like really fast, right? So the things that make this number go up, since I guess I have to explain this tonight, are when somebody does a super chat, a super sticker, right? These are on YouTube, right? So if you get yourself a super, if you do a super chat, if you do a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, or you gift memberships to other people, right? All that on YouTube makes this number go up. Other things that make the number go up, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, if you sign up for my Patreon, which I'm going to read out my Patreons. I give a shout out at the beginning and end of each stream to all my Patreons. So if you sign up for Patreon, that also makes the number go up. The other thing that makes the number go up, Twitch, right? It is still just barely September. Wait, for some of you, oh my God, chat, we're running out of September. I don't know when September officially ends, but you might still be able to get a discounted price if you do it like really quickly. But yeah, the September, they lower the prices on the subs, I think. And so, but I don't think we have much time. I think you might have 30 minutes left on the West Coast, right? For September. But anyway, that makes it go up. You can also use a Prime sub. If you have Prime, you can hook that baby up to Twitch and you can get a free sub to use on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, not only will you make the number go up, but you'll also get all the emotes and stuff. You'll get everything. It's September and Cali for another 29 minutes. Yeah. Deli Carmen, thank you for the gifted membership to Egomaniac. Egomaniac 87, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. And it's gonna force me to bring up the skull, because like I said, chat, we're at 16 out of 100 now. If you get bored with me playing video games, there is a way around that, right? And that is if this number gets to 100, I switch from video games to doing one of these topics, right? So otherwise, buckle in and you're going to actually get to see a video game that is basically Elon Musk. I mean, you'll see like how it is Elon Musk, but it is basically Elon Musk, the video game. But yeah, anyway, if you use a Prime sub on Twitch, if you get yourself a sub, which I think are discounted for the next 30 minutes, maybe, check that. You'll have to check on that. Or if you gift subs to other people, which is very generous. And the reason that Twitch has now overtaken YouTube, at least temporarily, as the top of the pops right here with 85 Twitch subs to 151 Twitch memberships. Or sorry, YouTube memberships. I can't talk right. But anyway, that's what we're doing. That's where we're going. And oh yeah, the other thing that we've got going is the butterfly goal. If you want to see the butterfly in my hair, that is a possibility, okay? But we're still looking for 9 more super chats of the teal or higher variety, right? So we got 50 minutes left to make that happen. Every time a teal sub rings, a butterfly gets it swings. And we've got one of those already. If we get up to 10 of them, I will put a butterfly in my hair. There we go. I think I've explained everything. Oh yeah, the one other thing I gotta explain is that, like I said, so if we get to 100 on this meter, we get a bonus, I switch from playing video games to one of these topics, right? Ezra Klein, Trump and Hegseth, Not So Erudite, and JLP, or Jillian Michaels, right? Which I really think is the sleeper topic. But you might be annoyed at how the chat is voting. Let me look at it again. Yeah, the chat is overwhelmingly choosing the Ezra Klein versus Tanahesi Coats debate. Only 13% for Jillian Michael versus PBD and Anna Kasparian, right? So if you're annoyed by that, one thing that you can do to maybe rescue a piece of content from the that seems to be circling the drain right now is when you donate, you have the ability to put your money where your mouth is. What do I mean? I mean that if you donate and you say, hey, I want to see Jillian, right? I will be forced to add a percentage, add your donation as a percentage right there to Jillian Michaels, PBD, Anna Kasparian. Or if you say, Not So Erudite, JLP, right? I would add it there. If you say Trump and Hegseth, I would add it there. You say Ezra Klein, yes, that's right, I would add it there, right? Or if you say Vox Populi, I would add it there. And what Vox Populi does is it kind of just like turns everything. Vox Populi is a vote for whatever chat is voting for right now, which would be Ezra Klein versus Ta-Nehisi Coast. Does that make sense? Yo, Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the gifted sub to Bellybean. Bellybean, you just got gifted a sub. You just got gifted a jellyfish. And that's a good thing. Dabs for Sagar. So what are we on? 24 now? Yeah, we're on 24. Again, if we get to 100, or let me just put it this way, right? Because we're gonna jump into. I'm gonna read off the Patreons. I think we're gonna jump into the animation. We're gonna jump into the Aamon Animations. I need to like drink or something because I. Much better. My brain is not working. It needs brain lubrication. Nar? Nar? Are you saying this is BDS, Chill Penguin? Am I drinking something that's BDS? That's what Nar means to me. What you're drinking is on the... No, it's not. This one's definitely not BDS. I specifically started getting this water in order to... because there are actually a lot of popular waters here in Thailand that are products of like Coca-Cola or Pepsi or that actually are BDS. Take those labels off? What, you don't like the lion? Wait, what just happened? Did we go into like... There's a hype train somehow. Okay, hype train, there we go. You got 4 minutes to try to earn extra emotes over there on Twitch. But anyway, Steven Sayer says, I want to see the butterfly. I do too. Yeah, that was a pretty quick hype train. What am I supposed to... It's supposed to say 27, right, Narwhal? It's supposed to say 27. So anyway, the reason I'm harping on the bonus goal tonight is that I know that video games is not everybody's cup of tea, but after I play video games, if we hit 100, I will be doing another topic. So it might be worth your while to stick around too. And also know that, you know, if your stuff is not, if your thing is not winning, you can or if it is, you know, you can always tell me in the chat what you want your dono going to. Also, you should encourage Twitch to subs. Last day of the September in Valorant gives a bonus gift subs. Is that... Oh no, Ash, you already have a sub. I was thinking you were like low-key trying to be like, yo, I could use a gift sub if anybody's... No, you've already got your sub. You're good. But yeah, that is true. What Ash Bradford is saying here is that this is the last day of Twitch. So yeah, the reason that we have so many Twitch subs right now is because somebody gave 5 gift subs, and Valorant kicks in a random bonus gift sub, a random number of bonus gift subs, right? Most of the time that number is 1, right? Occasionally that number is 2 or 3 or whatever. But this time, this one time that somebody gifted 5 subs, it was 50, right? It was so yeah, you know, you can really hit the lottery on gift subs, and basically you're not asking, you're just promoting. That's yeah, no, I got that. But if you were asking, that would be like a super like low key way to ask. Anyway, so that's what we're doing tonight. We're gonna do the Aamon animation, then play a little Soul Hackers, and then, which, you know, everybody's asking me about the music at the beginning, including the music right now is from Soul Hackers. Like, a lot of the music for my streams comes from that game. That game has amazing music, and it's actually a really cool game, which is about this thing, like a platform called Paradigm X, like literally X, right? And there's an evil billionaire just like Elon Musk. All I'm saying, chat, is maybe this retro game from the late 90s prefigured the enshittification of the internet. So, you know, if you want to help me fight the enshittification of the internet, I'll be doing that tonight, playing some Soul Hackers. And if you want to watch some more content after the video gaming, just got to get this number up to 100, which it's basically between a quarter and a third of the way there already. So that's going on. So yeah, like I said, and yeah, if you want to put your thumb on the scale as far as the poll goes, all you got to do, Soul Hackers 1. Yes. Wait. Say 1. Yes, I'm saying 1. I'm saying 1. Davy, I'm so with you on this. You don't even understand. All right, I did play Soul Hackers 2, and I gotta say, it was mid. But I've heard really good things about Soul Hackers 1. Yeah, Soul Hackers 2, not nearly as interesting from what I can see. But yeah, just so you know that, like, when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as your bonus material, and I will add a percentage. I will add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. And that's how that goes. Now, speaking of people that support me that I appreciate very much, my Patreons are some people that I very much appreciate. Right? If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you even get your name read out at the beginning and end of each stream. Let me go ahead and do those now. Shouts out to users. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Sarah. Excuse me. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Oral's Ellipses. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. And shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Rachel K. To Omega Star. To Crystal Saphira. And to Zara Xerix. There we go, Patreons. You are appreciated. Hype Train coming in at 31% there. I don't know if that gets you emotes, but if you got them, post them, I guess. Anyway, we got to get to this Aamon Animations thing. That's what we're going to be doing to start off with. And then we're going to have a little chill video game segment. But if it gets too chill for you, chat, just understand that the second that we hit 100 on the bonus meter, I'll switch off of... I will switch off of playing Soul Hackers, and I will react to some more content for you. So that's going to be incumbent to getting us to like I said, this is going to be a really short topic and a lot of video gaming otherwise. So just fine with me because I get to play video games. All right, so what do we have here? Oh, look at this. Look at this happy couple. Oh wait, I gotta So look, I gotta start this off the right way, okay?
What we do here is go back.
We're going back, chat, to the OG H3, Ethan Klein and Ezra Klein, Vape Nash. Are you ready for this? I'm gonna turn off the music because Aamon Animations has got us for the soundtrack is gonna be. Hopefully the soundtrack will not demonetize me, chat. I don't know. They think one time Aamon was using Evangelion. I loved. Anybody see the one that was like riffing off of Evangelion? I think it was the January 6th one, right? Basically, yeah, it was Evangelion and Berserk. He was combining like the lore for Evangelion in terms of the what is it? The human something project. The thing where everybody turns into liquid goo, and the eclipse from Berserk, into like a Trump thing, and it was amazing, right? But the problem with this is that I got hit on the music that Aamon used in his video. So hopefully that doesn't happen here. Let's see what we got. We got a 15-minute video, after which I'll do a little bit of video gaming, and then hopefully give you some bonus content tonight. That's like Markiplier stuff. It's not copyright. Wait, which is? You're replying to somebody. Who are you replying to? Does it tell me? There is H3 music. Oh, the H3 music is not copyrighted. Yeah, I think they stole it from somebody too. Ethan is trying to imitate Dimpool. No, this is old Ethan. He's not trying to imitate shit. Chat, like Ethan is fucking old school. Like, right? He has been on YouTube for longer than some of you have been alive. I think I'm not misspeaking there, right? Ethan has, this is like, this is old school H3. Right? It would be a video with Ethan and Ezra, and they'd tell a fucked up story about how, like, I don't know, Ethan proposed to Ezra on the toilet. He's on the toilet. He's like, Ezra. And she's like, what? Ezra, can you bring me the box of tissues? She's like, I'm not going to bring that to you right now. You're on the toilet, Ethan. Ezra, I need the box of tissues. Ezra, bring me the box of tissues. So Ezra gets the box of tissues. She's mad. She hands it to Ethan.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Man, I wonder what that happy couple's opinions on the Vicks of the Boston Mar. I bet they would say the nicest things.
I bet they would say the nicest thing. I bet they'd be very compassionate to the victims of the Boston bomber. Yeah, no, I'm sure they would have only good things. I'm sure this happy couple has never said anything bad. But yeah, so anyway, he's on the toilet. She finally brings him the tissue. She slams it down. Because you know what I'm saying, chat? I mean, anybody have a partner that would expect you to like bring the, I don't know. I mean, like if it's like toilet paper, yeah. I mean, it's gross that you have to go in there while your partner's dumping ass, but you don't want your partner, I don't know, washing off in the shower or whatever the other option would be. So you bring the toilet paper, but this is like tissue, right? So she brings him the tissue and she puts it down and he's like, hey, Ezra, look. And he hands her back the tissue and there's like a ring in it, right? That's how he proposed to her. He proposed to Ezra sitting on the toilet. These two met at, was it the Holocaust Museum? Is that real? No bidet? Oh, I definitely have a bidet. Chat, I have a bidet with the strongest bum gun you could imagine, right? This is one thing I love about living in Thailand, right? It was confusing at first because the idea that toilet paper goes anywhere except for in the toilet was like blew my mind. But after breaking a hotel toilet by trying to flush a little bit of toilet paper down it, I realized that no, you're not supposed to flush the toilet paper. Now that doesn't seem good. What are you gonna like? What are you supposed to? No, you're supposed to wash off your bum. You're supposed to take the bum gun, the bidet gun, and just like power wash, your your sphincter and your urethra. Oh my god, Chad, I just said it. Okay. Yes, you wash off your urethra, probably the urethra first, and then your sphincter, right? And because of this, yeah, it sounds gross, Steven, but there's no mess on the toilet paper, because all the toilet paper ends up being used for is to dry you off. That's all it does. It just dries you off. Right? You're not wiping anything on the toilet paper because it's already been sprayed away by the powerful, forceful bidet, right? The bidet has got you. The bidet has got you clean. And you just need to be dry, right? So if you don't have one of those fancy schmancy toilets, which also shoots hot air up your bum, then you grab a couple sheets of toilet paper and you dry yourself off, and you just throw it in the trash can because there's nothing gross on it, which I fucking love, chat. I honestly think I was living like a cretin. Like, to think about wiping poop off your butt with paper, that's just gross now. I can't imagine doing that. Anyway, let's see what Ethan and Hila have to offer us tonight. Also, welcome in Raiders from GSL. God damn. Speaking of the YouTube, the fucking scythe of YouTube, I'm guessing if I'm getting rated on Twitch, that means that the YouTube has not responded positively. Just know that you're not alone. There's other people that have gotten like hit by YouTube. I don't know if this has anything to do with they settled for 24 million for banning Trump off of YouTube. And then I think the other stipulation was they had to unban all the channels that got hit for misinformation during COVID or misinformation about election. And so I don't know. Are they going after leftist channels? That's kind of what I'm thinking, right? Because let's see, Denham's clip channel got hit. President Sunday has gotten hit, I think, twice now. I think he's had 2 channels demonetized. Getting fucking the ban hammer during stream, that's got to be fucking scary, frustrating, and that's like that's the worst I've fucking heard of, right? That is I've gotten taken off of like I've gotten a stream shut down, like when I was watching Jubilee, but if I just took Jubilee off, they let me come back on and finish the stream. I've never heard of anybody getting fucking shit canned in the middle of the stream. That must have really sucked. And hopefully, can somebody hit me? I asked about this last time, but I didn't get anything from anybody. If there's like I'm guessing there's like a Twitter thread or something for GSL. I don't have a lot of Twitter clout. I don't really use Twitter, but I would like to help that do everything I can to help that thread get noticed, because that sounds like a Jubilee goes Nintendo Disney with their ban hammer. Yeah. What? All right, we're gonna play Ethan with the iDubbbz music. No, we're just gonna play Ethan now. Wait, was the thread on Blue Sky? Maybe. Well, hit me with wherever the thread is that we're trying to get YouTube's attention for. Hit me with that.
Yes, we are being sued for copyright infringement, and it's been hanging over our lives like a cloud these past months.
Yeah.
We are being sued by Bold Guy, aka Matt Haas Zone. We did our thing and we made a reaction video about him on our second channel, Ethan and Eli. And I think the heart and soul of this is like that he doesn't like that we made fun of him, and so he's suing us.
And this is the one that people were telling me I won't get a copyright hit for this. I think it's like a fan made this for Ethan and Hila, and they just kind of like took now the fan does not like them anymore. What is the other H3 song? It's this one. Oh, Echo Robot.
Wow, Ethan, great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
That one's so much better. Why didn't they give Echo Robot any love? Anyway.
Wow, Ethan, great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
And flash forward to current Ethan Klein.
Oh, hi there. It's me, your old friend, Ethan Klein.
Oh no!
It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys too. I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hasan Piker, the Leftovers podcast, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. And we went on making the show for about 2 years and everything was good. Everyone was having fun, the audience was having fun, no problem. That was until this happened.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
And over time, I started to learn
if the state of Israel to you means, you know, an apartheid ethno-nationalist state, yeah, right. If the if it's important, if the existence of Israel is incumbent upon you know, not granting right of return to any Palestinian families, or even like letting them live near their familial home, then yeah, you know, if like, I mean, I don't know, it's just like this always comes up. Oh, cool. So he's working on a Twitter post. Yeah, that's how a lot of people get out of it, right? If GSL makes a good Twitter post and we can get, you know, some big creators to retweet it, that's our best bet for getting it, forcing YouTube to deal, to at least, I just don't understand where they do like a manual review and then they come up with, nope, you're still banned. And it's like, wait, did a person actually review this? Because I feel like a person reviewing this would have to see that the content creator did nothing wrong here, right? The very fact that you are not overturning this ban tells me that you did not actually have a person take a look at this. But yeah, no, I don't know. Hopefully we can force YouTube's hand.
That my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
He loves it. He loves the terrorism so much. Oh my God. Yeah, but anyway, it's so frustrating. Every time I hear this shit about like, from the river to the sea, you mean you hate the Jews? You mean you want bad things to happen? You know, death and destruction happen to all the Jewish people in Israel? Is that what you're like, right? And it's like, no, like, I mean that people should not be fucking pushed onto. I mean, chat, the historical parallels, right? It almost demeans like both events. If I were to compare, you know, like the go-to comparison is to like an apartheid system, you know, in some ways it's worse actually, right? Anyway, I shouldn't be reacting to this like a political video. Let's rewind it, chat, and I'll try to just have some fun with this and not get political. Okay.
Started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hasan Piker, the Leftovers podcast, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. And we went on making the show for about 2 years and everything was good. Everyone was having fun, the audience was having fun, no problem. That was until this happened.
from the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? Was Hasan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as
Hasan is Turkish. His people are the victims of the Trojan, or at least the, the same geographical area as the victims of the Trojan horse.
he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me.
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, I hate liberals, dude. I do. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he
So if you don't know, one of the, so let me just explain Aamon Animations to anybody that's not familiar with him, right? He does like these, animations. Does he use like SourceForge, or is it SourceForge? What is it? Is that the name of the thing? Like the same thing as the Skibbity Toilet guy uses? Is it Blend? It's all in Blender? Okay, it's all in Blender. But anyway, so the visuals obviously are made up, right? That's not really Ethan Klein. I don't have to tell you this, but what's not made up and what's pretty fucking accurate is the sound. So Aamon Animation starts with a sound, and he animates that sound. So, this is probably pretty accurate to the content nuke. This is probably pretty, he'll just like take a bit of the audio from the content nuke, combine it with some audio from the H3 broadcast and the Sam Seder debate. I mean, that's essentially what he's done in this one. So I want you to know, none of the audio is like, it generally isn't manipulated. Now, what audio is manipulated is is putting Hasan in there right there with that liberals are so easy to manipulate. What does that sound like? It sounds like Hasan is the one manipulating liberals, right? But if if you've watched Hasan, you know what he's talking about when he says that. He doesn't mean liberals are so easy for me to manipulate. God damn, I love manipulating liberals. These liberals are suckers. I'm radicalizing them. I'm tricking them. No, he's talking about they're suckers for, right-wing shit and for shitty neoliberal ideas like the ideas of abundance and Ezra Klein, right? That's what Hasan means. Like, he's frustrated that liberals fall for shit that they shouldn't fucking fall for. He's not happy, as this clip would, suggest, with the fact that liberals are easy to dupe. And so, like, yeah, Ethan trying to use this clip as a sign that he's looks like we're up to 4 out of 10 on the super chat goal, on the butterfly goal. That's it. We need to give back everything to the Ottomans. The Western powers proved they can't behave. Damn.
secretly despised me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and
like, look, he might secretly despise you, but it's gonna be when you say that, like, it's gonna be when you get fucking tricked, right? Like, I don't know, when you fall for some shit, right? Or in Ethan's case, he straight up like empathizes with the capitalist class, sees himself as one of them, and you know, even though he is small beans compared to the lords of industry, the captains of industry, and the robber barons, he still. I mean, this is a huge problem even for people that aren't capitalists, right? You know, if you're got a lanyard around your neck, you're doing pretty well, you're pulling in a good income. Sometimes you feel like you're the capitalist class. Sometimes you feel like any sort of, you know, shit talk about rich people is about you, and it's like you know, you're like a professional, right? Who is still working, selling your labor to earn a paycheck. No, you're not a. But anyway, this is what Hasan is talking about, is that like liberals get tricked into voting or supporting candidates who enact policy that's against their interests. Oh my God, I'm doing the politics thing, chat. I'm supposed to stop being a nerd. Yeah, he is very, very rich, but most of it is just coming from his YouTube channel, not his business. Right? Am I right about that? He's portraying Hasan as a monster. Well, yeah, like this is Hasan through Ethan Klein's eyes, right? This is what you know, Aamon Animation is showing. We're getting to see inside the addled and hallucinatory mind of Ethan Klein, right? This is like Fear and Loathing, right? Where you're watching, Hunter S. Thompson and his lawyer check into the hotel, and then he turns around to the bar, and all the bar patrons start turning into lizards, and get into this big like blood orgy, and just it's like that. It's like a Terry Gilliam movie, or like a Cronenberg.
Easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, I hate liberals, dude. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend? Why else is someone this sociopathic?
So yeah, the monster part of Hasan is kind of new, because Hasan's usually a good guy in these Aamon Animations, but the tiny little head is that's always how Hasan is portrayed in Aamon Animations.
Capable of.
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet.
Was I being manipulated this whole time? Hello everybody, this is Ethan Klein, host of the H3 show. Alright, so obviously I'm about to have a really uncomfortable conversation about Hasan. And you know, I wanted to do a really fun episode about Twilight today, but blame it on the anti-Semites. The openness and brazenness with anti-Semitism has left me no choice. I have no choice. But I'm hallucinating, according to Hasan. Well, let's see if I'm hallucinating. The big story breaking right now.
You got to get to the Pepe Sylvia board to really see if I'm hallucinating. It's impossible to get any traction in here. We need, yeah, something like that. I was in a goddamn reptile zoo, and someone was giving these damn things booze.
Is that since October 7th, which has blocked the entire country of Israel from making new accounts. Secretly, silently, no statement, no explanation, has blocked an entire fucking country. How does that happen? The word Israel is considered a invalid word when you're trying to make an account. User from Israel.
You know what?
But hold on, before you answer.
Yeah.
But why does then both Palestine and Hamas are acceptable? This guy's name is I Love Hamas 123, that word.
You want to know why? You want to really know why? Because they're worried that somebody's going to have a name that's like, I don't know, Israel and then something anti-Semitic. And then they're not worried that somebody's going to say, Palestinians, like subhuman, or they're not protecting. The Israel thing is banned as a username because a lot of anti-Semites will have incorporated that, and they took a moderation action on that. They haven't taken a similar moderation action for Palestine, and they wouldn't ever for Hamas. I mean, you could say whatever you want about Hamas in a username, and Twitch would probably be fine with it, right? That's not something they're looking out for. Oh, you saw the zombie bite. Yeah. Where the Gila tattoo is. Oh, I didn't see. Oh my God. I didn't notice that. See, chat's picking up on some stuff that I didn't even notice. God, I was going to say something about this.
But I'm hallucinating.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's see if I'm hallucinating. The big story breaking right now is that since October 7th, which has blocked the entire country of Israel from making new accounts.
So chat, he's depicting Ethan describing the theories about Dan Clancy's anti-Semitism, Twitch's anti-Semitism, right? With the Pepe Sylvia board. But honestly, couldn't this just be me trying to explain the bonus goal, right? It's like the same thing when I'm like, okay, so you can donate to something and then you can say its name and then I'll put the donation as a percentage up on there and that'll be there and that'll add to it at the end. But if you say Vox Populi, it'll actually subtract from everything. Everything gets subtracted from. And then this goes back to being more like whatever you're voting for in the poll. The poll's over. I feel like Pepe Silvia. I feel like I'm doing the Pepe Silvia every time I try to explain this thing because it's overly complicated.
Secretly, silently, no statement, no explanation, has blocked an entire fucking country. How does that happen? The word Israel is considered a...
Wait, the joke is that the tattoo looks like zombie Hila? Yeah, in real life, kind of. It's a very bad version. Like I've always said that like if I was Hila, I would be mad at Ethan for getting that tattoo. That's like an ugly picture of her. But yeah, we all know it's the zombie bite.
Invalid word when you're trying to make an account. User from Israel.
You know what?
But hold on. Before you answer. But why does then both Palestine and Hamas are acceptable? This guy's name is I Love Hamas 123, that word. Yeah, well apparently that's dope. In his song, it's by his song, and in his community, I Love Hamas 123 is just another member of his community.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Because the IDF were Twitch streaming clearing places out for the lols, they were literally trying to cover for the IDF so they don't post something stupid.
Wait, you're saying the IDF's making bots on Twitch? Because the IDF were Twitch streaming, clearing places out for the lulz, they were literally trying to cover for the IDF, so they didn't post something stupid. Okay, I mean, it could be like a cozy bear kind of situation, maybe. I don't know. What is the other bear, chat? There's the cozy bear, and then there's the, oh god, I can't remember the other bear. What's the other bear? Is there a comfy bear or something? I'm talking about like Russian hacker groups. Anybody know? Anybody in a Russian hacker group want to tell me what your Dan Saltman lies? Yeah, this is something that Dan Saltman talked about a lot. In fact, he's the one that came up with this, right? Delia Carmen says, "Have you watched this yet?" I've so technically yes. I watched it without headphones in order to get the thumbnail for you. But as far as like, have I watched it yet? No, I was saving that for, yeah, see, I had to make this thumbnail, but I just watched the video with no sound for that. So Faceless Crew is priceless. Does it remind you a little bit of the, like how Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro have these Skeksis birds that are their followers? They're like, yes, Master Shapiro, own him with facts and logic. Yes. Get him, Ben. Get him. I'm also a man of law. My specialty is bird law. That's the most important kind of law out there. All my friends keep teasing me that I'm... Wait, Charlie? Not just the board, but also a casual millionaire from Texas? I'm a door-to-door oil salesman. Wait, I'm missing something here. They were live streaming murder videos. Oh, wait, the idea. Oh, yeah. You're talking about actual IDF members. I got you now, Davy. I got you now. Wait, Charlie. Oh, that Charlie. Yeah, fuck. I keep forgetting that's the name of the character. I always think when he's at the this is gonna sound so dumb. I haven't seen enough of that show, right? So I always think like, no, that's Pepe. That's Pepe Silvia, right? No, that's not Charlie. That's Pepe. Anyway, Pepe is what he's got written on the board, I think.
I'm being real.
But yeah, no, that makes sense now. So Davy, for the record, Davy is saying like to stop the IDF from posting their war crimes essentially on Twitch, which, you know, they've posted a lot of war crimes on social media. Even Destiny, like that was like his one Fancy Bear.
It's just
I like the fancy bear. I mean, no, I don't really like fancy. Chat, I'm not saying I'm on the side of fancy bear. I just mean like I like that the bear can be fancy, in addition to cozy.
way too many coincidences. Hasan is on the homepage of that website every time I go there.
He's the most viewed.
You weren't smart enough to practice bird law. Yeah, I mean, like you got to get your avian bar certificate, right? It's a whole nother license, right?
Live stream really live right now.
Yeah, because they keep putting him at the top fucking page.
Wait, Pepe Sylvia is how Charlie misread the word Pennsylvania. Oh my god.
Every day.
Yeah, but
I didn't know that. I really thought that Pepe Sylvia was like a dude that he, I don't know, was conspiracy thinking about.
And no, but there's no, what's crazy is there's nobody on the entire platform to call him out. Nobody. They've all been banned. Nobody. There's not a single dissenting voice.
Everyone on Twitch famously agrees with Hasan. Ethan is absolutely Charlie's uncle. The tiny hands thing, the pedo thing, it's all connected.
His fucking straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic, fucking pro-China, pro-Russia, pro-terrorism takes. This is fringe, psychotic shit that is not normal. And it is the only acceptable voice on Twitch. Explain that to me. How is there not one dissenting voice on that entire platform?
Snails are kind of doing the thing that people meme about, like docking penises, basically.
I don't know what that means.
Docking, when two guys get together and like one has a circumcised penis and the other one doesn't, and then the non-circumcised penis you like put into the circumcised penis, basically. Like you unfold the uncircumcised part of the penis, like the tip.
I gotta ask, where was this knowledge when Jennifer from I've Had It podcast came on, right? Jennifer definitely would love to, you know.
And then you put the circumcised penis in it like this, like a spaceship docking.
And they just touch? It's not like...
It's kind of like that.
Is that sexual or is that just a joke?
I don't know.
A joke, yeah. It's a joke. It's definitely not sexual. Touching erogenous tissue together. Nothing sexual about that.
I don't think that it's like that at all.
Is she right? Is she right, chat? They're talking about snail sex, right? Which I don't usually think about, but I do remember there's like one cell on JoJo Part 6. Snail. Okay, here we go. All right, so yeah, dealing with snails, as one does when one fights stand battles sometimes, right? Jolene just has a moment of almost like a reverie, right? In the midst of this fight, right? An organism that can have sex with anything that it encounters? I'm kind of jealous. I mean, no, it's just gross. It's gross. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. I mean, it's gross, obviously. Obviously, that's what she meant. Okay. But yeah, chat, I just gotta know, like, wait, so do we know, does any knowers about snails fight each other over who has to be the female? Also, snails are all effing their own family? Okay, so we're definitely, you know, confirming that it can have sex with anything. She's partly right. The snail sex is really complicated. So Hasan is basically oversimplifying it. Maya actually understands animals, right? Hasan is just like, he's trying to say something, he's trying to relate, but it's just kind of, you know, he's a himbo. He's a himbo. He's like, is it kind of like that thing that gay guys do when they do the docking? And she's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, you know, like you got the circumcised one, and you got the uncircumcised one, and you put the uncircumcised one inside the hood of the one that's, or the one that's circumcised goes inside the hood of the one that's not, and they like, right? He's like, and she's like, does that feel good or something? He's like, I don't know. It's just something gay dudes do. I get, yeah. This is just like his straight himbo's knowledge of gay sexual practices.
Uncircumcised part of the penis, like the tip, and then you put the circumcised penis in it like this, like a spaceship docking.
And they just touch. It's not
Yeah.
like.
It's kind of like that.
Is that sexual or is that just a joke?
I don't know.
I don't think that it's like that at all.
This is Nazi shit. S tier
Clearly.
race. Are you fucking kidding me? And they're trying to run defense. Hasan and all these fucking people are running
Yeah, they're doing Arab supremacy with their tier list. They're saying the Arab is S tier, and
defense for this shit. I have spent every waking moment on this project.
Except for when you take care of your kids, right?
I don't think Hasan knows what's coming. I feel it might be one of the best takedown videos of all time. It's coming together, but I've never been faced with such a daunting task.
yo, oh my god, chat. So as like Ethan is neglecting his own kids in order to edit a content nuke against Hasan, and god damn it, you see how many weights are back there? Chat, do you see that weight rack? Like, that's like a weight rack you'd have at LA Fitness, right? Because LA Fitness is there for me if I want to pick up, like, you know, 10s, and I don't know, I don't really want to get big, like, you know, biceps, right? If I want to pick up like 15 pounders and, like, you know, but there are also, if some dude comes in like that's fucking jacked and on all kinds of hot sauce, and he wants to like lift, I don't know, 85-pound ones, right? He's got like, right, I mean, that's the reason that you'd have all those, right? If you're Ethan Klein, you can throw the heavyweights away. You are never going to get to those. You are never going to get to those, sir. You don't need anything beyond, I don't know, 25 pounds, if I'm being real. Chat, can you imagine Canon Destiny height? But yeah, but it's this weird little thing. Like, he's an artist. Aamon is an artist, because we got Destiny here, and he's representing you know, both himself in, you know, the idea that Destiny lives in Ethan's basement, because all of this anti-Hasan stuff is just recycled Destiny, you know, slander from Destiny's community, right? But then at the same time, we got Destiny, who like left his own kid up to his own devices to the point where he became a Nick Fuentes fan. Right? So we're kind of representing both Destiny's you know, failure, I guess we could say at this point, as a father. It doesn't feel nice to say, but I mean, what am I gonna say when your kid's like a groiper? And then we got Ethan's, you know, like, he's the ghost of Christmas future. Do you get it? I've never lived, but gyms are scary. They can be. They can be scary places. Yeah, there's some connection here. There's some connection.
I find myself overwhelmed with the quantity of footage, and I have
10,
tried everything
9,
to avoid
8, 7, 6.
launching
Oh shit.
this nuclear bomb.
Fuck me, chat. I totally didn't tell you. You have 50 seconds left to put a butterfly in my hair. Oh my god. And we need 5 more. We need 5 more super chats to make it happen. I'm sorry. This is totally my fault. This is totally my fault. Oh my god, chat. I'm supposed to tell you before we get. Oh my god. Did I fuck it up? I might have fucked it up. Ben Shapiro countdown. He's like a 13-year-old with a beard. No lie. Really captured the soulless eyes of destiny, I'm guessing. Oh shit, there it goes. Boom. I don't know what to do, chat. Maybe since it was my fault that you didn't hit the butterfly goal. Rave with the super chat and the angry. You should be angry. It's my fault. It is my fault. Here, let me switch it to 5 super chats. 1 hour. Butterfly in my hair. Bong. Oh no. Oh my god, chat, I'm remembering oh my god, what's this guy's name? The guy that did music for Koyana Squatzy. The Philip Glass. Don't. I don't know. It sounds like a Philip Glass song. Then again, so does everything. There we go. All right, you got 1 hour to get. Let's say like 4, since Rave just hit a super chat. Let's say you only need 4 of those. And we're at 55. Who knew? Look at that.
But Hasan has continually provoked me and forced my hand.
Are you going to be watching Ethan's content, Nuke? The answer is, of course not.
Title of the show.
Yo, we got to get some time with that capybara, though. Like, I'm sorry, everybody. I know I'm taking forever to watch this.
Continually provoked me and forced my hand.
Are you going to...
So he did actually go and pet some capybaras, right? You know that there's a place not too far from me that it's a cat cafe. I don't know if they have other animals, but capybaras get along with everything. And I think, are they like native to here? Are capybaras native to Thailand? Why do I think capybaras are native to Thailand? I could be wrong. But yeah, I mean, like, this is just such an awesome thing, right? He nukes Hasan. Oh no, wait, that's actually not awesome. He nuked Hasan while Hasan was in Japan. I never thought of that, chat. Talk about dark historical parallels. I was going to say that's kind of cool because, I mean, the cool thing is that Hasan didn't care. Like, he's like, I'm going to destroy you, Hasan. Boom, nuke. And Hasan is just like petting a capybara dressed up like a cat girl maid. Right? He's basically a capybara himself at this point. They're native to the Amazon. Oh, I didn't know that. They're even friends with fucking crocodiles. Yeah, seriously, like capybara. Just it's something about.
Attack of the super chatted $5. I am often absent these days because of the later hours and my own stuff, but I still watch VODs from time to time, and I still love the stream folded hands.
That's my fault too. Attack of the Hank. Oh, I gotta figure out my shit. I don't know. There's got to be a better time that I can stream. You know me, right, chat? I take a long time to like get up in the morning and to get my brain. Like, even when I come on in the beginning, like my brain is like not, I'm like, what's that thing called where people vote for it, but it's not a politician? It's like and people are like ballot proposals. And I'm like, yeah, like a ballot proposal. So, you know what I mean? My brain's like in the trash in the morning. I don't know. I got to figure out something.
Going to be watching Ethan's content, Nuke? The answer is, of course not.
Title of the show is Hasan and Goons Are Evil, Cowardly Liars. Now, I, once again, am looking to not, to move on past it. Yeah, I'm just going to get into the Hasan stuff. This is the result of Hasan's activism. Hasan Piker, Hasan, propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter. Hasan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex. He probably sets up a mirror and jerks off watching himself.
I want to think about it.
We are thinking way too much about Hasan's dick right now. Way too much. I capybara. are a fish if you ask the Pope? I mean, that checks out.
Think about it. Hasan dropped new merch today, guys. What a dumb, cringy fucking tryhard. Please, can we just all point and make a circle around him and point and laugh? Can we please?
This is fucking wild.
Attack of the Super chatted $5. It's okay, an international move is a big change. It's awesome you're still streaming regularly at all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I gotta do something. Like, I either gotta get you the videos out. I gotta, you know, put out videos so that people can like watch individual segments or stream at a time where, I don't know. I even thought about maybe doing 2 short streams. Is that interesting to anybody? Maybe even one is about politics and the other is about like commentary, something like that. I don't know. There's got to be a better way. Some stuff in here because like I know I have. In fact, I even run into my early audience when I stream like super late like this. I run into like the pre-majority report audience, and they're there and they know about NCC, and like if I'm streaming while they're awake, they will come in here and be like, "Yo, you're actually streaming in a time that I can watch you? What the fuck? What gives?" Right? Yeah, there's like, I don't know. I just want to be.
Narwhal _ super chatted $5. That was the first time Hasan heard the D1CK thing.
D1CK, yeah, that is that's my never mind. Wait, that's the first time Hasan heard the D1CK. That's actually the model number of my monitor down here, the D1CK. It's in 4K. It's a 15-inch monitor. It's pretty the D1CK. Anyway, bad joke. I don't like the 1931 Dracula with music track. Wait, how did that happen? They redid 1931 Dracula with Philip Glass soundtrack. No problems with his music. My problem is how it's dubbed in. Oh, it's present through the entire movie. Ooh, yeah, that would be super weird. Right? I don't know. Honestly, the only thing that I can think of that Philip Glass's music really fits in is Koyana Squatsy. All right, let's go back to the dick. Ethan is ideating. Maybe he is a fan of Cronenberg. It's like a crash thing. It's like he's not actually attracted to Hasan's dick, but he just can't get it out of his mind somehow.
This is a result of Hasan's activism. Hasan Piker. Hasan. Propagandist. Lying.
Oh my god, we're T-posing.
Scumbag. Terrorist supporter. Hasan's the type of dude who watches himself.
Also, yeah, the IG. Wait, let me see the IGs.
Hasan Piker. Hasan.
Hasan called me stupid and said my video is bad, but wait. I'll even take it a step further. I bet that Ethan Klein, the capitalist, pays his housekeeper more than Hasan. Ours has health insurance, vision, dental, 40%, 401k, paid vacation and sick days, plus a very good salary. I'll donate 100,000 to charity if Hasan can prove he pays his housekeeper more than me. Wow.
Propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter.
Tank this shit. Wait, what is this?
I'm gonna get into the Hasan stuff. This is a result of Hasan's activism. Hasan Piker. Hasan.
Oh, tank this shit, foot soldiers. That's probably the oh my god, what's it called, chat? Trash Taste Anime. When he was on Trash Taste Anime, the video that he was on got brigaded.
Propagandist, lying scumbag.
Tank this foot. Oh no, it's Wiki Feet. Never mind. I get it. He's literally having people vote down Hasan's feet.
Terrorist supporter. Hasan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex. He probably sets up a mirror and jerks off watching himself.
I want to think about that, man.
Think about it.
Hasan dropped new merch today, guys. What a dumb, cringy fucking tryhard. Please, can we just all point, make a circle around him and point and laugh?
I mean, look, this is how he's used to dealing with everybody. What is a T-pose? It's what is it for digital models, right? When you're like, right, so this is Blender. I don't know how it works with this, but when you make like a digital model, like I guess one of the things that you do with it is you put it in a T-pose, what, for debugging or something? Isn't it kind of like a thing about coding video games that you put it in a T-pose? But then there's also all these videos where like somebody you know, says something like it's like a mic drop, and then all of a sudden you hear what is it, Gangster's Paradise? You hear the choir from Gangster's Paradise, and then they go like that, and they float up into the sky. It's basically like you turn into a god, I guess is the idea of what the T-pose is about. Let's see if I can find yeah, supposedly if you do a T-pose, you can fly. Okay, wait. Here's what I'm talking about. So like you're in the back rooms. There's an entity that does a T-pose. Okay, that was a sad ending. I thought it was just usually when something does a T-pose, it just like floats into the ceiling, but that one.
Can we please just fucking point and laugh at him? And why is this? Why do we allow?
Wait, it's a game bug that Bikame meme from Japanese games.
This should be illegal, and nobody cares. Somebody, please! It's insanely pathetic.
I'm about to.
Isn't it weird though? It's like chat. It's kind of like an evil dude that's got a button that, and they're just used to like pressing, like, you know, they bring somebody upstairs and they're like, you have disappointed me for the last time. They hit the button and the floor falls out from them. They fall into an alligator pit, right? They get consumed by alligators, and they're just used to taking care of it. Like everyone, you know, that bugs me, you know, like, right, you know, I hit the button, they fall through the floor, they get eaten by alligators. But it's like he did it this one time, and I don't know, the button doesn't work. The button doesn't work on Hasan. He's too big for your trapdoor, right? He straddles your trapdoor, and you're just like hitting the button again and again. You're like, why won't you fall down the hole like everyone else? Because in the past, chat, Ethan's been able to bully a lot of people. Now, some of them probably deserve to be bullied, like when we're talking about Vosh and Keffels and Tipster and the like. But obviously, some of them did not deserve the treatment that they got from Ethan. But it didn't matter because Ethan is Mr. Vape Nation. He's a big dude. He's a big YouTuber. He's an OG YouTuber. He's used to being able to essentially rat fuck everybody, which is not the same as docking for anyone out there keeping score.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. I'm sorry, doesn't everyone have a mirror in front of them during such activities to do Patrick Bateman flex? Why is Ethan shaming the most normal things that everyone does?
Right, it's totally normal to, yeah. Like, how are you going to get turned on otherwise, right? When you're the most beautiful creature in all of creation, you gotta do the narcissist thing and stare at your own reflection until you disappear. And by disappear, I mean achieve some kind of climax. And when you T-pose, yes, chat, doesn't everybody T-pose when they climax and float through the ceiling? Is that not a thing? Like Mr. Burns from The Simpsons? Yeah, basically, yeah, Chill Penguin. It's a lot like that, actually. His eyes are popping. Anyway, thank you for the super chat, Davy.
To hit Celestial, Nate. Where you at?
Celestial?
Yeah.
What is that? I don't even know what that is.
That's what it's called, right? The one after Grandmaster.
All right, where were we? I wanted to say Hasan.
Wait, anybody know what they're even talking about? Celestial? Are we talking about Halo? What is this? What video game that I have not played is this from?
Nate.
Why do we allow this? This should be illegal. And nobody cares.
He's like, everybody bully him. Everybody point and laugh at him. He's cringe. He's bad. Why is everybody cringing at me? You should be cringing at Hasan.
Somebody please. It's insanely pathetic.
I'm about to hit Celestial, Nate. Where you at?
It's gotta be, are we talking about Marvel Rivals? Is that Marvel Rivals?
Celestial?
Yeah.
What is that?
Is it like platinum for Marvel Rivals?
I don't even know what that is.
Like, you know how like in some games there's like bronze, silver, gold, platinum, right? Is that like the I only know this from Rocket League.
That's what it's called, right? The one after Grandmaster.
All right, where were we?
After Grandmaster is Celestial?
I wanted to say
Hasan is the human embodiment of the Che Guevara shirt sold at Hot Topic. He is that.
Got him.
Personified.
Were you thinking about that in the bathroom?
Yeah. I would love to open the stream, but I think things are too contentious.
He was thinking about Che Guevara in the bathroom? Oh wait, Celestials are from Marvel but wait, is it also from... Oh, the people got a butterfly! The people's butterfly has been achieved. Oh my god, chat, it's about to get really good here. Thank you for reminding me that. But wait, it is from Marvel Comics, but is it also maybe from, like, they sounded like they were talking about a video game.
the hallucinations start to feel a lot more real.
God damn it, that Gila is cursed. Wait, are we effing, chat? Are we for real effing? Anybody else get an F? Oh, here's the stupid sexy Hasan. The Kraken.
The hallucinations start to feel a lot more real.
Is that Maid Cafe, Hila?
Whoa. It's a little catty and weird, considering I feel like our conflict at this point runs so deep. But I'm gonna pull it up anyway. Fuck it.
Out of context would be to talk to me face to face instead of just watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait, that's what I'm. Wait. How does he know I'm watching already?
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Here we go.
Come on, Ethan, wake up.
Okay, so anybody want to put bets? What anime disaster are we going to get depicted here? We've had the Eclipse from Berserk. We've had the Human Instrumentality Project from Evangelion. What possibly could go on here?
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
That is not anti-Semitism. The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews. It is a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men, for that matter. And this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible.
Now, somebody tells me, so like Ethan's going to point at everything and call it anti-Semitism, especially if it's from Hasan. But somebody tells me that there's like a deep. Oh wait, what's the reflection? Is the reflection Hila? Do you see the reflection in Sam's glasses? Is that Hila? Is that Hila's eyes that we're seeing? I can't tell. But also somebody's like I've heard people say that there's something weird that Steven Crowder said about Sam Seder's eyes, like comparing him to the Velveteen Rabbit. That's like a weird anti-Semitic dog whistle, implying that like if you're Jewish, you don't have a soul or something. I don't. Am I anywhere close to? Am I anywhere close to what the meaning of that dog? I think that's the reason that Sam's eyes are like fuchsia, but I don't quite get it. Can't believe that Ethan thought Sam Seder would be on his side. Yeah, that does seem. Oh, it said he had beady eyes.
Frankly.
No, wait, Hasan's got the same color, so it's not. But yeah, I didn't. The Velveteen Rabbit, like, I'm sorry, I understand. Like, I get a lot of, I see a lot of anti-Semitism. Usually, I'm the one with the glasses from, They Live that sees the anti-Semitic dog whistle, but the Velveteen Rabbit thing just fucking lost me. I guess there's some anti-Semitism that Velveteen Rabbit, beady little soulless eyes is the trope. Jesus Christ, is that why? Is that what Aamon brought in? Buster like brought in the Arthur characters too. Love that Sam Seder and Maya's models are the only ones that look normal. Yeah, you're right. Actually, fairly normal. Beady eyes in and of itself is an anti-Semitic thing. The stereotypical Turkish smile. Velveteen is a kind of fabric, not a color. I don't know. I just know that there was a dog whistle in that Steven Crowder said in the debate against Sam Seder, and it just like it went over my head. And I try to figure these things out, right? Take off your glasses and show us those Velveteen Rabbit eyes. Is that what he said to Sam? That was his comeback. Like I mean, I get it. Like the idea, the reason right wingers do anti-Semitic dog whistles is like that. It's like if the dog whistle's directed at you, usually you're gonna get it, right? But if it's for other people like me that don't get that, this is we're like, wait, did he say something wrong? Was there something? He was just talking about the Velveteen Rabbit, and it's there.
Docking when two guys get together and like one has a circumcised penis.
Bear in mind, never forget, as this war rages on, just remember why I'm doing this. Because every one of you motherfuckers that I said I'm coming for, that I hold responsible, guess what? It's only a matter of time. I can't wait for videos crying, Ethan's suing me. Ethan,
what is going on with Hila?
Stalking me. Ethan's all this. Yup! I'm doing all that! Here's the thing, Anissa and Ian. I just want you to know. I want you guys to know something. Look at me. This is me. I win, you lose. And you will continue to lose. And I'll tell you why. Because I'm not done. I'll never be done. I will never be done with you. That's how much you've betrayed me and how much I want you to know how much you lose and I win.
Do I want to go down this rabbit hole with Ethan? Like, part of me wants to figure out exactly what he thinks about Hasan, like exactly why he's so mad, right? I mean, there's obviously shit that he says for effect. But then, sometimes he gets kind of real, like when he starts talking about Hasan stealing his audience. I think that's real. I think that he's got a complex, right? That because, his downfall and Hasan's upswing we're kind of close together. I mean, not exactly, right? He's gotten suckered into this idea that, I don't know, Hasan was like that Hasan connived to steal his audience, right? That Hasan set this whole thing up. Oh yeah, I'm going to go on this guy's show, accuse him of being a Zionist, and then, I'll take all the left-wingers from his audience. When in reality, the person that seems to do drama strategically and is actually pretty good at that, and has drank a few people's milkshakes before, it's actually Ethan, right? So Ethan's complex is that, oh my God, he Ethan Kleined me, right? He did the same thing that I've done to a million different people, flipping on the drama switch and profiting from that. Hasan has done that to me. And I don't think he did. I don't think Hasan had any intention of being part of Ethan's downfall. Ethan will flip his wig when he sees this. Yeah, what is today's Tuesday or Wednesday, actually, if we're being real. So no, there's no H3 show on Wednesday. God damn. Yeah, the only chance we'll get of seeing Ethan react to this before Friday would be if he decides to put out a video reacting to it. Didn't even catch Gila the first time. Oh wait, is that the idea that she's like a Gila monster? Is that the joke there? I think he thinks Hasan is some puppet master that made everyone hate him. Yeah, like he really does ascribe malice to Hasan, which I don't think could possibly be there. First person who romantically touched him was oh yeah, I mean, that's a theory. Ethan denies it, but he does seem to have been an incel before meeting Hila. But isn't that what he accuses iDubbbz of? Isn't that literally the same thing that he says about iDubbbz? That no one wanted to touch him until Anissa, and that therefore he's controlled by her? You'll probably have oh, that's true. Oh, wait. You're right. There is a less than 0 chance. Let's see. Let's take a look, chat. If you'll indulge me for just a second, and then we'll finish watching this video. Let's see what's going on Twitter. Because if there's going to be a Ethan Klein. Oh wow, look at that! It made the news, the Twitter news, whatever the fuck this cursed shit is. Legend of Ethan Klein is out now. Go watch it. Oh, he did. Look at that. That's definitely I'm kind of. Oh, okay. I'll have to come back to that one because you haven't seen it yet. Yeah, you haven't seen where that one. What is this?
Things have been heating up, actually, and I invited FaZe Rain to call into the show, and I was dismayed to see that he was not taking it seriously.
That is actually a pretty good hat, though.
I'm seeing he sent a follow-up DM. He said, I'm good. Well, first he asked me what time. I told him what time, and then he said, I'm good. I don't think H3 truly cares for the situation and just wants content. I don't want a soul to think I'm doing this for anything other than standing up for what's right. Thank you anyways. FaZe up.
Do I just care about the content?
Content, ego, attention. Yeah, basically.
You know what? You know what?
Actually, he's right.
I will say he's... no, he's not right. I care about way more things than that.
You don't care about FaZe Clan? Come on.
I care deeply about everything. I care deeply about holding these guys accountable. Well, actually, it is kind of fucked up. But he's accusing one of the founding FaZe members of having sex with two 16-year-olds, which is pretty fucked up. So I do care about that, actually.
Yeah, as much as the commentary channels care about justice for the victims of Mama Max, Ethan cares about this stuff. Yeah, it's just like the Aamon Animation thing is blowing up. I mean, everything else seems to be from a few days ago. The Passport Bro. Even real? Like, I know he's lost a lot of weight, but that seems like... the sort of thing you get banned from Ethan Klein's community for? Okay, I'm spoiling it. I'm spoiling it. I gotta stop spoiling it. Wait.
I saw this like a week ago, and I fucking died.
Yeah, this is probably the funniest meme I've ever seen.
I didn't want to share it for
yeah.
It went mainstream.
Someone said he looks like he's hiding a zombie bite from the group. Yeah, and that's what that's basically, this is what Aamon Animation was playing with.
For real.
This?
Yeah.
Where?
I just thought it was so goofy.
It was on Twitter, it was on Instagram, meme pages were reposting it.
Someone said he looks like he's hiding the zombie bite from the group.
That's true. I see it.
You're like concerned.
I don't know why my face looks so like this. I think someone must have edited this.
I'm sure,
Yeah,
but
okay.
it
Clearly. Clearly.
Bro, stop.
No,
Look
the saturation
There's like
is turned
weird
up.
age and saturation stuff.
I don't know. I don't know. Look, I've gotten weirder pictures from hitting pause at random points.
I don't think it's aged. I think it's just slightly saturized.
No, that ain't normal. Somebody definitely.
I don't know, man.
No, it's only saturation or.
You know what? I'm gonna say. You guys are like, oh, Ethan needs to disclose that the feed. Let's defend Hasan at every fucking corner
Nobody's
in every
defending
possible way.
anything. Oh, shut
His
up.
feet are not that big. The minute that this meme, everybody's laughing about how terrible I look. It's like, oh,
It's not about terrible.
No, it's your
not about you
concerned
looking
look.
terrible. It's the look on your face.
That is not original, bro. You can tell on the edges. It's It's not.
What?
It's not.
Okay.
It's
I don't think
edited, bro.
Looks like Ethan to me.
Maybe.
You know,
okay.
let's just defend Hasan more.
I want
please.
to see
You guys
the
are
original now.
All
Because I
this
think
is doing is
What the fuck? I don't see any difference.
proving the point that you
Okay, there is a difference in saturation.
would hide the bite.
That's
from
like
us.
that's like it, and you would hide the bite from them. You would 100% be the person to hide the bite.
I don't think it's that change.
Also, you do look great. Like, you have a funny
Yeah, you don't
face.
look like
that.
that.
I don't think you.
Like, you look very sexy for a person that's about to turn into a zombie. Yeah, definitely.
That's
I
what
don't
I
wanna
don't
hear
You
it.
look beautiful,
No.
gorgeous even.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
doesn't-
I don't
you have
know.
nothing to say
You
about
look
this.
gorge.
I don't want to hear it.
I want the
I don't
truth
think
just
it's
like
edited.
you.
So was this like a is this like a snark thing or is this?
Oh no! Brains. Brains. Okay, so I guess we're gonna have to watch the rest of this for you to understand that last meme. Anyway, we got 5 minutes left.
Understand, Anissa? And I'm not even talking to I don't. How much? I'm not done.
Oh my god, this part is so good though, chat. Because I've always thought that this shit that Ethan says right here is like one of the scariest things I've ever seen. He legit are they trying to make him look like Kenny from the Walking Dead from the game? from the Telltale game. He's strongly with that baseball hat. He looks more like Kenny than Kenny.
Coming for, and I hold responsible. Guess what? It's only a matter of time. I can't wait for videos crying, Ethan's suing me, Ethan's stalking me, Ethan's all this. Yup! I'm doing all that! Here's the thing, Anissa and Ian.
He's like, yup, I'm a zombie eating people. That's right.
I just want you to know. I want you guys to know something.
Oh, that's the reference with Hila. Thank you, Dirk Strider. They made her look like a Left 4 Dead spitter. Okay.
Look at me. This is me. I win.
It's a Kenny. It's fucking Kenny.
You lose.
I mean, zombie Kenny, but.
And you will continue to lose, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm not done. I'll never be done. I will never be done with you. That's how much you've betrayed me, and how much I want you to know.
Pure supervillain cope.
How much you lose, and I win. Do you understand, Anissa? And I'm not even talking to
Undo.
He's insignificant. He's gone. I want you to understand something. I am never gonna be done. When you see this, you know that this one watch, is probably worth more than your entire worldly possessions.
It's an original Jar Jar Binks. Yeah, they don't make those anymore. That's like a, what would that be? Circa like 1998 or something? Yeah, that's probably worth some money.
And that upsets you because you're jealous, you're bitter, you lost everything, and you look at me, you see me, because me and Ian were in the same place, right? We came from the same place. And look,
are these actual voice clips? Yeah, that's one thing that that's part of Amon's method, is it's always the original audio. I don't think there's even exceptions to that. I think he always works with original audio.
Look where I am, and look where you are. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend. It responded to it live with zero hesitation.
Is it illegal to ship shit? Like,
by the way, Anissa reached out. She wants to meet at the Motel 6
we find out what this guy is, can we ship him shit?
Weinstein, Ryan Kavanaugh. This is a really good experiment. Actually, you know what?
Kind of looks like Harvey Weinstein.
That's what I've been saying, bro. We made a whole website dedicated to that. Wait, that's what I've been saying, bro.
He pushed the button so many times that the button ceased to exist. That's fucking crazy, chat. He literally erased his whole crash out. But in doing so, he also erased himself. And so now he must pay the existential price.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that. When you listen to Hasan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how free it feels for people, or just it's a beautiful place. It is. There frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically, anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything. They literally put.
Joey says even the good things he rewinded to was him profiting off of excessively harassing another person. That's the whole thing. Has he posted an IG yet? I'm going to show you that in a second. Literally, Alan Wake. Wait, is this an There's usually a video game thing involved, so it might be. I haven't played Alan Wake. Maybe I should. Probably I should. Everybody says it's really good. Davy says, I think having a button that lets you cut out anything you do has some absolutely crazy stuff. Yeah, it affects your brain or your spirit, your psyche. Death Stranding reference. Wait, which one is the Death Stranding? You can meet every kind of white person in Israel. I wonder if that's true about Thailand. Probably not.
Fucking command centers under hospitals. That's not even debated.
900,000 Jews, approximately 7 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to the fucking Arabs.
What music is this? This music is probably a reference. Also, this thing is like the only reference I'm getting from this is the that's kind of the cow from the Jordan Peterson video. Like the cow that Jordan Peterson hallucinates, but then there's like what the fuck is that, chat? Like an angel with like a hollow ring on its chest, like he wanted to destroy anyone who dared critique Israel and their ideology. Yeah, it melted his brain. It's just like the end from Death. Okay, this is like, do I need to look at the chest halo? Wait, what? Do I need to look at the Death Stranding 1 ending to understand this? It's a lolcow. That, yeah, you're definitely right about that. Anarcho-arachnid. The golden calf. Yeah, I kind of figured that's in there too, although it's not. You can't see it being gold, but biblically accurate Biden. Wait, that's Biden. Yeah, it kind of does look like Biden. Gaza and Ethan's remaining community is so cooked. They're saying Aamon to put him in hell. Yeah. Oh shit! I didn't even get that. Dirk Strider, you're right. This isn't hell. This is, if it is hell, then hell is a place on earth. And what's her fuck that did the song about heaven being a place on earth needs to redo the song to, I don't know. Belinda Carlisle, I guess is who I'm thinking. Red cows. Oh, the red heifer. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. So the end times evangelical Christians think that they Jews retaking all of biblical Israel, which would include parts of the West Bank, would is one of the things that evangelical Christians think will bring about the end times and the return of Jesus and the forced conversion of the remaining Jews after the rest of them are unalived, right? This is but then there's like a red heifer thing too, where that's part of some prophecy. A lot of this Christian Armageddon stuff isn't even really in the Bible. It's just shit that they made up in the 1800s. Not golden, the red ginger cow that religious group sacrificed recently. So it's about the cow being sacrificed? I thought it was being born. They need a red cow with no white hairs. Damn. He's the legend. He's the legend. The voiceover was Ethan saying he wants to show how beautiful Israel is. And it pans to, what Gaza looks like. Yeah, good point. Or else ellipsis. Greater Israel is a huge area of land, and it absolutely comports with Israel's actions. Isn't the red heifer the Antichrist? I don't know. I don't know where the red heifer, I read the book of Revelations. It was one of the better reads in the Bible, right? The Old Testament was pretty good, right? But the New Testament was a sleeper. And I think I just skipped past it all. I got to the book of Acts. I hadn't read Philip K. Dick yet, so Acts didn't make any sense to me. And then I skipped forward some more to the Revelations, and Revelations, you know, gotta say, highly recommended. It's a good read. But I don't remember the red heifer. I remember the dragon and the whore of Babylon and the crowns and the riders and all that. I don't remember the red heifer. Is that shit actually in the Bible?
Was I owned?
What do you think, chat?
Wow, Ethan, great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
Well, that's awesome. Amon included the links to support Denim's, Casey Tron, and Brogan. Yo, those mice are cute. Wait, are those gerbils? I think they're gerbils. Wait, what was on the right hand side of the names? Top donors. Wait, so Ethan Klein did donate? I'm guessing for the Sam Seder one a long time ago. No, you're right. It says Ethan Klein right there. Yo. Oh my god, what the fuck? No! Oh my god, of course. We're just fully into the meme songs, aren't we? We're just fully into the meme songs today. I'm gonna get demonetized, chat. Feels bad. Oh no, Sam Seder, what a nightmare. Is there any other Easter eggs that I didn't pick up on?
Curie, Darth Sunshine, Overa, Dan F, Ferrars, Tom Servo 5, Saddle 88, Jerkwad Jerk Squad, Seth Baker, Milton Friedman, Carl Sagan Deluxe, Listopia, Weregamer, Gustavo Aguiar, Holland Randall, Luke Stein, Kaylee Vision, Scry Gordons, Randalino, KH, CHB, Brandon Scott, No Need for Topics, CE Spooner, Josh Yag. So, this year has been rather insane. The real world events ended up outpacing me beyond what I ever anticipated. As a result, I will be making a big video on Trump, Elon, Epstein, and everything else that happened this year as my next big project. I may make more than just that, but that's the plan. It's been 4 years now since Sam Seder, Stephen Robbins, and the Majority Report crew, and others, helped me raise funds to get a powerful computer. To this day, I am deeply grateful for your help. It changed my life, and I'll keep going as long as I can. My power has finally been restored. So thank you all, and farewell.
Sam. Aw. How nice of a computer do you have to run Blender? Is it But anyway, chat, this makes more sense now, doesn't it? The insinuation that I support Netanyahu or the IDF is such an oft-repeated and unsupported lie, it's difficult to attribute to anything but bigotry. I think September 30th. That's yeah, I think that's him. I think that's him commenting on I think that's about the Aamon animation video. Just like clockwork, Ethan Klein doesn't understand. You can't just apologize 2 years into a genocide for one bad thing you said. And well, okay, no, they're not attributing it to the 6 hours ago. When did this video came out? 17 hours ago. There's Casey Tron. Okay, so there it is. So the person posting it, H4 Productions, is saying it's the sort of thing you get banned from Ethan Klein's community for. New 15-minute Aamon animation video about Ethan. With grace and everyone looks the fool at the end of the day. Oh, wait, that got... Look at that. That got voted down. Wait, that seems to be somebody saying, hey, look, he made everybody look silly. He made everybody look monstrous. It's okay. We can take a joke, right, guys? Right? Negative 31. Wrong. The H3 community does not agree with you, right? They do not want to take a joke, right? And then it literally had Ethan, the response is, it literally had Ethan and Netanyahu in hell together. At the end, there was no grace. Yo, but look at this. Look at this. That was Gaza, not hell, by the way. Edit, I got permabanned for this comment? Censorship crazy on the... What the fuck? Wait, so if you get permabanned, you can still edit a comment? You just can't make any new comments? God, Reddit is... and yeah, they're talking about this right here. Right, they're talking about this... Yeah, this moment. They thought that was supposed to be hell. It was Netanyahu, and I mean, I guess because the bull is there. I don't know. No, I mean that's not hell. That's that's what it looks like inside an apartheid open air prison camp that's been targeted for genocide. Huh. That is... the zombie bite thing. There were a few people who are convinced it was all a joke and that Ethan will love it. I mean, oh god, they're reading it wrong. Look, it was pointed. And look, I think the secret here, or like the key, right? If you didn't get the tone, if you were confused at all,
was I owned?
more than by iDubbbz, more than by Hasan, more than by Denims, more than even by himself. Yes, Ethan, you were owned. Yeah. So ironically, the people on Ethan's subreddit that are saying, no, that really was, having a go at Ethan, like that was going after Ethan, like, right? That's correct. But the correct way the smartest way that the community could deal with it is just be like, oh yeah, it was just a funny little animation. Yeah, what? No, they that absolutely, that was brutal. There's so much truth. There is so much fucking truth in this thing. And it's like the kind of truth that you don't get, I don't know, you don't get from like a video on YouTube. You don't get from, reading a blog posting, right? You don't even get this like in like Aamon Animations straight up owned Ethan with art. That's what that was. And it is, yeah. Like, yeah, he wasn't portraying Ethan as being in hell, but that video is absolutely damning. Absolutely damning. Him and Bibi have the same talking points and Islamophobic opinion. He said he can say he hates Bibi all he wants. At the end of the day, yeah, and at the end of the day, what Ethan was doing was helping Bibi in his own small way, right? Not to puff him up too much. He's not anywhere near as influential as he was back in the day, but he buys into the same framing. Yeah, that's what I keep on saying about Ethan, is that he's got like, he says that he is like anti-Likud, anti-Netanyahu. Obviously, the right-wing coalition that Netanyahu is a part of is comprised of more than just Likud. But he can say that he is against the, right-wing ultra-nationalist forces of Israeli politics all that he wants. At the end of the day, he still finds himself carrying water. God damn, chat. So we hit the butterfly goal. We're at 88 out of 100 for the bonus goal. It feels like a good time to play some Soul Hackers. No, not Soul Hackers 2. Come on. I know I have this on. Oh my god, I just can't remember. Oh, wait. How do I play it? This is by far Amon's greatest work. Yeah, I think so too. I think it's pretty amazing. So chat, here's the deal. We're at 88 out of 100. I'm gonna try to play a video game because, again, we've hit the video game goal twice now. But I will switch back to bonus content as soon as what year is the game? It is like 1998 or 99. I think 99. But like what I'm looking for now is I think it's on the Saturn. Video games, yeah. Here, let me put on Hasan's reaction to this while I try to figure out how to make this game work.
Not a single dissenting.
And chat, I just want everybody to understand, I'm totally playing this with a Sega Saturn. I just have to find it. Obviously, you know, I'm here in Thailand. The first thing I did was buy a Sega Saturn and a copy of Soul Hackers, right? I can't remember exactly where I put it, so I'm gonna have to look for it.
Voice with his straight up radical anti.
Oh, by the way, all of these clips are real. Obviously, they're real things that Ethan has said. That he's just as Aamon does. Like, none of this is like AI or anything. This is all real statements that he's made. He's just obviously making the images. We'll do the Aamon, the Legend of Ethan Klein. This was a big deal for many in this community, for the unemployed. I mean, shouts out to Aamon. Obviously, I'm a fan of his work. Let's take a look.
We are being sued for copyright infringement. And it's been hanging over our lives like a cloud these past months.
Yeah.
We are being sued by Bold Guy, aka Matt Haas Zone. We did our thing and we made a reaction video about him on our second channel, Ethan and Eli. And I think the heart and soul of this is like that he doesn't like that we made fun of him, and so he's suing us.
Wow, Ethan, great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
Oh, hi there. It's me, your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys too. I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hasan Piker, the Leftovers podcast, which we made broadly.
Okay, bro. Really? Why am I catching strays again, bro? Aamon, stop presenting me like I have a tiny head, okay? I do not have a tiny head. I have a normal-sized head. This is bullshit. This is bullshit, okay? This is bullshit. I have a normal-sized head. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows I have the best head size that has ever existed in the history. From the standpoint of sizes, I've got the best sized head. I'm suing him.
To goof on the antics of the right. And we went on making the show for about 2 years and everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem. That was until this happened.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
I can't believe how unimaginably the presentation of this real context puke was, and how many people actually fell for it too. Like, if the number is more than one person that watched that and went, you know what, this is scary, that is really damaging for where we're at, okay? That is really, really damaging for where we're at in society. So, I mean, obviously it wasn't like a super consequential thing. Having said that, however, it did hurt my soul to see so many white liberals think like, no, this man is the true voice for the Palestinian liberation movement, and this other scary Muslim guy seemingly loves terrorism. It just goes to show how clip chimps affect discourse. I mean, not really. You mean damning? Well, damning, yes, not damaging. You're right. It was so crazy because that whole video was deep fried and mostly unintelligible. I saw a thread on their subreddit about how someone casually showed it their group of friends. Slowly but surely, they started seeing that you were a terrorist. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, they unironically think that this, like, very obvious targeted smear campaign, especially in this day and age when, like, most people have actually realized that I was advocating for what they also now see as the truth. It's crazy that there are still people who go like, I'm pro-Palestine, but honestly, like, this Hasan guy who was there from the start was actually doing it in the wrong way. If only he was doing it in the right way, then things would be different. And the right way would be if I guess was saying what I was saying but also wasn't Muslim and my name wasn't Hasan. I guess that would be the right way to do it, right? Because like he's done this kind of shit to all of his naysayers, but obviously it has like a way less successful approach when it's like Sam Seder. When he calls Sam Seder a token Jew, most people, even in his audience, were like, okay, dude, calm down. Or when he does this to like Matt Lieb, right? Like when he tries to hit people in the same, with the same rhetoric, when he tries to do that to like Jewish people, obviously more people look at that and go, I don't know about this, right? To be fair, saying shit like Houthis are very musical people are kind of cringe. I know, I should have been saying that Houthis were actually demonstrating the only dignified response by being the only country in the region that actually stood up against the genocidal regime of Israel, instead of saying that they were musical people. Do you think that was my only commentary about the Ansar Allah regime? Do you still have this level of resentment towards that statement? Are you delusional to what has happened since then? Yeah, they are following the standards set by the West in terms of international rules, okay? They are the only ones who are seemingly abiding by the idea that genocide is unacceptable.
Okay, I got it.
And the entity that is causing this must at the very least, suffer financial repercussions. Go ahead. And yes, many countries in the region, not just Yemen,
Do I have it?
do make musicals. Who gives a shit? Yeah, I'm not ashamed of what I've said. I don't think it's cringe at all. Come on, go ahead. Talk to me. What do you have to say?
And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? Was Hasan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the planet, dude. The irony of this clip compilation aspect, by the way, was me talking about how liberals get duped by Republicans. Think about that for a second. I addressed all of this, obviously, when I was doing the context puke.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, I hate liberals, dude. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Dude, did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend? What else is someone this sociopathic capable of?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the planet.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
Hello, everybody. This is Ethan Klein, host of the H3 Show. All right, so obviously I'm about to have a really uncomfortable conversation about Hasan. And, you know, I wanted to do a really fun episode about Twilight today, but blame it on the anti-Semites. The openness and brazenness with anti-Semitism has left me no choice. I have no choice. But I'm hallucinating, according to Hasan. Well, let's see if I'm hallucinating. The big story breaking right now is that since October 7th, which has blocked the entire country of Israel from making new accounts. Secretly, silently, no statement, no explanation.
Yes. It turns out he was hallucinating that. For those of you who don't know, that was quite literally a hallucination.
Has blocked an entire country. How does that happen? The word Israel is considered a invalid word when you're trying to make an account. User from Israel.
You know what?
But hold on. Before you answer.
Yeah.
But why does then both Palestine and Hamas are acceptable? This guy's name is I Love Hamas 123, that word. Yeah, well, apparently that's dope. In Hasan, it's by Hasan, and in his community, I Love Hamas 123 is just another member of his community. I'm being real. It's just way too many coincidences. Hasan is on the homepage of that website every time I go there.
He's the most viewed live streamer live right now.
Yeah, because they keep putting him at the top page every day.
Yeah, but yeah.
And what's crazy is there's nobody on the entire platform to call him out. Nobody. They've all been banned. Nobody. There's no.
Well, thank God there were people. Asmongold, for the record. There are people. Asmongold.
Not a single dissenting voice with his straight up radical anti-American.
Oh, by the way, all of these clips are real. Obviously, they're real things that Ethan has said. that he's just as Aamon does. Like none of this is like AI or anything. This is all real statements that he's made. He's just obviously making the images.
American, anti-Semitic, pro-China, pro-Russia, pro-terrorism takes. This is fringe, psychotic shit that is not normal. And it is the only acceptable voice on Twitch. Explain that to me. How is there not one dissenting voice on that entire platform?
Snails are kind of doing the thing that people meme about, like docking penises, basically.
I don't know what that means.
Docking, when two guys get together and like one has a circumcised penis and the other one doesn't, and then the non-circumcised penis you like put into the circumcised penis, basically. Like you unfold the uncircumcised part of the penis, like the tip, and then you put the circumcised penis in it like this, like a spaceship docking.
And they just touch. It's not
Yeah,
like,
it's kind of like that.
is that sexual or is that just a joke?
I don't know.
I don't think that it's like that at all.
This is Nazi shit! S-tier race? Are you kidding me? And they're trying to run defense. Hasan and all these people are running defense for this shit.
I have spent every waking moment on this project.
Except for when you take care of your kids, right?
I don't think Hasan knows what's coming. I feel it might be one of the best takedown videos of all time. It's coming together, but I've never been faced with such a daunting task. I find
Let's hope I don't fuck anything up here.
Of footage and
oh yes, it's working. It's working.
To avoid
7.
Okay, wait. Oh, geez. This is scary. This is scary. Oh, it works, chat. Sort of works. Okay, this is epic. Oh my god. Oh, except for the speed. Yeah, so chat, I couldn't find my Sega Saturn. I had to dig out my old 3DS to play this. The docking convo gets me too, yeah. All right, so here's the deal. We are, wait, let me try to make sure that I've got the, what am I missing here? That, all right, copy that. And then add that, look at that. So yeah, that's the bonus goal. What else do we need? Okay, so chat, this is a retro JRPG from the 90s. I don't know how to mute it though. Oh, look at that. It's like, that's like old school computer shit, right? Look, oh my god, chat, is that Elon? It sort of is. That was x.com. Okay, what the fuck is this game? Oh shit, we got the crypto chip. Chat, there's crypto. There's crypto in this, and there's runes, apparently. Okay, so you use that thing to summon shit? I just got back. Wait, this is the intro. Yeah, this is the intro to Soul Hackers. This is like the actual game. I had to dig out my 3DS. So here's the deal, chat. We're 88 out of 100. When I get to 100, I have every intention to do the bonus content that that gets chosen. So we're 12 points away from that happening. I'm gonna play a little Soul Hackers. That's Amami City. I'm not sure where the airport is. I think those are like... Wait, some of those are personas, right? Yeah, it's a gun phone. Actually, it's a gun... It's like a gun iPad. Okay, so it sounds like the speed is working now. Oh, no, I fucked it up. Okay, I gotta mute this somehow. Would love to be able to find the volume. Speed is 100%. What about the volume? Where's the volume? Press any button? What? Any button on my controller? Oh, look at that. Okay, so we can at least pause it like that. All right, so that I can explain what we're doing here, because we haven't played video games in a really long time. And I probably wasn't doing it in the right way back before then. Obviously, chat, I am primarily a... God damn it, really? I am a commentary streamer. I would say the politics word, but apparently that's a bad word right now, so I gotta pretend. No, we're just doing commentary here. It's just commentary slop. But yeah, I did have the goal for video games on the on the, you know... Oh my god, come on. Are you serious? No, I just need to get it to like a place where... What is voice? What does that do? Voices on or off. Toggle voices in game. Or auto advance. Auto advance I think is on. Start game. I just need it to pause would be great. Can I press pause button? 5 years ago, the urban modernization project proposed by the government completely changed the face of this sleepy country town. Is it Morio? No, it's Amami City. It's a rebirth of Amami City as a new cyber metropolis. The city completely connected to the network. Look at that, chat. It got connected.
Our next story tonight concerns the upcoming virtual city Paradigm X. While its public opening
Can I pause it?
soon, creator Algonsoft is reportedly being flooded with beta applications. The number of users is so great that the company is unable to shut down the site for new user registrations.
Uh-oh.
We will continue our coverage of
That sounds like an opportunity waiting to happen.
as the story unfolds.
Hey, how about here? You're a member of the great hacker group, the Spookies. You ought to be able to pull this off at least. See? It's deserted around this terminal. It's the perfect place to do a little remote hacking, don't you
Little
think?
remote hacking, okay. Okay, so it's paused. I would say that that's as close to a pause state as I'm gonna get. I didn't know about Umami City, but the Umami City certainly has flavor. Yeah, I've had kids of the future turn violent. Well, you got to when you're dealing with, like, you know, rough customers like the proprietor of Paradigm X himself, whatever his name happens to be. I'm sure it's not Elon. Chat, I'm sure his name isn't Elon. But anyway, the way that this is going to work is that we're 12 points from 100. When we get to 100, I'm going to switch it up and go back to doing, I'll do a little bit more React content. What do we got on the thing right now? Yeah, Ezra Klein versus Tanahesi Coats is way ahead. Second place, Not So Erudite versus Jesse Lee Peterson. And then Trump and Hegseth and Jillian Michaels and PBD tied for fourth. So if you've donated already, feel free to let me know. Put your money where your mouth is. Which of these topics you want to see? And if we get 12 more points on the bonus goal thing, I'll switch over, and I will. How are you unable to shut down the site? Just unplug, cut electric? I don't know. I mean, chat. These are like, you know, 90s people. Could you even explain how to do something on a computer to a 90s person? It sounds like a challenge. How soon are we trying to get back to contact? Well, just whenever it happens, that's when I'll switch, right? And then I'll do you know, one bonus content thing, and then I'll switch back to video gaming. And if we hit 200, then I'll do the second one. It'll be like that. That's how we're doing it. Right? It's a little different. It's a little. Does that make sense? Chuck my 2 Aussie fivers on Anna. There we go, Rave. Thank you. Thank you for helping me to illustrate what I am trying to do here. Anna Kasparian has got, let's say, 7. I think that's about right. I don't know. I'm not great at converting. But yeah, it's just basically like it's so that I can satisfy the gaming frogs, but at the same time keep people that are here for commentary. Was Wi-Fi even a thing? I don't think so, was it? When was Wi-Fi invented? Anybody know? Let's find out. Technology history. Wait, I'm gonna find out Wi-Fi was invented in the 80s or something. When was Wi-Fi invented? 1997? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, so they invented it in 1997. They improved it in 1999. The technology was built on foundational concepts like frequency hopping, developed during World War II. It solved the problem of the multiple path propagation thanks to C0 scientists in Australia. Wow. In 1991, wait, what the fuck is this? Yeah, they said it was introduced on 21st of September. Holy shit, chat. It was almost exactly 27 years ago. In 1991, in the city of Nieuwegein, mispronouncing that, Nieuwegein, I'm guessing in the Netherlands, the NCR Corporation, kind of like the NCC Corporation, I don't know, and AT&T invented the precursor to 802.11, intended for use in cashier systems under the name WaveLAN. In 1985, ruling by the U.S. Federal Communication Commission released parts of the ISM bands for unlicensed use for communication in the United States. These frequency bands included the same 2.4 gigahertz band. Sound familiar? Used by equipment such as microwave ovens? I didn't know that. Chat, if you have an old microwave, will it fuck with your Wi-Fi if you have 2.4? In 1989 in Australia, a team of scientists began working on wireless LAN technology. A prototype testbed for a wireless local area network, WLAN, was developed in 1992 by a team of researchers from the Radiophysics Division of CSIRO, Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organization in Australia, led by John O'Sullivan. A patent for Wi-Fi was lodged by CSIRO in 1992. But then the first version of the protocol was released in 1997, provided 2 megabit per second link speeds, updated in 1992 with the 802.11b to permit 11. Okay, so it more than 5-tupled its speed in 2 years. Wow. Okay, well that's yeah, did they have Wi-Fi in Soul Hackers? Let's make sure. When do we know when this game Soul Hackers? I mean, obviously the game takes place in the future, I'm guessing. When did the game come out? 1997. Yo, chat, this game was like out the same year that Wi-Fi went like live, November 13th. Yo, chat, September 25th, 1997, Wi-Fi is released, right? November 13th, 1997, Soul Hackers is released for the Sega Saturn. Now, the version we're playing is the 3DS version, so it's also on PlayStation in 1999. That seems like Japan only. Okay, so that's why we have to play this one, is that I don't think there was actually an English version of the Sega Saturn. I think I had a Windows XP in 2002, but no Wi-Fi. I still remember all the cables in the back of the PC. So annoying. I still have that problem. That's why I have my PC turned around. Is this Soul Hackers? This is. The 2 big innovations of 1997, true. It's pronounced CSRIO. Okay. It's not C0. That would explain a lot of early days interception was because of microwaves. I remember getting weird noises a few seconds before a call or text. Wi-Fi routers have multiple channels they can broadcast on, and if you have a device that interferes, you can switch Wi-Fi to channel 6 or 11. Yeah, this is the original Soul Hackers, originally on the... Sorry, I shouldn't say it's the original Soul Hackers. This is the 3DS version from, I guess, 2013. Was released in North America in April, and then September it was released to the EU and to Australia. So the English version, it seems to, yeah, be 2013. So yeah, I mean, we can maybe anticipate some like upgrades over the original. Okay, so the question, I guess, is like, is my character like, you know, CSRIO, they've been largely cut now. They used to have locations everywhere conducting research. That sounds like fun. So sort of like the Spookies. Wait, maybe that's what the Spookies is about. Oh my god, chat. More on that later. But anyway, I'm just gonna play this until we get to 100 on the bonus goal. When we do, I'll switch to whatever's winning. Right now it looks like Ezra Klein versus Tanahesi Coats. And then if I'm still, you know, if it's not too late, I'll go back to this game after that. Sounds good? Sounds like a plan? Let's see. Let's try this out. This game that I'm totally playing on a 3DS. Yeah, this is why all the weird technical hiccups is just, you know, trying to plug the 3DS into the computer. It's not easy, right? We gotta... We're really doing this?
We can't rely on luck to get us into the Paradigm X Beta. I doubt we'd win that lottery. Come on, please.
Well, you gotta pay $6, right? Or is it $8, chat? How much do you pay to... How much do you have to pay, Elon?
Thanks. Leaders already found where the list of winners is kept on their server, so just overwrite one of the names there.
Alright, we're gonna hack, chat. I've never hacked before. You gotta help me out. Any hackers out there? Okay, that's some kind of D8. Algon operating systems. Paradigm X. Oh my god. Loading the hacking system? Is that what it says when you hack? Does it say that you're hacking? I would think that they would want to, like, not admit that. Yo, is this what hacking is like? Damn. Chat, I didn't realize hacking could be this cool. We're gonna do Algon X. Okay, what were the other options? God damn it, this is going back too fast. Accessories, registrant list, okay. It looks like a bank, kind of. So we take somebody else's name off, and we put our name on.
So this is the list of lucky winners who are getting into the beta.
Password accepted. Re-registering Paradigm X beta entry.
I need to move some of the stuff around, don't I? We're not quite where we should be. Frequency hopping was invented by German-born Hollywood actor Hedy Lamarr. That's Hedley Lamarr in Mel Brooks's Blazing Saddles. I almost said Brazing Saddles. That would be a totally different thing, wouldn't it? All right, so wait, game capture, is that the one? Oh my god, where is this? If I turn this off, does it go away? It doesn't. Game capture 2, is it this one? It is. I mean, it's good music, right? Here, I just want you to be able to see as much as possible. There we go. Wait, if I'm gonna be a hacker, I gotta be like... I gotta do this right? I gotta use, like, hacker code. There we go, chat. My name is... Anybody can tell what my name is here? Can anybody read this? Anybody can read hacker? Obviously my name is Vanessa. Get it? Vanessa. Here, let me make it easier to pronounce. Vanessa, that's my first name. All right, what's my last name? Oh, come on, there's not more, like, symbols that I can get into? No, I'm like, these are the only symbols. Vanessa Rassat, okay. What, is that not how you spell Vanessa? Come on, Vanessa. Vanessa. Wait, handle? Okay. Oh shit, that's the part that's supposed to be all, like, weird, right? Well, I know what the handle is gonna be. This one's easy. No com. Vanessa Rassat. Handle no com. Is that good? Does that sound good? Did I hack something? Am I hacking correctly? The music sounds like Vangelis. Yeah, it's pretty cozy. Is she hacking or just writing lead code? I thought it was the same thing. No, yeah, no communism chick. That's my right wing. That's like that's my version of Hasan of Hank Pecker is like no communism chick. No commies chick. That's right. All right, that's okay. That's okay.
Did it work? Once you're on the list, the license should be sent to your home email.
Yo, we got a license?
Hold on. There's still something on the screen.
Oh shit, what's on the screen?
Huh? Who's this?
That's not how computers are supposed to work.
My name is Keenap.
Keenap.
Leave now. The authorities are on.
Oh no, chat, did we get in trouble with Elon?
Hey, do you know him?
I cannot speak much now, but remember this. I will appear before you again.
Who was that? He knew your name. That's weird, huh? Oh, jeez, that's just your phone.
Hi, brother. It's me, Tomoko.
What is that, a BlackBerry?
It's me. Hurry up and come home.
Uh-oh, what's going on?
Oh, was that Tomoko? It was, wasn't it?
Spicybo's asking me, do we want to do gaming or content? It's up to you, chat. It's up to you. I can, you know, I just kind of set it up so if people got bored of the game, then they could advance it to the bonus content, and then after I do the bonus content, I could get back to the game. So I'm just trying to make this. I got a license to hack your soul. Oh no. It was, wasn't it? Wait, what did she say? It was something? That was your sister. Okay, I'm not gonna lie to her. She seems cool. I'm gonna tell her the truth. That's right.
She sure sounded happy.
Wait, could I get her in trouble? Is my sister gonna get, like, kidnapped?
Let's get back to your house.
Your hack's taking effect? What is this, like the rumors from Persona 3?
Oh,
it's the dad. Vanessa's father is a hardworking salaryman.
Huh. Speak of the devil.
Hey, brother!
Wait, why are you calling me? Chat.
Oh, Tommy's here too! Hello! It's been a while, Tomoko. You look happy. Did you get good news? Yeah.
I just realized something.
Big news! Ta-da! One of us is lucky enough to get into the Paradigm X beta test! Congrats!
Is that so? Nice. I didn't think you'd win that drawing.
So chat, they're
Dear, you're such a child. You have
they're
to
misgendering my character. which must mean that my character
Tomoko, you need to study to get into a good school.
must not have transitioned yet, right?
I'm
It's like
sorry, Hitomi. You shouldn't have to see this. Is your father still away on that research trip of his?
Yes, this time he's investigating the pyramids.
It must be hard for you to be all by yourself at your age. You're always welcome to have dinner with us.
Hey, I want to see Paradigm X!
Have you finished your homework, Tomoko?
Oh, I'm almost done. Don't worry, Tomoko. Come to his room when you're finished. We'll play on Paradigm X together.
yeah, come to his room. That sounds
Your father and sister were really happy to hear that you got into the beta. I know we shouldn't have done that, but I'm glad it worked. Huh? Oh, hey, you've got some mail.
You have one new message. Isn't it gonna go like, isn't it gonna do that thing where it goes like, you've got mail?
This came from Leader, right? He must have used the spooky cipher then.
He used the spooky cipher.
Run it through the decoding tool.
Okay, decode this. You got one new message. What does spooky say? Decryption complete. Our headquarters has moved to the south parking garage in Shibahama.
We moved our HQ? I didn't hear anything about that. Did something happen? Anyway, we should get to the south parking garage in Shibahama. Paradigm X is just going to have to wait. Too bad.
Can you imagine being upset about like, oh yeah, we're gonna have to wait before we can go on Twitter? Ooh, it's one of these deals. You can talk. Look at this, my daddy gave it to me. It's a navigation system, yay. You press the L or R button, you can see the building names. You can't go inside the buildings to have names in gray. You can only go to the ones that are... Why do they use cryptographic encoding when you could just speak in French and no one would understand? I don't know, does Elon speak French? Okay, so these ones tell me the names or something? Does our shit say... Oh, it should say 90. Go. All right, let's take. When I press this, I got Home, Astro Museum, or Akane Mall. Oh, okay, so it shows those. Well, look, Chad, it's a farang. This experimental city you guys have here is really drawing a lot of attention. I have to come to observe the city. I want to be able to tell the story, the city, to the people all over the world. Hopefully.
Super chatted $20. Great channel. Thanks.
Thank you for the super chat, Spicy Bo. Okay, so we're supposed to go somewhere here? That's home. Okay, that'll just... Oh, literally, we just go back home. Welcome back. Go to your room? Wait, I mean, this is a very video game check mail living room. Nope. Living room is this. Okay. You can talk to the mom.
You were out for a while. Did you finish whatever it was you were doing?
Nope. I guess we'll leave. Okay, also, is there a way to like anybody know what save points look like in this game? At first, I was entirely against the redevelopment of the city. I really loved my old home. But now I see the city, it's so much better. Everything's a definite improvement over the way it used to be. Okay, so she likes the AI slop. This sucks. I was supposed to get beta access to Paradigm X. Chat, we stole his license. This is the guy whose license we stole. A friend of mine told me that they hooked me up with access. I asked them, oh man, I hope not. My girlfriend dumped me because I couldn't hang out on Paradigm X. Can you imagine that, chat? Getting dumped because you didn't get like a Blue Sky invite or something? Okay, so that's as far as we go there. I think we're just supposed to go, well, no, we can't go to the Astro Museum, can we? What is this place? Oh, you can exit here? Oh, we're supposed to go to the new location, right? Okay, and we'll switch over to the Tanahesi Coats as soon as I get to a save point. How about that? Does that sound good? But yeah, it looks like I can just go like this and then go exit. Yeah, we're at 110. That's correct. I just have to Shibahama. We're from Akanadai. We're from Akanadai, and we gotta go to Shibahama. Okay, so this is Shibahama. Talk to people. Wait, they're calling me by my last name? Hey, Resot. Shouldn't it be Resot-kun? We're running into each other a lot these days. Gotta ask, what's going on between you and Hitomi? What? What is going on between me and Hitomi? No, we're clearly just friends. She's single, right? Maybe I'll ask her to a movie or something? No. No, you won't. Fashionable male, what a trip. This foreign guy just asked me for directions. I didn't know what language he was speaking. He's probably speaking Farang. I told him I didn't understand, but he just kept talking, so I paid more attention, and all of a sudden, he had this really thick Russian accent. It threw me off. Oh, he wasn't even speaking Russian. He was speaking Japanese with a Russian accent. I got it. Bored newlywed. Number of people who entered Paradigm X beta must have been huge. I tried entering, but I didn't stand a chance because you can't hack. It wasn't just me. I know a single I don't know a single person who got selected. I wonder. Yeah. Yeah. So they didn't know, but we know. Okay, so that's probably where we're supposed to go. But I gotta wonder, chat. What is this? Oh, we can't go there. We can't go. That's a ship. The Gumadin is actually a luxury cruise ship. I'd love to travel the world on a ship like that someday. Maybe you can unlock it and travel with it. Now you mentioned Gumadin, I hear a restaurant is very good there. Let's eat. Yeah, it's seafood, right? It sells seafood. It's fine for tonight, but I want to go on vacation somewhere. You never take me anywhere. God damn it, take her somewhere. Okay, so we gotta go to, I think it's this place. All right, so here we go.
It's supposed to be here, but I don't see anyone.
Yeah, what gives?
Everybody, are we too early?
Chat, that's like a semi-truck? Chat, are we truckers or hackers?
Beat me here. Sorry for calling you here so suddenly.
Masahiro Sakurai, aka Spooky.
So what happened? You moved to the HQ without any warning.
It's nothing, really. I've just got something on my mind. Come on, let's talk inside. Kidnap, huh? I haven't heard of any hackers going by that name either.
This guy even knew his name. That's what bothers me.
Maybe you're just being paranoid. You got your name on the beta list without any problems, after all. Amami City's a fully network-integrated city. It wouldn't surprise me if there was a hacker that skilled out there. Still, I wouldn't think that you'd be all that worried about something like that. Is she usually like this?
You're right. Maybe I'm too worried about what happened. But you said you had something on your mind. What is it?
Well, I guess I'll show you two first.
Now I gotta ask if
See, I picked up
anybody
something interesting recently.
does anybody know if like the choices make a difference? Like is it like Persona where
Looks like one, doesn't it? But when you unlatch this part,
oh yeah, it's an iPad. Look at that. It's an iPad gun.
Wait, so this is a PC?
I'm calling it a gun-type PC for now.
It's a
That's really all I know about it.
gun type PC, yeah.
What does this have to do with moving our HQ?
Ever since I obtained this, I've noticed some suspicious people following me around. This PC is the only reason I can think of that would explain that.
I mean, I get that too, but only at the airport.
But is this thing really all that special?
I don't know. I plan on doing some research. I'm glad you two showed up so early. I'm going back to the junk store I bought this thing from. Watch over the trailer while I'm gone, okay? If we can learn what this gun-type PC really is, we might be able to figure out who those suspicious guys are, too. I'll leave the gun PC with you. I don't want to risk getting back on those guys' radar. I'll see you later.
Huh? Hold on, leader! Jeez, he called us just so we could babysit the trailer for him? Still, I doubt anyone else will show up soon. What should we do?
We should save. There's no save data. There we go, saved. All right, so with that having been taken care of, let's take a look at so yeah, like I said, chat, when we hit the when we hit a 100 on the bonus goal thing, I'll stop and switch to bonus content. So what bonus content do we have? It looks pretty clear. It's got to be Ezra Klein, Tanahesi Coats. All right. I don't think it's even close. Unless anybody wants to put their money where their mouth is and tell me what to put their donation on. We're gonna be watching Ezra and Ta-Nehisi. Wait, that is also, let me put this on the screen. Yo, thank you, Spicy Bo. Great super chat as well. It's a cyber semi truck. Elon's gonna get ideas. He would. Russians historically can speak French. Clear proof of my thesis. Russian accents. Well, you know, the funny thing about farang, which is, you know, basically in Thai, when you say farang, it means foreigner, but most of the time it means like, you know, European, Australian, or American foreigner. But the origins of that word come from the word for French. In fact, if I remember, oh my god, chat, I think how do you say French in Thai? I think it's something to do with, yeah, so the reason that farang got attributed to French is that it was what in India they were calling Franks. This was before France was a country, so they were talking about like Frankish people, and they would use the word, I think, farang, and so, you know, when Europeans like arrived in Thailand, they were like, wait, who are these people? And some you know, somebody from India was like, oh yeah, they're farangs, right? They're Frankish. and whether they were Frankish or from somewhere else, I don't know. Wait, French language in Thai. What is it again? I just learned this. Phasa is language.
ภาษา
Sorry, Phasa. Um,
ฝรั่งเศส
Farangset. Yeah, French is Farangset. So yeah, it is even in the word for French, farang shows up. Anyway, let us get to the other Klein tent, not the Ethan Klein, but rather the Ezra Klein Tanahesi Coats. Tanahesi Coats. Vosh has covered this. The title is I Fucking Hate Ezra Klein. Me too, big guy. Evan Flo has covered this. The Hill we don't care about. Brittany Simon covered this. Megan Kelly calls out Ta-Nehisi Coates' hateful lies about Charlie Kirk. Yo, the fuck? He didn't actually come on her show, did he? Anyway, let's put this on.
There are two things that are true about what President Donald Trump said at Charlie Kirk's memorial service.
I know everybody says he's got a great NPR voice, but the dude puts me to sleep. That's why I would never defeat Ezra Klein in a debate. I would fall asleep. I would get EP.
He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie.
One is that it's frightening to see the President of the United States talk this way about his political foes.
I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry.
The other, I think, is that it's an opportunity. I don't think that is a strong politics. And for me, one of the central questions animating the show this year, that has been animating it since the election, is how did we get here? How did we let these people get back into power? What went wrong in our approach to politics that we ended up?
Wait, colonialism? So the funny thing about Thailand is it has never been colonized. It's definitely been, affected negatively, interfered with, by colonial forces. But in terms of being colonized the way that Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos were combined into French Indochina, that never happened. Now they did lose, I think, some territory to the French entity that was occupying Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, but they didn't get colonized. They also didn't get colonized on the other side. Thailand had the English who colonized Burma, but they were somehow able to, through a combination of diplomacy and military and whatever, they were able to avoid being colonized themselves. Ezra Klein said one thing that's definitely correct. I don't think, that would be correct. That would be correct.
Here. This has been a conversation I've been engaged in since Charlie Kirk's murder. And I wanted to have it with somebody who has maybe not liked who I've been approaching it. Ta-Nehisi Coats is a writer I admire, somebody I have a genuine friendship with. In the days after Kirk's murder, he published a piece in Vanity Fair, pretty harshly critical of what I had written. He compared what I was doing there to the whitewashing of the Southern cause after the Civil War. I think it would be the height of hypocrisy for me to say we need to reach
Thailand has had dust-ups with Burma. Well, yeah, I mean, back in the day, they straight up got conquered by Burma at least once, and by the Khmer Empire from Cambodia as well. at one point. There's been several different Thai kingdoms. The Ayutthaya is one, and then oh my god, I always forget the kingdom that Thailand is in right now is called. I always forget this name. Thai kingdoms. I think we're Wait, so the first one is the Sukhothai. The second one is the Ayutthaya. Which the city still exists, like the capital city of Ayutthaya still exists in Thailand. It's I think it's close to Bangkok, which actually isn't called Bangkok in Thai. Yeah. And these are all like different, like kind of different geography with all these. Then you've got the Thonburi Kingdom after Ayutthaya's fall, and then the Ratanakosin Kingdom. Yeah, we're currently in the Ratanakosin Kingdom. There's also a northern kingdom called the Lanna Kingdom that used to be separate. So the north of Thailand used to be very strategically located town of Chiang Mai became like the, which I think means Rose of the North. It became like the crossroads for Burma, China, and just everything. Like it was perfectly situated to do trading. But then I think they did get taken over by the Burmese at some point.
Across divides and disagreement, and then not talk across my own. So I wanted to talk to Tanahesi about the piece, about the aftermath of Kirk's murder, but also about a disagreement, or a question at least, that I think is about more than Kirk. I think there's something very unsettled in the sort of broad coalition of the left around the work of politics, around who we talk to and when and how. When is that work moral? When is it necessary? When is it a betrayal? As always, my email, ezrakleinshow@nytimes.com.
Look, I don't think it's about, like, do you talk to other people, right? Hasan, who everybody in this liberal, sphere considers to be a fucking radical, Hasan was set to talk to Charlie Kirk, right? There's a question about platforming and that whole thing, but that's almost like a different conversation here. It's more about so talking to Charlie Kirk could be good or bad, right? If you're Gavin Newsom and your point is like, oh geez, Charlie, you really got a point on trans issues. I hadn't thought of it that way. Maybe trans people are really like oppressing women by entering into maybe you know what I mean? If you give into those brainworms, which is actually several layers of brainworms, then that's different. That's fundamentally different, right? If you're talking to Charlie Kirk to try to chase his clout, to try to ingratiate yourself with him, that's fucked up, right? The way that Jink did it was fucked up. The way that Gavin did it was fucked up. The way that Hasan did it was just a debate, and I don't really have a problem with that. But yeah, I mean, it's the whole thing is your intent. It's all about your intent. It's not about who you talk to and who you don't talk to.
Tanahesi Coats, welcome back to the show.
Thanks. I don't know what number time this is.
I think you're one of the. If you go back to the box days, I think you're one of the. You're on the leaderboard for sure.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see you, man.
Good to be here, Ezra. Thank you.
All right. Well, let's jump into the disagreement. You wrote a column responding to my column on Charlie Kirk.
So uncomfortable.
It's okay. What was your disagreement with what I wrote after Kirk was assassinated?
Yeah. First of all, I just want to thank you for having me. I know that I've had to read things about myself that, criticize my work. It's never easy. And people often have a very, very different response than the one you had, which is to invite me here and to talk it out. So I appreciate that. I want to say that up front. I felt that when I initially read the column, and I guess we should be fully transparent here and say there was a discussion between us privately before there was a public thing.
Yeah, we text.
Yeah, we
Okay,
did.
yeah, that's another thing Katsune Cavalier is bringing up. That, oh my god, I dropped the controller. That if you are Dylan Burns and you believe in trans rights as Dylan Burns does, that's admirable. Good on you, Dylan. Awesome. I'm happy for you. All right. But if you refuse to educate yourself on these issues to the point where you attack somebody who had a very minor criticism for you, and you never learn those lessons, and you never talk to trans people enough to even know, the subject matter, and then you debate Big Papa Fascist, who is, Andrew Wilson, who actually is a debater, and you lose to him, and you tag Rob Noor in, who's obviously not there to defend trans rights. He's just there to accuse, I think they ended up accusing each other of being pedos or something like that, right? Then yeah, no, that's probably a bad idea, right? So even if your intent is to debate somebody, if you're doing it for the glory and not for the, not out of strategic or moral reasons, then yeah, maybe also you shouldn't be debating or on certain topics, right? Like I felt like Professor Dave, when he took on Matt Walsh, should Professor Dave take on Matt Walsh? Absolutely. But you know what? It would help if you talk to a trans person first. It would really fucking help if you had a little firsthand information and maybe even, some, I don't know, just go over some stuff, right? So yeah, that can change it too. Yeah, the context is everything, I think. Who knows, maybe Charlie Kirk would have lost fans if he faced Hasan rather than his murderers galvanizing those. Yeah, who knows? I guess we'll never know.
We do text regularly, and we did text about this. So I felt like, having not done the research that I eventually did for the college, there was something off about what I knew about this guy. And the presentation of him as, and I don't want to misquote you here, but as basically a paragon of politics and how politics should be done. So I think I had the same reaction that most ordinary people would have, which is absolute horror. At the idea that this guy was somewhere speaking and was killed. But I always think it's important to differentiate how people die versus how they live. And then after doing the research, I had to be honest with you. That's when it got really, really difficult. When I went past my initial impressions and started going through all of the clips of the things he said, the way he talked about people, the way he, described groups in ways that honestly, even as I was writing it, I was uncomfortable saying. And so the idea that this guy should be in any way celebrated for how he conducted politics. The fact that he just slurred across the board, all sorts of groups of people, and then ran an organization wherein, which appeared to me just a haven of hatred. I would not want that to be a model for my politics. And I know, as we talked between us that, you are not attempting to make a statement for the entirety of it. But I guess I feel like at a certain point, somebody's legacy, or somebody does something that is so large, that it's tough to think about their legacy and take that out of it. And that's how I felt about him.
So I think I want to get at the right level of disagreement here. So I think one thing for me is that, I don't know, for me, the immediate hours after somebody is murdered in public.
Yeah, that's a good point. Emily French is like, talk to a trans person first. No, not Caitlyn Jenner. Yeah, that's the whole thing. That is so frustrating, right? You almost do have to, how the whole genie lamp thing, if you're really general about your wish, you're gonna get something fucked up. If you're like, I wish I was famous, and then all of a sudden you get I don't know, something horrible happens to you and you're famous for that, right? You should maybe specify what you want to be famous for and how. And the more specifics you go into with the genie, probably the better, right? Same thing with the more specifics about the context of a potential conversation with Charlie Kirk.
When you see that sort of grief
monkey
and horror
paw
pouring out of the people who loved him, and many people loved him, my instinct then is to just sit with them in their grief, right? To say, I can, for this moment, find some way to grieve with you, to see your friend the way, or in some version of the way you saw him, right? That's not my view of, the person's whole legacy, but going to people when they're grieving like that and saying, listen, I want to tell you really what I thought of your friend. Just feels like not what you do in a kind of a community. I can see people come down on both sides of that.
I actually think that actually is a great impulse, that after somebody's been killed, and not just killed, but because we live in the media environment that we live in, that it's seen and that it will live forever, and that person's family, you know what I mean?
That it was being looped in front of all of us.
Jesus Christ.
Which I think has a lot to do with how this was taken.
No, it's terrible. It's terrible. And to have to go, to have young kids who have to grow up knowing that is a thing that exists in the world. You know what I mean?
And I'll go one step further on this. One thing I wrote about in that piece that I do worry about is I worry we are already in a cycle of political violence, of mimetic violence. I think about Pelosi. I think about Shapiro. I think about the near assassination on Trump. I think about when after that happened, I thought about me. I thought about you. I thought about all kinds of people I know, right? So I do think there's just something about when violence takes hold that that there's something about it that it begins to breach all lines.
Yeah. So
anyway,
I guess
that was part of my reaction too.
I think all of that is understandable, but I guess, was silence not an option?
Yeah, silence to me was not grieving with people. I felt it was important as someone who is liberal, as someone who has a voice, that there are moments like that. Like I really do feel, and it's funny because you said something like this in your piece, but it was a little bit more offhanded. That political violence like that is an attack on us all.
Right.
And that in that moment it creates, for me, even if it's very temporary, that it's important in a moment like that to sort of, come together, to try to see other people in their grief, to try to cool things down just a little bit. I guess, given everything you read that Charlie Kirk said, and we probably don't have very different views on the value of the things he said, why do you think he was winning?
I mean, that's not really hard for me to understand. I mean, if I could just back up for a second, I want to say two things. I published a book 10 years ago.
I want to point out that there's a difference between winning and being on the winning side, right? If I'm sitting on the bench and my baseball team wins the World Series, and I got the uniform on, I mean, am I winning? Yeah, I'm part of the World Series winning team, but it's not because of my efforts, right? If I'm not in the game, then then I'm on the. Why am I winning? I'm winning because my team is good, right? I'm winning because my team is up, really, at that point, and that's the winning that Charlie Kirk is doing is being part of the side of the politics that won by 1.5%. That's his winning. Now, beyond that, right? Beyond that, and I know people don't like to acknowledge this, and this was almost impossible to say in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, but Charlie Kirk is was astroturfed, right? He had so much money behind him, right? A better question is, why did conservatives decide to bankroll Charlie Kirk? Why did they astroturf Turning Point USA, right? Despite its, struggling for years and years and years. Charlie Kirk, when he started off, was a joke. Was constantly getting embarrassed by people like Nick Fuentes until he moved from being a milquetoast libertarian to being, whatever he was at the point that he lost his life, right? So it's it's weird that we have to just be no, just don't admit that being in favor of capitalism generally gets you paid. Being against capitalism generally gets you not paid or worse, right? That should be obvious, but somehow it's a controversial take. It's like, no, Charlie Kirk got there by the sweat of his brow and the skin of his teeth and the
go between the world and me. And one of the constant reactions to that was that it was overly pessimistic about this country. It was overly pessimistic about the future. Why are you so dark, Ta-Nehisi? Why can't you give us any sense of hope? And the reason I would always say is because any sort of sober examination of the history of this country says that those of us who believe in equality, those of us who believe in respecting the humanity of our neighbors and of, you know, everyone, that we're up against some really, really powerful forces of history and powerful narratives. And the implication of that is, however good we felt in 2013, 14, 15, 2008, there will be backlash. You know, people, you know, those of us who were crying in 2008 watching Obama, you know what I mean, give that speech, you know, those of us who were so moved by watching him and Michelle and step outside the car and felt so much fear for him, and then when nothing happened, felt so great about that. Those of us who believed that seeing a Black family in the White House mirroring what, you know, some of us felt the best of us was the best that we had to offer, there are other people watching that too. You know what I mean? And I don't take any joy in saying this, but we sometimes soothe ourselves by pointing out that love, acceptance, warmth, that these are powerful forces. I believe they are. I also believe hate is a powerful force. I believe it's a powerful unifying force. And I think Charlie Kirk was a hate monger. You know, I really need to say this over and over again. I have a politic that rejects violence, that rejects political violence. I take no joy in the killing of anyone, no matter what they said. But if you ask me what the truth of his life was, you know, and the truth of his public life, I would have to tell you it's hate. I would tell you I'd have to tell you it is the usage of hate and the harnessing of hate towards political ends.
Then let me flip that question actually a bit. Why are we losing?
We're losing because there are always moments when we lose.
See that?
Look, they're friends, all right? So maybe Ta-Nehisi's not gonna say this, but we're losing because of people like Ezra Klein, and more to the point, because our politicians insist on listening to people like Ezra Klein. They want to hear people tell them what they already believe, and what they already believe, the thing that makes the most sense to them, the thing that allows them to walk the tightrope between their donors and their base, is the neoliberal compromise that Ezra Klein's politics represent. The absolute standing down against the forces that are making Americans' life miserable. That is why you lose. You win when you identify the problem as being big business. You identify the problem as being economic inequality. And those on the top side of that inequality. Elon Musk, right? If you want to take a particular figure, right? That's when you win. That, like, look, like Franklin Delano Roosevelt said in his famous quote, it was like, they are unanimous in their hatred of me, and I welcome their hatred. Can you imagine that shit coming from any part of the Democratic Party? Like, even the left flank of the Democratic Party? You just don't hear that shit anymore. And again, Chad, I always emphasize FDR, for all of his, like, legend, was not sufficient enough, right? His policies did not have the staying power that we need to just do a SOCDEM strategy where you're reforming capitalism into something more equitable day after day. Even to do that, Roosevelt's prescription was insufficient, as in it didn't go far enough. But yeah, that's why we're losing. Because the guy that I'm sitting across the table from, because Democrats have become scared of their own shadow, because the Democratic Party is afraid and will find any strategy that it can, whether it is false wokeness like Hillary Clinton pretending that she's up against these awful Bernie bros and she really cares about, she really cares about women's rights and she really cares about marginalized people, and Bernie doesn't. He's just a bunch of white frat boys over there, right? It's whether it's like that or whether it's Ezra Klein's thing of saying, well, maybe we've gone a little too far, too fast. Maybe America wasn't ready for trans people, and we can just pretend like we don't know them and they're not part of the coalition. Hey, let's do the LGB thing. Let's just write them right off there. We Democrats, we care a lot about the LGB community. We don't know the trans people fucking we don't know about, right? It's that, you're sitting right across from the reason that Democrats lose. That's the fundamental weakness that makes them not just lose, which, every political party will lose sometimes, but it makes them losers, right? It gives them that stink. And that stink ensures they're going to lose a lot more than they otherwise would. Anyway.
That feels very fatalistic to me.
It doesn't feel fatalistic to me. It feels like the truth. I mean, and let me express what I mean. I'm Ta-Nehisi Coats. I'm the writer. I'm the individual, right? But I am part of something larger, and I've always felt myself as part of something larger. I have a tradition. I have ancestry. I have heritage. What that means is that I do whatever I do within the time that I have in my life, whatever time I'm gifted with. And much of what I do is built on what other people did before then. And then after that, I leave the struggle where I leave it. And then hopefully it's in a better place. Oftentimes it's not. That's the history, in fact. And then my progeny pick it up and they keep it going. I am descended from people.
I'm going to pee, but I'll be right back.
In their lifetime fought with all their might for the destruction of chattel slavery in this country. And they never saw it. They never saw it. In my personal belief system, they died in, defeat, in darkness. And so I guess the privilege that I draw out of this, the honor that I draw out of this, is not that things will necessarily be better in my lifetime, but that I will make the contribution that I am supposed to make. The fact of the matter is, as horrifying as, that the killing of Charlie Kirk was, and as horrifying as the feeling is, this moment that we are in, an era of political violence, and I don't want to sound flip here, political violence is the norm for the Black experience in this country. It just is. I don't even mean like the Malcolm X, Martin Luther King variety of it, right? Which is the norm too. You would be hard pressed to have a conversation with a Black person in this country that is a descendant of slavery and not have them be able to reach maybe right here or to tell you themselves, look, my uncle, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, they lived in a small town in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Alabama. They got into some sort of dispute with a white man, and either they were lynched or we had to run. Political violence runs through us. It is our heritage. Is that good? No. Do we valorize it? Absolutely not. Do we minimize it? Absolutely not. But a life free of it is not a thing that's really in reach in my time.
Sometimes I think that having a historical scope that wide can make the present too deterministic. So to me, I look at the last, 8, 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
And what I see having happened is we, the coalition I am in, the things I believe in, lost ground. And people determinedly worked to make that so. Charlie Kirk worked to make that so successfully, right? I think that when he began going to college campuses and putting out a sign at a table, what he was eventually going to build was not obvious, right? I think he worked. I think he was a successful political actor. And I think that from when in 2016, we lost to Donald Trump the first time, very narrowly, won the popular vote, right? And then in 2020, we almost lost to him and began seeing we were losing a bunch of voters we thought we were fighting for, right? Losing more working class voters, losing non-white voters, right? Something was changing, but we won, so okay. And then in 2024, we really got our asses handed to us. And we let a much more dangerous form of politics fully erupt. And I think that reflects strategic decisions they made. I think it reflects decisions we made. So I think for me, it's not enough to say we lost, their backlashes, sometimes you lose. I think it requires like a very fundamental rethinking, like a disciplined strategic rethinking of what have we been doing? Why are people preferring this to us? And I do think that is like, it opens up into something more that I think that there is a practice of politics here that in a narrow sense I was talking about Kirk, but in a broad sense reflects to something that I thought was going to be an argument stretching across the show for like a year, right? I think more of it came out in this than I had intended probably. But I think in many ways we've stopped doing politics. We've written a lot of people off. And in writing them off, we are losing and we are unable to protect ourselves, unable to protect them, just unable to make good change in the world.
Can you say more about that writing them off, please?
Yeah. Why don't we start it here if we want to talk about writing them off? I've been obsessing recently for a piece I've been writing about the Hillary Clinton deplorables comment, and I want to play it.
You know, to just be grossly generalistic, you could put half of Trump's supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables. Right? The racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, you name it. And unfortunately, there are people like that. And he has lifted them up. He has given voice to their websites that used to only have 11,000 people, now have 11 million. He tweets and retweets. They're offensive, hateful, mean-spirited rhetoric. Now, some of those folks, they are irredeemable, but thankfully they are not American.
What do you think when you hear that?
She probably shouldn't have said it.
But you think it's true?
I mean, it's probably not how I would say it, but, you know, I mean, there are things that I would say, you know. I probably would say what I said earlier, you know, in the interview about the force of, and I mean, as I've been saying this probably since as long as we've been talking.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm not, I just want to be clear about something. I shouldn't be running for president of the United States. You know what I mean? And my expectations for the rhetoric of writers, intellectuals, journalists, et cetera, is very, very different than what the expectation should be for people who you know, expect to hold office.
Yeah, so I agree with, right? I think that there are different jobs in all this. But when I say we began writing people off, I think that's something that happened. And I think something I saw in this debate, but kind of like underneath it, was that the work of politics, of bridging over a lot of profound, fundamental, moral disagreements, I think became somewhat demeaned, diminished. It began to seem like, in many cases, a betrayal to people. The tent shrunk. The people I feel more comfortable with wielding power shrunk. And I think what Clinton was saying there came from somewhere. It came from, you know, the sort of culture that had emerged. It got worse over time. And then I think it really contributed to us losing. And meanwhile, this is why when I say, like in that initial piece, there was something that I respected in what Kirk was doing, like going in, having debates, using them opportunistically. A lot of people have thrown back at me that, oh, he wasn't debating to find truth. Of course he wasn't debating to find the truth. He was doing politics. He was trying to persuade people. And I've watched on our side, not opportunistic engagement, but a lot of, I would say, counterproductive disengagement.
Would you like to see one of us put up a sign outside of, say, some white evangelical church in Alabama, debate me on abortion, and then use that content to say such and such smashes, you know what I mean, church parishioner here, such and such owns church parishioner?
I would like to see.
Would you like
I would
to
like
see
to see
version
people
of
on
that?
our side. Yeah, go to evangelical churches, go to places that feel unfriendly, have conversations. And look, I put things up on YouTube. They're fairly successful, not the best of the business. And I don't use, capital letters destroys in them. I think you can do it more aligned to hopefully our value structure, our political approach, our political aesthetic, or at least the one that I believe in. I shouldn't overuse the term our here. But we weren't doing that either.
I don't know that we weren't. I know for instance, I have. For instance, I don't know if it's on YouTube anymore, but I received an invitation, for instance, I think about when I went up to West Point and I had to go up there and talk about Between the World and Me. I had to challenge them very, very directly about what it meant to have, at that time, Confederate memorials up there and to, talk about, a Confederate, I can't remember, what the motto is exactly, but basically it's an argument against lying and what it meant, to have that there and have those grand historical lies. I mean, we had a really, really great interaction. I don't know that, I know everybody didn't agree with me. It would never occur to me, and I think it actually insults the dialogue to take that and say, Ta-Nehisi owns West Point cadets.
Do you really not recognize the kind of culture I'm talking about here? Like, really?
Say more. No, what do you mean?
I think there really was a move towards the sort of approach Clinton is offering here. I think we began to pull back. I really do.
But maybe it would help if you define the we.
I will define the we, right? Because I actually think this is a
help.
very hard thing about talking about political parties,
right.
Because they're diffuse,
right?
It's a lot of people doing a lot of things all at once. But I think of the huge backlash to Bernie Sanders for going on Joe Rogan's show because Rogan was transphobic, right? Such a big backlash. So when I defended him, I became myself a Twitter trending topic.
Right.
To Elizabeth Warren for going on Bill Maher's show. Bill Maher's Islamophobic. Right. There were protests at Netflix when they brought on Dave Chappelle. Right. I think there was a politics of content moderation that took hold that was more about enforcing boundaries of what, were and were not ideas we should be engaged with, than about engaging with them, again, even if opportunistically. And when I go back to something I was saying to you a minute ago, I am in a process right now of thinking we failed, right? We lost. The loss is having terrible consequences.
So here's the problem that I've got with Ezra Klein. And it's actually deeper than I thought. He's got a horrendous double standard, and I'm not even sure if he's aware of it. It may just be that he has internalized the logic of the system. And by the system, I mean the system of oppression. To the point that it just seems like the atmosphere, the reality, right? It seems like, right, it disappears on him, right? He doesn't. So yeah, it's good to be able to perceive things, right? If there is a double standard that exists, the first thing that we got to do is perceive it. Why are Democrats being held to a double standard, a higher standard than Republicans, right? But almost worse than not perceiving it at all and just thinking it doesn't exist. Let's proceed as if things are normal, right? Obviously, you're going to run into a wall that way. But is Ezra Klein thinking, oh no, this is just the way reality is? I mean, like, this is logic. This is morality, right? When it's not, it's fucking twisted. It's fucking twisted. Let me show you how twisted his logic is, okay? Ezra Klein feels like it is almost, and I know he's not claiming this, but I think he thinks this, right? It's like a moral failing when you write people off. Oh, well, you're right. So that person off, you're gonna call them not just, remember, the basket of deplorables, I guess, was the this strangely biblical Hillary Clinton quote there, where she's separating the sheep of the MAGA faithful that she will try to woo over, and the MAGA faithful that are that, as Ezra Klein is saying, she's written them off. She's putting them in the basket of deplorables, right? You know what's the sad thing is Hillary Clinton is overly optimistic in thinking that there's half of Trump voters that she can properly reach out to. I don't even think that's true. But she's a bad person. she's a bad person for condemning the goats on her right to hell, right? There's nothing that can be done with them. I write them off. These over here, on the other hand, I am going to try. That's still just like, I mean, we're talking about Hillary Clinton, so we know how the strategy was executed. It was not good, right? But by itself, that's not a bad strategy, right? MAGA makes up, like if you're going to talk about MAGA in 2016, I don't know, 40% of the electorate, 40% of the electorate, would probably call themselves MAGA. If you could focus on 20% of them rather than focusing on all 40% of them, rather than the ones that when you say like Trump's being racist by saying that they're sending like rapists, and I don't know, when you call out Trump's racism, the guy that says hell yeah because he's right, because that racist logic is true, right? You've got that guy, and Ezra Klein is saying Hillary Clinton. Now, look, I mean, you could challenge me on this part, like me saying that this is a little bit of a moral judgment sounding kind of thing, feeling kind of thing from Ezra Klein. I get that the main point of what he's saying, before somebody in chat corrects me, and you're absolutely right about the main thrust of what he's saying isn't about morality. He is, he for part of this argument, he needs to circumvent our morality and say, what good is morality if you're out of power, right? So let's pick a morality that's more conducive to us gaining power. This is some subtle kind of manipulative shit that he's doing, right? He's good at sophistry. But unfortunately for him, sophistry ain't shit. It's all a bunch of vibes. And that's all it fucking boils down to. There's nothing of substance here. All right? He is existing in a realm of pure words and very little connection to reality. But I mean, it sounds high-minded, right? NPR voice, we're in a studio. He writes for the New York Times. There's so much about Ezra Klein that is like vouching for him, right? Where to call him, let's say we don't even ascribe malice to him, and we just say that he has a very shallow view of things. Oh my gosh, you'll get so much pushback from that. Don't you understand? He's one of the intellectuals of our time. The Democrats really should listen to Ezra Klein, right? He's a voice crying in the wilderness. He's a voice crying in your Democratic politician's ear. And guys like him, if not him himself, have been in your Democratic politician's ear for years and years and years. And that, my friends, is why we keep losing, right? That is why. He's extremely influential. And his influence, if he wants to say, I feel like there's something wrong, I feel like we're doing something wrong. Ezra, you are too close to power. You are too close to the actual establishment of the Democratic Party to be saying shit like, I think that we got to change what we're doing, because most of what we're doing is the shit that you and the rest of the Democratic establishment decide that we're doing. And, the New York Times is a great way to kind of, manufacture that consent, even just within the Democratic Party itself. But yeah, this is a little bit worse than I expected, a little bit more deceptive, because we've got this double standard that is Hillary Clinton is a bad person, or if you want to take that away and say I'm wrong about that, fine. Hillary Clinton is ill-advised to do what she did with that basket of deplorables quote, and suggest that there are people in the Republican Party that she thinks are, not worth reaching out to. And again, remember what he said. Wrote him off. He didn't say what I said. not worth reaching out to, right? You could just be like, oh, not worth reaching out to. That's not a value-laden judgment. But writing off? It sounds like you're doing something kind of inhuman. It sounds like you lack empathy. Like, you're really gonna write this person off? You're gonna really gonna write them off? It's a human being we're talking about. They have a mother and a father, and they, you know, they have a favorite poem. They like they don't know a lot about art, but they were impressed by this painter when they saw his works in a museum. I don't know, like, right? This is yeah, no, that's true. They are people. Thank you for reminding me that they're not psychological zombies, I guess. And I mean, for anybody who needs reminding, yeah, there's no psychological zombies, only us humans here. But anyway, it's gross that he's gonna hold that standard for Hillary Clinton, whether it be morally or whether it just be pragmatically, and then he's going to like acknowledge Charlie Kirk's tactic was not to go to college campuses and you know, have an open discussion where he might have his mind changed, right? And Ezra has admitted as much. But as Ta-Nehisi Coates is saying, he showed up to ridicule, to cut out of context, you know, find on a bad day, use debate tactics to make look stupid a bunch of like 18 to 22-year-olds. Yeah, no moral judgment for that, because his politics were goddamn effective. That's how you do politics, right? And not just, you know, you like try to convince them or something like that, which almost is what Ezra was implying. No, he's not trying to convince them. He's trying to burn them at the altar of cringe and make what is not really an argument, but nonetheless feels pretty compelling to, I guess, the viewers of Turning Point USA videos. Is the, you know, that annoying liberal that, you know, is calling you out in class? Well, guess what? We got him right here. And this, this 50-year-old looking 25-year-old is going to embarrass them for you so that you can feel superior, or at least not as inferior, right? This is really just like, you know, manna to the guys out there with inferiority complexes that, you know, that want to think of themselves as really intelligent, but do not acquit themselves well in, let's say, an academic environment, right? Anyway, speaking of academic environments, I've gone long enough, or else this is going to start to kind of feel like one. And I'm definitely not here to lecture you. My throat is so dry.
What do we need to rethink? How do we become competitive again in places where we're not? And I think there is something in here. Do people feel like, even if they disagree with us on some things, that they have a place with us? And my experience going around the country talking to people, I've been on a lot of, you know, right of center podcasts lately, is that, you know, rightly or wrongly, like what they took, and something that really empowered Trump in the last election, was a sense that they didn't. And like, we were against them. And if so, they were going to be against us. And I think that's, in the end, doing politics badly.
So I think two things. I think about how much you argued that like Biden shouldn't run again. What if he doesn't earlier and you have a Democrat who wins the presidency? You know, like there are other big explainers that I can see for it. You know what I mean? That don't feel so diffuse. You know, the other thing is, and I know you don't want to talk historically, but, you know, when you say fatalism, like I take that to mean that what's the point of fighting? But I think that misapprehends the philosophy here. It's not that you know what's going to happen. It's not that you know Donald Trump is going. It's that you don't underestimate what you are up against. You know, it's actually kind of the opposite. I mean, man, you yourself wrote these articles about how high the level of racial resentment was. That this country, or some segment of it, was so, as the term was used at the time, racially resentful. I call it racist, but racist, that it flooded down to Barack Obama's dog, Bo.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a small amount of power. Like, that's not a small force. And so, you know, just really quickly getting back to Charlie Kirk, like, I would watch those clips of him saying those things, man, and I would see how people would cheer and get charged by it. People get activated by hate. It's a very, very, very strong force. And so I don't think it requires you to feel that you will eventually lose. On the contrary, I think it requires you to feel that even if you do lose, you have this kind of steadfastness, you know what I mean, to keep going.
In today's super competitive business environment, the edge goes to those who push harder, move faster, and level up every tool in their arsenal.
Sound like us? I feel like Ezra Klein is like leveling up on us for paying him this much attention. I mean, I'm not saying that it's like a mistake and you should ignore him. Unfortunately, your congressman, your senator is not ignoring him. And yeah, that's gonna be a bad thing going forward.
Mine in the U.S.
term, but I see it now too, which is the worse from your perspective, my perspective, the other side gets, the more people want their reaction to sort of be, and their strategy to be emotionally consonant with how they're feeling about it. Because these people are so bad, there can be no quarter, right? I had somebody we both know, I'll say an eminent academic of one form or another, email me after these pieces and just say to me, like, we are not on the same side anymore, right? The what I was doing, it was too far, right? Like, we are just not on the same side, if I could say these things. I have a feeling right now that we are closer to genuine national rupture. Certainly we've been in my lifetime, right? The idea that this experiment, that America could topple into something else, into something much worse, into some kind of new extended regime, feels very real to me, right? I remember when I was on the Why We're Polarized book tour.
I interviewed you for it.
You did, yeah. The end of that book is this recitation of what happened in the 1960s, the political assassinations, the violence in the streets, like what the state was doing, what was happening. But on the book tour, what I would say is my nightmare scenario is that level of violence and fracture with these kinds of parties, where politics is not for all of its flaws, a calming force, because like the views are diffuse across the two parties, but an accelerant. And I think we're much more now in the world I was fearing. Okay, so I think it should make you think, okay, what is some kind of de-escalation before you get to rupture look like? But the other is that there are a lot of people who live in places we used to win not that long ago. So I've been thinking about Obamacare. When Obamacare passes, there are Democratic senators in Arkansas, in Louisiana, in West Virginia, in Missouri, in Indiana, in North Carolina.
Wait, I gotta see if I can replicate something.
There are a lot of people in the world I was fearing. Okay, so I think it should make you think, okay, what is some kind of de-escalation before you use or diffuse across the two parties of violence and fracture with these kinds of parties, where politics is not for all of its flaws, a calming force, because like the views are diffuse across the two parties, but an accelerant. And I think we're much more now in the world I was fearing. Okay, so I think it should make you think, okay, what is some kind of de-escalation before you get to rupture look like? Accelerant. Sure, with these kinds of was doing, what was happening. End of that book is this recitation of what happened in the 1960s, the political assassinations, the violence in the streets, like what the state was doing, what was happening.
All right, chat. San Francisco in the middle 60s was a very special time and place to be a part of. Maybe it meant something, maybe not. In the long run, but no explanation, no mix of words or music or memories can touch that sense of knowing that you were there and alive in that corner of time and the world. whatever it meant. Anyway.
But on the book tour,
I think that's what you meant to say, Ezra. Yeah.
I would say is my nightmare scenario is that level of violence and fracture with these kinds of parties, where politics is not for all of its flaws, a calming force, because like the views are diffuse across the two parties, but an accelerant. And I think we're much more now in the world I was fearing. Okay, so I think it should make you think, okay, what is some kind of de-escalation before you get to rupture look like? But the other is that there are a lot of people who live in places we used to win not that long ago. So I've been thinking about Obamacare. When Obamacare passes, there are Democratic senators in Arkansas, in Louisiana, in West Virginia, in Missouri, in Indiana, in North Carolina, in South Dakota.
Chat, you know how you can tell when you're in a bad mood? He's no Kerouac. You can tell, like, for me, it's like if I, like the shit, this is the kind of shit that's so frustrating. It makes me want to like disengage. And that is actually something that connects to the 60s as well. Because as many people as there were that were politically activated, doing direct action, scaring the fuck out of, the Ezra Kleins of the time. There was also, people whose activism was tuning in, turning on, and dropping out, right? There were people who really did feel like their only refuge, so to speak, was their inner consciousness. And that, that was what they were interested in exploring, almost with the idea that, the greatest change one could enact on the outside world would come from a change on the inner subjective world, right? That being the psychedelic movement, right? And I'm actually kind of surprised. I gotta say, do you think that because there was this whole thing in the 60s about whether people were, they would, the stereotype was like, if you're politically active and plugged in and you're trying to, fight the power in a people power sort of ways, that is a yippie, right? Or even, dressing up in a suit or tie to try to, canvas for the candidate that you would rather have win, right? That was called a yippie. And then hippie, obviously, is the kind of character that is going to turn inward, so to speak. That's a nice way of putting it, isn't it? It's a very nice way of, I'm not calling it navel gazing. I'm not saying it's not important, but it's almost surprising to me that, I don't know, like, how does now, yeah, and then the hippies became yuppies in the 80s. And they voted for Reagan. The great Ronald Reagan.
In North Dakota. And I've been thinking that I think for a lot of us, to twist the line about capitalism, it has become easier to imagine the end of the country than winning a Senate seat in Missouri or...
Son of a bitch. Chat, do you see what he just did there? Do you see, as I shake my fatty melon at this man, do you see what he just did there? He bastardized a bastard. That bastard's name was Mark Fisher. And, rest his soul. All right? Ezra, you should get his, quote out of your dirty little mouth. Listen to this guy. Listen to this fucking...
I think for a lot of us, to twist the line about capitalism, it has become easier to imagine the end of the country than winning a Senate seat in Missouri or Arkansas.
The fuck? The fuck? For the record, chat, Fisher's quote was, if you haven't heard it, and I think it's from the book Capitalist Realism. Concept of capitalist realism is that it's easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of capitalism. And with that mind frame, there's not a lot of where to go with that, you know. If you can't see past the artificial horizon imposed by capitalism and imagine a world without it, then you're kind of locked into a realism of sorts, that being capitalist realism. But Ezra's taken this expansive, you know, almost aphorism that Mark Fisher is using to try to almost gesticulate a new dimension, right? By which I mean, like if we're characters on a piece of graph paper, we're little flat, like, you know, circles and squares and triangles and stuff. You're a circle. Try telling the triangle next to you which way, like up, like actually off the page is, right? If you're a two-dimensional character, you know, it's hard to imagine that. If you're a three-dimensional character, like most of us, it's hard to imagine a dimensionality like outside that, like up but not up. What? You know, is it forward and backward in time, or I don't know. There's theories, but yeah, this is he's trying to say that, do you think that's air you're breathing, right? Is basically the gist of Mark Fisher's quote. And look at what Ezra turns it into.
For a lot of us, to twist the line about capitalism, it has become easier to imagine the end of the country than winning a Senate seat in Missouri or...
He turns it into fucking Joe Manchin or whoever. That's what he's turning this into, right? Because Ezra's missed the point. Like the point, like, I don't know. There is no point of that. Do you know what I mean? Like Ezra's the guy that can't think about a world without capitalism. And he's like, but you know what would be smart? Is if I turn that line into being, you can't see a world where the Democrats are successful in the Senate in Missouri, can you? But I can. I don't know. He's the midwit. He's not just a midwit, chat. He is the midwit meme. And it bugs me because I don't like that meme particularly. I've seen that meme used, you know, in a very disingenuous manner. But I must give it its flowers. I must give it its credence because, yeah, Ezra Klein is the fucking perfect example of this concept.
Or Arkansas. And I think that's a problem.
Yeah. So I think a couple things about that. First of all, I just want to bring in the historical perspective. Not that long ago, I can remember when Obama won. And I believe you would remember this too. And there were all of these pieces about the end of conservatism and the end of the Republican Party. You don't know how it's going to go. Nobody really, it doesn't mean you shouldn't think about how it's going to go. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but no one really, I mean, again,
And in 2005, there were all these pieces about the end of the Democratic Party.
Yes, it was.
Right? Democrats had lost touch with the heartland.
Yeah.
Right? They were never going to get it back.
That's right. And so I think it's always like important to keep that in the background. Look, I have, just in terms of bridging gaps and everything, I have a basic level of respect that I accord to everybody. You know what I mean? I want to say what I have to say. I don't want to shrink back from it. You know what I mean? But I do think on a basic level, there's a respect that has to be had for people that I disagree with, right? At the same time, I recognize that part of my audience, And I would say an important part of my audience is people who have never enjoyed that respect. You know what I mean? People who, in fact, are subjects of the kind of hate that Charlie Kirk was harvesting. And I can't ever, A, contribute to making them feel like they've been abandoned. And B, I can't ever stand by and watch somebody do that. And in the name of unity or whatever, act like that's not happening. Because there are real consequences. And so it's like, when I read...
What's it about this man? Like, yeah, the obvious observation would be smug, but it goes deeper somehow. Like, I mean, I've dealt with smug people before. This is on a whole nother level. This is fourth dimensional smugness, right? He's somehow smug in a way that implies the existence of a higher dimension, right? Like, you know, there's so much smug emanating from this man, it could not be possibly stored inside him as a three-dimensional being, implying that he contains within his person some kind of a fourth dimensional space in which such smugness could be stored.
His words towards trans people, Jesus. When I read, you know what I mean, the language towards Haitians specifically, which was very, very, Haitians will become your masters if you don't elect Trump. I mean, this is very, very familiar to me. You know, it's this idea of Haitians coming into the country or immigrants raping your daughters. I mean, this was really, really, really dark stuff. It's at the core of this country. And so I feel like for Haitian immigrants that are in, you know, Ohio who are living under the weight of this, for trans kids who, you know what I mean, are dealing with, you know, being, I don't even want to use the term bullied, beaten up, attacked, threatened. You know what I mean? It's very, very important to me, given the post I have, to say, I see you, but also, this dude was wrong. And I'm all for unifying, I'm all for bridging gaps, but not at the expense of my neighbor's humanity. I just can't.
I think the thing we go to there, right? Not at the expense of my neighbor's humanity. Because I've gotten a lot of...
That's emotional language, Ta-Nehisi. And I'm trying to talk from a logical perspective. No. Something like that, though. Chat, I really do need to get some makeup.
That an email, right? Like, how am I supposed to talk to these people? How am I supposed to deal with these people who are denying my humanity?
Just like, I don't speak the language that well. And I got no idea where to go, or I don't know. It's scary, but
I'm not against talking to him about it. I'll talk to you very clearly.
Yeah, sure.
I have no problem with that.
I guess the place where I'm not even 100% sure if we disagree, if you just like sort of see your role differently, right? I think that in losing as badly as we have imperiled trans people terribly.
Yes.
Politics is for power.
Joe Biden did that.
Politics is for power.
And if we only had the wisdom, but to tell them sternly, no, you can't participate in sports, you're a biological boy, then they could have been saved. That's what motherfucker is saying, right? He just like leaves out the offensive part, but it's there.
And so I think that the question I am just genuinely struggling with isn't how to have like a great kumbaya moment. But I think it is taking seriously that something we're doing is not working. I mean, I had Sarah McBride, who's the first trans member of Congress on the show. And, you know, we were talking about every single survey you can offer on like trans rights has gone in the wrong direction the past couple of years, right? We've just begun to lose that argument terribly. And that has put people in real danger. So I take your point when you say, look, I want people to feel seen in my writing. And I want people to feel seen in my writing and my podcasting. But I think the place I'm trying to push towards is I think that there is a diminishment of the political coalition building that we now need to do, because we have come to the view that a pretty wide variety of people are in some ways kind of deplorables. I think it's weakened a bit in the last couple of years.
I would never use that language. Jesus Christ.
But
like, that's not, so when you ask me about that Hillary Clinton, that's what, like, I would never say it like that.
That's great. I think it's...
And that's Hillary's special gift, and we gotta fucking acknowledge it. We gotta acknowledge Hillary Clinton as a special kind of mistake. Joe Biden as a special kind of mistake, right? In that losing to Donald Trump, I don't think is easy. Shit, the way that she fucking said that, like, it's like Ezra, if he ran for president, chat, I have a feeling that Americans would notice that smugness that I see and they wouldn't like it. I could be wrong. Maybe we'll have President Ezra Klein in 2032. Who knows? But I think he would, step on many rakes, proverbially speaking. But he's this is like the Hillary being like, you got the, amongst the Trump voters, you've got half of them that are probably fairly reasonable people, and then the other half, they're just like a basket of deplorables. You know what I mean? You can hear somebody in the background be like, no. They knew that Hillary Clinton was losing the election right there. And I don't think it's because what she said was wrong. Like I said, I think she's overly optimistic, thinking that there are half of the Trump of MAGA, of Trump proponents, not just of people who are like, I don't like Trump, but I don't like Hillary, but I guess Hillary's worse because the Comey thing just came out. Not that person, right? The person that is actually going to Trump rallies and shit like that. That is the Hillary Clinton saying that half of those people I could probably reach out to. I think that's a little over optimistic, but she combines it with this sneering, I guess, venting. Is that what she was doing? And half of them are basically a basket of deplorables, right? Is that her venting? Is that her being frustrated with the, certain percentages of voters she can't reach, and she just feels good, because she is talking about them like they're dog shit, right? Like, it is, dismissive. And that's probably what gave, because what happened is that moment, that clip gave courage and was like a rallying point for Trump voters, right? This is how she thinks of you. Never mind that, it's literally not how she thinks of half of you. And you could ask yourself, are you the basket of deplorables, or are you the whatever voters Hillary thinks that she can save?
Good that you wouldn't say it like that, but and I'm not saying...
I don't even think that, by the way. Right. I don't even focus on people that look.
But I think that a pretty wide variety of people are in some ways kind of deplorables. I think it's weakened a bit in the last couple of years.
I would never use that language. Jesus Christ.
But
that's not, so when you
I think it's the language of a supervillain. Yeah, most people's political instincts would lead them away from characterizing other human beings as deplorables. That is the kind of shit that the fucking rich guy on Gilligan's Island would say, right? And then not realize that the deplorables are, you're stuck on an island with them.
That Hillary Clinton, that's what, I would never say it like that.
Turn around and be like, oh, was literally everyone listening to me? Yeah, I guess so.
That's great. I think it's good that you wouldn't say it like that, but and I'm not saying...
I don't even think that, by the way. Right. I don't even focus on people that look. I am at war with certain ideologies and ideas, and I want them expunged. I want to turn them into phrenology.
And first among these are abundance. No, just kidding. That would be great if that was where we was going.
That's what I want. But I don't want the people, you know what I mean, out. Like when you start talking about who people are and their bones, like that.
So in a way, I'm not sure. I mean, in a way, I think we're saying something not too dissimilar here. I guess the place where I felt a lot of...
What I don't get is how the fuck Ezra Klein, because he's not just talking about Hillary Clinton. If this was a Hillary Clinton problem, it's easily solved. Don't vote for Hillary Clinton again. All right? That's fucking easy. But no, he's not talking about a Hillary Clinton problem. He's talking about a Democrat problem, by which he's implying that others of us do this too. And I think he's trying to suggest that the far left woke scold is the type that is giving that deplorables energy, and that's what's holding the Democrats back. Because otherwise, you'd have to change from the politicians enacting basically the strategy that he's espousing here is what they've been leading with, right? Or I mean, he would have to admit at that point that if anybody should be tagged with the smug, dismissive characterization of one's opponent, it is this man right here and right now, Ezra Klein, right? He is literally being like, we need to be less smug. Holy shit, dude. We need to be less smug? This feels like a you problem.
Pushback, and maybe this was not your pushback, right? Was, you know, the first piece I can just sort of, like, I accept that there's a disagreement on, like, what to do in the 24 hours after a death. Like, you feel like I was whitewashing the guy, and I felt like I was sort of...
do.
Yeah, I know you do. I know you do.
It's very upsetting.
I know you do. The second piece I did, which I think you saw.
Well, look, you shouldn't do that unless you really feel like it. And the fact that he really feels like, you know, that there is like a, I don't know, like Charlie Kirk represents something. Like, do you know what I'm saying? If your whole thing is like, well, there's people grieving and, you know, like I gotta be with them. I gotta what? Like, and so his whole thing is like, well, I had to say that Charlie Kirk is doing politics the right way, that he represents something that we should all strive for, right? Either it's not true and you're just saying it to what, be nice? Ezra, come on. It's giving tall poppy syndrome, cut everyone else down to your level. I mean, he's just trying to hang this, like, I mean, there's a struggle, right? The Democrats lost. They didn't lose by much, but they lost to a guy that no one should ever have lost to in the first place. And now that they've done it twice, it really is time for what Connor S. Thompson would call an agonizing reappraisal. Oh my God, chat, what are the words? An agonizing reappraisal. Wow, I guess a lot of people... Yeah, it was time, I felt, for an agonizing reappraisal of the whole scene. I think that maybe comes from a... Does that line kind of come from, like, is that a reference to, like, Eisenhower, Dulles, and the European defense community? Dole's threat of an agonizing reappraisal was far from new. Anyway, chat, maybe it's just words and two people happen to have used them.
Was more about this question of, what are we going to do living here in sort of two types of disagreement, right? One with a right that where Charlie Kirk has become sort of the center of it, right? He's not unusual for the MAGA coalition. He's a sort of uniting force within it, and the kind of things he believed and the way he did his politics. And then two, what are we going to do? Like, how are we going to be here with people who are like halfway there, right? What does it mean to be in this political community together? What do you think about that question?
About how to live together?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I think it's a truth. You know what I mean? I think it's it's a foregone, like we are. I really, really believe that, there's no real choice about this. I'm not renouncing my American citizenship. They're not renouncing their American citizenship. So this then, as far as I'm concerned, is a contest.
Heard you don't have to pay your taxes if you do.
Ideas and narratives. Again, all I can go to is my role as a writer. And my role as a writer is to state things as clearly as I possibly can, to make them in such a way that they haunt, to state truths, and to reinforce probably the animating notion of my politics. And that is that all humanity is equal and is worthy of that. And I actually think all of the sort of political and policy positions are, that I probably find myself in sympathy with, are attempting to affect that, in the real world. And again, I'm putting aside your piece, but I'm just thinking about the moment we're in. When I hear or see people who are honored and commemorated in such a way so that they almost become a national religious figure, and then I see their content, and I see that their content is actively destructive to humanity, I have to draw a line there. Like, I think, like, for me, like, the bigger question is, where are the lines? You know what I mean? And I think there's no problem with saying, listen, you can't hurl epithets at people. You're out if you do that. I'm sorry. Look, you want to have a debate about whether we should have affirmative action, in colleges? I'm here for it. You want to have a debate?
What does it mean to be on the other side of the line?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
What is it? So,
does he realize that Charlie Kirk didn't just say, like, we are now no longer going to let the trans agenda determine our educational policy? He said, we need to get these T-slurs out of our school. Like, like, I'm not remembering exactly, but when he talks about trans people, he doesn't say, like, transgender individuals, chat. And they're pushing that line more and more. They were so proud to be able to call people the R slur again. And so now they're like, well, it's T-slur. Nobody's going to speak up for the T-slur, are they? Yeah, they're testing you. You know what I mean? They're testing the, society and pushing that boundary. And I swear to God, I've been seeing more and more of the F slur. That's the new frontier. Not that they haven't said every other slur too, but they're trying to bring these things back into, like, because, like, if you accept Charlie Kirk as a political commentator, right, you're like basically saying, well, yeah, calling somebody the T-slur and calling it, that's an absolutely appropriate thing to do in politics. Yeah, it's a great way to show that you really don't like these kind of people, which is totally freaking valid.
Once somebody's on,
yeah, something should be done about these people. Totally, that's just his point of view, man.
On the other side of the line,
right?
What does that mean for you?
For instance, once you think it's okay,
No.
Yeah, I'm trying to make this concrete.
Yeah, no, I am too.
Yes.
Once, for whatever the definition of the line is,
right?
What does it mean for you for somebody to be on the other side of it, right? Not somebody who just died,
right?
But somebody still living,
right? If you think it is okay to dehumanize people, then conversation between you and I is probably not possible.
And so what do you do with the fact that so many people think that is okay?
I think what you try to do is, again, this is the difference, right? Like, I don't necessarily have the crystal ball to say that in this time, I'm going to be able to convince a majority of people that, for instance, let's just take the thing that's hot right now. Trans folks are human beings and deserve humanity. Although I think most people know that you shouldn't say what he said. Like, that shit is rude. It's just rude to talk to people like that. And I think most people know that. So as I'm thinking my way through the question, I actually think that's not a hard line to draw. I think not calling people out of their...
Wait, Spiciba. I didn't realize that you were memeing here. Take out the trash, Ezra. Well, I don't think we disagree here. Like, it's also, this isn't an affront to you, but like, add extra vocal fry. But garbage, again, I don't think we are far off here. But taking it to the trash, garbage, as some will say. I've been getting a lot of pushback here, but you say immense refuse is bad. What about recycling practices? Oh no.
Name? I think that's actually a basic
perfect Ezra Klein
value
argument
that most people have. And I think people who think it's not, who are pushing that, are actually themselves on the other side of the line.
But so I want to hold on this for a minute, because I do think this is like a very
and that's
core
different
question.
from policy, Ezra.
Yeah, I understand it's different than policy.
That's different than policy.
I think that one just reality is the president of the United States is a person who, in his comportment as a human being...
You lost me right there. He's not a person. Try again.
On the public stage, I would have said in 08, in 12, in 16, should be on the other side of the line.
Yeah.
I think he's a person who does not act with any sense of public or even personal decency.
Right.
And then he won in 16, lost sort of narrowly in 20 and then won in 2024. And I think the thing that has led to for me is recognizing that I don't get to draw the line. Now, it doesn't mean I don't have one in my own heart, but I think that is the thing that I am struggling with, which is not only is he clearly, for most people, or a lot of people, plurality of the voters in the last election, not somehow way over the line, but like, that means it's a lot of people who are willing to accept things that I thought we would have found unacceptable. Like, if you had told me, like, I would have thought that the way he acts in public is unacceptable, and it's not. And so I think for me, and this goes back to maybe the culture that you feel didn't exist, but I feel did.
Wait.
In public is unacceptable, and it's not. And so
Trump is a reality star. I think that's what hasn't been considered in politics, right? You could draw a very strong parallel with Ronald Reagan in the 1980s, who was not just an actor, but an actor that a lot of Americans had grown up with. For better or for worse, like, a lot of people hated him. And, they were aware of his politics, which the thing is, Reagan got away with politics that should have been too radical. As much as people were surprised by Donald Trump beating Hillary Clinton, as many people as were, including magazines, media outlets like the New York Times, had Hillary Clinton with a 99%, I think it was something like 99% chance of winning. Ronald Reagan sort of came out of nowhere for a lot of people too, both in the Republican primary and in the election. And what's the common denominator between Reagan and Trump, chat? It is that they are pop culture figures, right? Trump first as a New York socialite, I guess as a real estate guy, although that he wasn't really wasn't as successful as he likes to claim. And then finally as a reality star where he really became a household name. And Reagan, you know, having been in, I don't even know what Reagan's career uh was like, but I do know that he was you know, he had been in, I mean, he was like what, 80 something when he was in office, so he had been an actor in movies for a very long time.
I think for me, and this goes back to maybe the culture that you feel didn't exist, but I feel did, that there was a view that we could sort of work with politics with drawing these lines, that there were people going to be inside them and outside them, and we could work that way. And I think that I am like working with the question of what happens if you don't believe that, if you don't control the line. What I see is any line that existed at all collapsing. So I'm watching like Holocaust revisionism on like the biggest right-wing podcasts, right? I'm watching Tucker Carlson like turn into, you know, what I would describe as a white nationalist and become an absolute dominant force on the right, like bigger than he ever was in his, you know, smarmy libertarian phase. And this stuff has real appeal, like as you said, right? That's not a surprise on some level. It's just something you have to deal with. And so that's where this question of the line drawing, like I have lines what I think should and should not be acceptable, but those lines clearly have no relationship to my country, the politics. And I think I've been asking the question without really having an answer. I want to be honest about this. Of well, what follows from that?
I think you do have a line. I think
I'm sure I do.
I think there are things.
I think what you're seeing is, you know, this is a backlash of a lot of things, and that it, I guess the line is more elastic. It's the way that I would put it. But it's also elastic means it snaps back. And Ezra's almost taking like this, like, well, this is the new politics. I mean, I guess if, you know, Tucker Carlson, a major media figure, is a Holocaust skeptic, then I suppose that this is now, you know, a point of view that I hope that's not what Ezra is saying here, because that is a monstrous thing to say. Same thing, oh yeah, with Arnold Schwarzenegger, yeah. And the thing about it is it's a lot more possible than anybody thinks, because now this whole phenomenon that people attribute to Trump winning in 2024 is that he got a lot of people who were not likely voters, who you would not expect to see show up to the poll, showed up to the poll, right? And that is you know, correlated by a lot of people with his you know, appearing on various podcasts and getting a lot of positive press from that sphere of things, right? And so same thing with Arnold Schwarzenegger, although I think it's even more like Arnold Schwarzenegger was like a big star back in the day. And so it's like, can you imagine this? Like, it's voting day. Usually it's really boring. And there's only a few people there, especially for like a primary, right? But today, a bunch of dude bros who love action movies have a chance to vote for the Terminator. They can vote for, what else does he play? What else does Arnold Schwarzenegger? They can vote for Kindergarten Cop, right? They can take a fucking meme and make it into reality. They can take a movie and they can put it in the California governor mansion. There's got to be like some of that in like Reagan's politics and Trump's politics and in Schwarzenegger's politics and maybe even like somebody like Jesse Ventura. He's Conan. Oh yeah, Conan the you can vote for Conan the Barbarian. Like, right, you get a bunch of people that would not show up otherwise. It is kind of a powerful strategy if you can make it work.
Things, for instance, that I could say that would make you say it's no point in Tanahesi coming up on and being on this podcast. And likewise, there are things you could say, obviously, that I would say it's no point in me talking to Ezra.
Yeah.
Right there.
I'm saying what happens if 35% of the country, 40% of the country, the dominant political force in the country is inside that? Does that change anything? Or no, like the line just holds?
No, I mean, welcome to Black America. That's our history.
got him. I mean, there you go. I mean, that is unironically what's making him, it's what's making it so hard for him to see is privilege. But yeah, honestly, like, what would you do if that 40% were like, just straight up Nazis? Because we're not, I hate to break it to you, Ezra, but we're not too far off from that.
The line we have drawn in general has not been majoritarian politics, unfortunately. That's just been what it is, you know? And at the times that it's been majoritarian politics, people have done things and, you know, fiddled with government or done, you know, extremely violent things to make it not so, you know?
How do you deal in that answer? Like, how do you deal with Trump really substantially increasing his share of the black vote?
Actually, I think where he is about where actually Republicans tended to be before Barack Obama. So I'm a little less. I mean, there's a conservative portion of our community that's always voted Republican.
Chat, the swing in the black vote, like, it is over emphasized, right? Compared to what it actually was, which was like I think you only get statistical significance if you're looking at like black dudes, like, right? That vote. And even then it's not a huge shift, but it's so weird, chat. You know, like, it does feel dehumanizing to talk about different like sectors of the vote, like the black vote, the white vote, right? But the black vote, if you want to look at it demographically that way, is way the fuck more consistently left wing than the white vote, which is consistently skewing to the right. And nobody ever like blames white people for Trump, but oh my God, you know, heaven forbid Trump scores 6% higher with black men than he did in 2020. Heaven forbid that. I guess we gotta, you know, call the entire black community in and you ask them for an explanation. Like, right? It's so weird. I mean, I guess that is, you know, if you're marginalized, you're responsible for what a small number of whatever group you belong to did, right? They will put that on you. They would never do this to like white people. They would never do this to men, but they will do this to
and I think, you know, obviously I think sexism is a very, very real force. You know, I don't think it's completely explanatory, but the idea that there is, say, 20% of black men who are fundamentally conservative, that doesn't really surprise me too much.
But I guess let's take, because I think this is a hard case. I think from your perspective and from my perspective, we probably don't believe hugely different things.
Mm-hmm.
A huge amount of the country, right? A majority of the country believes things about trans people, about what policy should be towards trans people, about what language is acceptable to trans people, that like we would see as fundamentally and morally wrong.
Right.
And what politically, not in a column or something, but politically, should our relationship with those people be? Do we win them over? Do we compromise with them? Like, this feels like a very salient question. The Republican Party is going to make sure this is a relentlessly salient question.
Right.
So
I agree with that.
Where does the approach leave us? Right? Where do we go on that?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great.
Only a salient question when you are not taking care or offering people a solution to problems with their material conditions. Ezra, this is only a problem for you because you're a fucking neoliberal. All right? What the answer should be, if ever, like, trans anything is brought up as a fucking political issue, right? Like, oh, I guess this is more important than inflation. I guess this is more important than housing prices. I guess this is more important than the cost of groceries. Because the rest, I don't know about you, but the rest of us are kind of having a tough time about it. You want to talk about like trans sports? I I mean, that is literally, but you can't do that as Ezra Klein, because you don't have an answer on the economic thing. Your only answer is blame the groups. And here comes the rain.
Great
again.
question. Look, I think a couple things. I think, again, look, my tradition is the only thing I have a reference point for, so I'm sorry to keep going back to this. But when I look at the times that we have lost, if I think specifically about the Black tradition, for instance, it's hard for me to say politically they did something wrong. You know what I mean? Like, Reconstruction falls. What was the thing that should have been done? On the contrary, I see, a kind of courage that I wish we had today in a lot of people. You know what I mean? I see people willing to die and take bullets all the time. You know what I mean? What more could Ida B. Wells have done, to get the anti-lynching bill passed? I mean, here is somebody that, was banished from Tennessee on threat of being killed after she saw her friends, murdered and lynched. And one of the things I will say is, when I look back at that long tradition, and I look back in the times that people have won and the places they've won, it's often not been their heroism that was the decisive factor ultimately. It's often not been their strategy that was the decisive factor. Folks look back at the civil rights movement, for instance, and they talk about how brilliant it was to do the sit-ins and, use mass media in the way that Martin Luther King used mass media, the appearance. All of that's true. But if we don't have World War II, and the planet does not get a view of how horrific it can be when you decide you're going to eliminate people based on their traits, civil rights movement happened? I don't know. I think windows open and close. And so I think some of this is up to the decisions that politicians make. I think some of it is also up to what is happening in the broader mass culture at the time. I think all this kind of, works together. I'm not against, this kind of strategizing. That I think that has to happen. But I think you also have to recognize how broad the world is when you say politics.
In today's super competitive business environment, the edge goes to those who push harder, move faster, and level up every tool in their arsenal.
And break things. Sorry. Sounds like some tech bro shit, doesn't it?
Outdoor areas in the U.S. where you can see the sky. Best network based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
I think that you have actually, I think, been a very prime mover in this. I think there's been a period, particularly on the left, in which the Civil War, pre it, post it, the writings of that time, the people of that time, have become a sort of a rooting period, a place where we sort of go back and look and think about who are we, what was revealed about us. I'm taking nothing away from that.
Right.
But that's obviously a period where politics ultimately fails. I actually think, and I've thought about this a lot in reaction I have read in the last couple of weeks, I've thought a lot about how many people believe we are already in a cold civil war, that we are in a time that we are dealing with divisions and questions. I see it on the right, for sure. I hear it on the left. I have a lot of email that's like, we need a national divorce. How that's going to be effectuated, never exactly clear.
Do people
they do use that.
Do people you respect say that to you?
Well, yes, actually, I will say that. But I'm not going to, people say things to me that are off the record and I shouldn't say it. But you don't believe that though, right? You don't believe we are at a point. I think this is really important. I was curious what you would say to this question. You don't believe we are at a point where the next 10, 20, 30 years can't be shaped by decisions we would understand as within normal politics, within elections and legislation and organizing and so on.
No.
Good. I think that's great.
I mean, look, that could happen.
Yeah.
That could happen. But I guess the broader thing I am thinking about is, how much does this era...
Emily French says, I think Ezra is the mask for the techno-feudalism movement. It feels like a psyop. Yeah, I mean, look, if you're saying that, his function, the behaviors that he's encouraging in the Democratic Party are useful to the new tech robber barons. Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, whether or not he's a psyop or whether he's just a useful idiot, I can't really tell you. But
stand out.
He's something.
A long sweep of American history.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Well, so this is actually...
But it wouldn't make my list for the worst.
No, I agree with you. I'm where you are on this, to just be super clear.
Okay.
But I actually think one reason then the amount we focus on the Civil War period is tricky is because that's a period when it didn't work like that, right? You actually had to go over the cliff of that and have the war. I've been thinking a lot about, because I've been reading a lot about McCarthyism. So I've been thinking about that whole period. And you just sort of brought up the World War II as, sort of a generation.
See, I feel like Ezra's the kind of guy that if I had expressed any reservations about capitalism in private, Ezra seems like the kind of guy that would narc me out to Joe McCarthy. I don't know.
Of the politics allows us to have the Great Society, the Civil Rights Act, etc. I think another way of sort of glossing that is you have the rise of Red Scare politics, which predate McCarthy. You have Joseph McCarthy, who is, just for a period, an unbelievably dominant force.
It's insane.
Everybody who challenges him loses.
That's right.
He becomes a complete kingmaker. He's eventually boxed out and beaten by Dwight Eisenhower, a sort of center-right, very, very anti-communist politician, but who can sort of take the center from McCarthy. But then it's what happens next? Nixon, who is the genteel red baiter to McCarthy's non-genteel red baiter, runs in the next election. He's beaten by JFK, who's a very center-left, very anti-communist, sort of runs to Nixon's right on communism. And he does it with Lyndon Johnson, on the bottom of the ticket, sort of representing Southern politics in the Democratic Party. It's a very, very, in a way, checkered series of moves that are accepting huge amounts of McCarthyism at that time. And yet
Did bro just make a checkers joke, chat? A very checkered? He's talking about Nixon. From the Nixon Foundation itself? Wow.
The following program is sponsored by the Republican National Committee, the Republican Senatorial Campaign Committee, and the Republican Congressional Committee.
You are about to hear a report from Senator Richard Nixon, nominee for the office of Vice President of the United States. The senator has interrupted his nationwide campaign tour to be with you tonight for this important message. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Richard Nixon.
My fellow Americans, I come before you tonight as a candidate for the vice presidency and as a man whose honesty and integrity has been questioned. Now, the usual political thing to do when charges are made against you is to either ignore them or to deny them without giving details. I believe we've had enough of that in the United States, particularly with the present administration in Washington, D.C. To me, the office of the Vice Presidency of the United States is a great office, and I feel that the people have got to have confidence in the integrity of the men who run for that office and who might obtain it. I have a theory, too, that the best and only answer to a smear or to an honest misunderstanding of the facts is to tell the...
Just to point out the fact that I am a dog owner. I have a dog. His name is Checkers.
Truth. And that's why I'm here tonight. I want to tell you my side of the case. I'm sure that you have read the charge and you've heard it, that I, Senator Nixon, took $18,000 from a group of my supporters. Now, was that wrong? And let me say that it was wrong. I'm saying, incidentally, that it was wrong, not just illegal, because it isn't a question of whether it was legal or illegal. That isn't enough. The question is, was it morally wrong? I say that it was morally wrong if any of that $18,000 went to Senator Nixon for my personal use. I say that it was morally wrong if it was secretly given and secretly handled. And I say that it was morally wrong if any of the contributors got special favors for the contributions that they made. And now to answer those questions, let me say this. Not 1 cent of the $18,000 or any other money of that type ever went to me for my personal use. Every penny of it was used to pay for political expenses that I did not think should be charged to the taxpayers of the United States. It was not a secret fund. As a matter of fact, when I was on Meet the Press, some of you may have seen it last Sunday, Peter Edson came up to me after the program, and he said, "Dick, what about this fund we hear about?" And I said, "Well, there's no secret about it. Go out and see Dana Smith, who was the administrator of the fund." And I gave him his address. And I said, "You will find that the purpose of the fund simply was to defray political expenses that I did not feel should be charged to the government." And third, let me point out, and I want to make this particularly clear, that no contributor to this fund, no contributor to any of my campaigns, has ever received any consideration that he would not have received as an ordinary constituent. I just don't believe in that. And I can say that never, while I have been in the Senate of the United States, as far as the people that contributed to this fund are concerned, have I made a telephone call for them to an agency, or have I gone down to an agency in their behalf? And the records will show that, the records which are in the hands of the administration. Well, then some of you will say, and rightly, well, what did you use the fund for, Senator? Why did you have to have it? Let me tell you in just a word how a Senate office operates. First of all, a senator gets $15,000 a year in salary. He gets enough money to pay for 1 trip a year, a round trip that is, for himself and his family between his home and Washington, D.C. And then he gets an allowance to handle the people that work in his office, to handle his mail. And the allowance for my state of California is enough to hire 13 people. And let me say, incidentally, that that allowance is not paid to the senator. It's paid directly to the individuals that the senator puts on his payroll. But all of these people and all of these allowances are for strictly official business. Business, for example, when a constituent writes in and wants you to go down to the Veterans Administration and get some information about his GI policy. Items of that type, for example. But there are other expenses which are not covered by the government.
Why don't you just print shitcoin and have people buy it knowing that you're about to be vice president? No, this is quaint. This is quaint. The fact that they're making him explain. We just had what who is it? Like the chairman of ICE or something? The director of ICE? No, not Todd Lyons. God damn it. Border czar. Yeah, with the border czar that just received, like, that just basically took a bribe in an FBI sting and then was appointed border czar, and the investigation immediately dropped, like, compared to fucking Nixon being like, now listen here, I did take that money given to me by my constituents, and I did so spend it on my constituents, and being able to go out and take care of business for them. And would you begrudge me that? How does this get to his dog, though? Dispelling false rumors? I mean, it sounds like the rumors are true. He's just got like an excuse for it. Where does the dog come in? Checkers. Okay, 19 minutes. Oh, here we go. Here we go, chat. Are you ready? Right.
A man down in Texas heard Pat in the radio mention the fact that our two youngsters would like to have a dog. And believe it or not, the day before we left on this campaign trip, we got a message from the Union Station in Baltimore saying they had a package for us. We went down to get it. You know what it was? It was a little Cocker Spaniel dog in a crate that he'd sent all the way from Texas. Black and white, spotted. And our little girl, Tricia, the 6-year-old, named it Checkers. And you know, the kids, like all kids, love the dog. And I just want to say this right now, that regardless of what they say about it, we're going to keep him.
That is parasocial as fuck. That's what the dog was doing? That's what the dog was doing? Like, he'd been getting, it sounds like illegal contributions, right? Whether, and he's on the ticket to run for president as Eisenhower's vice president. There's this controversy and people are talking to me, maybe Eisenhower should drop him. You know, maybe this isn't the right guy. And he comes on and he's like, oh, unlike some other politicians who either don't respond to allegations at all, or if they do respond to them with no specificity. I'm going to jibber jabber at you for 29 minutes. Up to and including my kid's dog. My cute little kid named the dog Checkers. How could you be against a kid and her dog, Chad? How could you possibly be? So how could you possibly be against the good Senator Richard Milhouse Nixon? I guess he's not corrupt at all. I guess we should let him go. Let him continue his political career. What's the worst that could happen? I don't have to look far for the worst that could happen. The most bombed country in the world is not too far away from where I'm at now. Yeah, and that was thanks to this guy getting elected twice. Well, I mean, really, the first time was enough to...
It isn't easy to come before a nationwide audience and bare your life, as I've done. But I want to say some things before I conclude that I think most of you will agree on. Mr. Mitchell, the chairman of the Democratic National Committee, made the statement that if a man couldn't afford to be in the United States Senate, he shouldn't run for the Senate. And I just want to make my position clear.
Okay.
I don't agree with Mr. Mitchell when he says that only a rich...
I actually don't either. Yeah, this is the whole thing. Like, it's kind of counterintuitive, and it's hard to make it happen because it's so easy to, especially if the public is unhappy about what's going on in the government, right? It's so easy to be like, these motherfuckers are overpaid and yada yada, but in reality, you want you want a congressional pay rate that is maybe even more than competitive with like private industry, because otherwise otherwise it's easier to buy them off. Anyway, so let's get back to Ta-Nehisi Coates. I just wanted to check in on, I don't know. He sounded like he was making a reference to that speech about Richard Nixon's totally not corrupt behavior. We can tell, chat, he's not a crook.
It does sort of lead to political power that is then wielded in a very, very different way within fairly short order. I take from this, I've been thinking about this because I think we're sort of in a new McCarthyism, some lessons on how politics can work and like the give and the take of it. We've been sort of brought up the Civil War a bunch, but what do you take from this period?
I take something that we've kind of been circling for this entire conversation, which is that the role of politicians and the role of writers, intellectuals, et cetera, is very, very different. Politicians do things that I wouldn't do. I don't, for instance, I don't hold JFK or RFK up, you know what I mean, as the people
me neither.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not a fan of JFK Camelot revisionism.
But, you know, I guess
it's not a very good president.
That's like a separate thing from whether, you know what I mean, why politics happens the way they do. Let me give you an instance that often also comes up. That's not the Civil War, and that's the New Deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think there is a pretty strong argument that the New Deal not a strong argument, but it's pretty clear that the New Deal did quite a bit to create the social safety net, create an American middle class, right? That's true. Did FDR want to, in his heart, exclude Black folks in the way that they were excluded from it? No. That was the price of getting the thing done. I understand that as politics. But were I there in that time, it would be incumbent on me to yell at FDR to not do that. Mm-hmm. I just think that's really, 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 really important. We don't all have the same role. You know, when I wrote Case for Reparations, it was not my expectation, nor did I even think it would be politically intelligent for like Barack Obama to go up and yell, "I'm for reparations." You know what I mean? But that's different than, you know what I mean, my role. Yeah.
I guess the substructure of a bunch of what I am saying, which may or may not be in argument with you. It's just right. When I texted you to come on, I was like, I've been thinking about what the underlying arguments are here. Mm-hmm, so you're kind of getting this spilling out of my brain. Mm-hmm. I think that there is a work of politics that for a bunch of different reasons has become demeaned.
You say work of politics, you make it so easy for me, Ezra. You know what a work is, chat? In wrestling? You know what work is? Like if I see Ezra in the locker room and I smack him across the face, right? And then he comes out during my match and jumps in the ring, right? That's like a work, right? A work is like a, or even, I think, isn't even like the moves are called, like a work is like when you're pretending to do something, but not really, like, right? It's like a kayfabe thing. But no, obviously that's not what he means. It's just, like, he is kind of doing a work. He is kind of doing a work, whether he wants to admit it or not.
Out of my brain.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there is a work of politics that for a bunch of different reasons has become demeaned. And I think, and this does not speak well of the people, so to speak, in power doing it, but I think that they are not doing it well. I think the culture around them, I think politicians are not always leaders. I think they're often followers. And I think that the idea that kind of political coalition building across these gigantic differences, building across public opinion, both not just as you wish it existed, but as it exists, has become, seen and like treated as often betrayal, cowardice, moral fallibility. It's not, I think it's fine to say people got different roles. And in fact, it's good for intellectuals to criticize the politicians. But my view is that the political practice became too weak. I don't think that was true for Obama. I went back preparing to talk to you and I read your piece, "My President Was Black."
Yeah.
It's a beautiful piece.
Thank you.
And it's very much in this tension, right? Where you say quite a bit, like, in here.
Yeah.
to do the things in some ways I wish he had done. It would have been, that politics wouldn't have worked. There would have been no Obama presidency, and his presidency would not have been successful. And I think I've been...
Chat, do we just have an F? Are we connected? Are we good? No, it looks like we're good. I saw something, I thought it was like a disconnect message. Looks like we're fine.
I've been thinking about that line, right? In my own work and just in the political culture as I see it, that line between the sort of intellectual, analytical work and the actual like work of politics, the how do we live here with each other work, right? Which I think is actually honorable work. And I think feels right now to me like morally urgent and necessary. And not just over disagreement, just the whole thing being done in a strategic and disciplined sense. I think one of the things I've thought about is the need to actually raise the status of just like old-fashioned politics. And I think I've been surprised to find myself feeling that way. But I think one way the second Trump term has changed me.
What the fuck does he mean?
Is I don't, and maybe you always believe this, right? You know, I'm not putting this on you. I think what got built for all of its flaws in the back half of the 20th century was much more fragile than I'd understood. Not just like the legislation or any of that, but the actual sense of like what you could and could not do, what we would and would not accept. And I've just like the sense that we can just tumble all the way back has become much more real to me. And so the work that people did to begin to build those guardrails and like how hard that actually was, you know, and the disappointment we eventually felt, I feel like we began to take something actually quite beautiful for granted, or only see what wasn't there as opposed to what was. And it's forced a little bit of, for me, like, how did they do it? How did they get out of the last one of these?
You know, I'll just say, and I think I'm speaking for a broader community here. We are not happy, but we are not surprised, man. And again, the reason why we go back to Reconstruction and the Civil War is because...
Moko Irene says, I feel like this smugness is not just trademarked by Ezra Klein. There's something really smug and haughty about liberal intellectualism in general, looking down at the rest of us. Lefty plebs. Yeah, with the idea that we are somehow children because we haven't accepted capitalism, realism as our artificial horizon.
It is, before the 1960s, the only glimpse at the possibility of a real democracy in this country. And it happened. And in some places, it was actually quite successful. You know, you have people who, you know, had been enslaved, who are written off as illiterate fools, who, you know what I mean, serving in legislatures. And actually, you know, with the standard of the time, actually, it's such a hopeful, incredible story. It's a beautiful thing. And it was violently destroyed. You know, once you see that, and once you have that in your heritage, once you know what I mean, understand that, once you understand that Martin Luther King could be standing up, telling his own people, we do not embrace violence at all. It is morally repugnant. We embrace love. And that could get you shot. Not burn it down. Love can get you shot. You know, you just have a different view of your country. You know, it is not, I emphasize this over and over again, it is not a fatalistic view. It is not, it is written in stone that we will ultimately lose, but you understand that losing is a possibility.
But so then what does that, there's a Buddhist meditation I like. This is a weird place to go. But it goes like, like this. I'm of the nature to grow sick. I'm of the nature to grow old. I'm of the nature to lose the people I love. I'm of the nature to die. How then shall I live? And
I love that.
Yeah, I do it because sometimes you need the reminder. Yeah. What I hear you saying in a way is we are of the nature too.
Yeah.
And I think the place I'm trying to push is then how then shall we live? Because in this distinction you're making between like you would have been there correctly yelling at FDR. And I'm not like asking you, but like me, right? Like my work, my role.
Can you answer that? Can you say I think it's a good point. Would you define for me how you see like what your role is?
I don't know what my role is anymore. I'll be totally honest with you, man. I feel very conflicted about that question. The role I want to have is a person curiously exploring his political and intellectual interests in political peacetime. And the role I somehow have.
Your role is to never mature then. Like, that is so fucking, I'm so sorry. Dude wants to go back to the 90s or to the 2010s or dude wants to go, like, just wants to time travel between the Obama administration and the Clinton administration. And I don't know where do you, what years do you go to be in political peacetime? There's actually not that much of it. Like, people do understand that what he's referring to as political peacetime, that's the exception, not the rule. And honestly, I would say even that perception is the function of his privilege. Once again, we go back to, what Ta-Nehisi Coates said earlier, welcome to being black, right? In other words, what you're describing is something that black people have to deal with every day. And this is, Ezra's, to the extent that, Ezra's truly oblivious of things, it's kind of a function of his privilege. He is able to be oblivious to those things. I don't know, what part's real with this guy, who he actually is, what he is doing, and who he is doing it for. As somebody brought up earlier in chat, right? I mean, this definitely does serve a purpose for the tech elite in terms of keeping the Democratic Party absolutely hamstrung, putting a giant ball and chain on their legs that specifically prevents them from doing the one thing that they might be able to do to win votes, even of people who don't agree with them about trans people, even to people who don't agree with about abortion. You put a chicken in every pot, and you will be surprised at how many less people are concerned about, trans women invading spaces or whatever the fuck kind of shit they come up with next week.
Is sometimes that. But I am in the business. I'm a political opinion writer and podcaster and so on. And I'm in the business of political persuasion. And I feel like me and the people who believe what I believe, not narrowly speaking, but, like the whole broad coalition, have failed in a really consequential way. And I think it is.
You feel like you failed in your work?
I think there are places I failed. I mean, I think there are things I got right too. Like, I think we shouldn't have run Joe Biden again. I think I was right about that. I think I've gotten a lot right. But I think I've gotten.
I mean, wait. When did he say that though? Because like I said it during the fucking primary. I was so pissed off before the primary. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying I'm like the only one who said it. I mean, I sure there were others, but it was like there was just no. There was it was just a wall of silence, right? Nobody was talking about. Like, or you'd say it and they'd be like, yeah, well, you're right. He's not the best candidate, but, And then they'd point to the field, which what was the field Marianne Williamson was running? I can't remember. There was one dude that was running that was specifically saying Biden should get out, and no, I don't mean Cenk Uygur. I mean somebody who was actually running. I can't remember what his name was, but he was, saying, that this is a guy that should actually, yeah, he was kind of a shit. Wasn't he like to the right of Biden or something? But he was saying that that Biden was too old to run again, which, but I mean, both, like, I was upset because both, yeah, he's not, the best candidate, and he had said before that he was going to step down after one term. I don't know. I thought that there should have been at least a primary, like a real primary where he has to debate, not just some shit where, and honestly, that part of that is a function of getting real candidates to run, and getting real candidates to run is incumbent upon like reducing the stigma against running against an incumbent, because as it is now, chat, if you run against an incumbent, especially if you don't win, you will never work in politics town again.
Things wrong, but I think we are here now, right? That's what I would really say.
Meow. Meow.
And
meow.
it is forcing
meow.
me
Meow.
to rethink things I would prefer not to rethink. I will give you an example because people are mad at me on this one right now.
Please.
I said in a podcast with my colleague Russ Douthat, he was pushing me on left radicalism.
Is that?
I don't care about.
Is that fucking how you? Is that how you pronounce his name? Ross Douthat? That's his name has confused the fuck out of me forever. Apparently, he's kind of a lolcow on Chapo. He has this weird thing where he may or may not have had a sexual relationship with William F. Buckley. Only remember Cordell West and Jill Stein. Oh, they weren't running as Democrats. Yeah, there's like 3 actual Democratic candidates, but Marianne Williamson was the only one who had any name recognition.
Left-wing radicalism. I don't think it's some great threat. I don't think it's a huge political problem. I worry about left-wing pessimism, fatalism, that we are losing and don't want to change anything. And I said that the question for me is, how do we win Senate seats in places like Kansas and Missouri and Ohio? I said, I would like to see us doing things like in red states, and here I meant redder than those, running pro-life candidates. People got real upset about that, and I get why. But in 2010, when the Affordable Care Act passed, there were 40 House Democrats who were pro-life at some level. You had to do this whole negotiation with this guy, Bart Stupak.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. And on the bright side, you don't have to have those negotiations now. And on the downside, you can't pass the Affordable Care Act. And the point is not that issue.
Do you see what he's doing? He wants to go back to the good old days. What a shithead. That is the most vibes-based origin or impetus you could have ever fucking imagined. Like, if we could just get old Bart Stupak back, sure, he was an asshole and a forced birther, but god damn it, you could get that guy, if you gave enough carve-outs to make it hard for people to get reproductive care, you could get him to vote for you, right? He wants to go back to, like, I don't know, to the Obama administration, I guess. It's so fucking immature to think like that, to be like, that is like, oh my god. We don't have the luxury to idly wish to go back to a better time. That is not how time works, Ezra, unless you're fucking running on quantum time.
That one issue, although things like, the example, say Susan Collins, where she's in theory pro-choice, but she votes for Mitch McConnell and John Thune as leader.
Right.
Like, that's how you build power on some level, right? If you have those, Joe Manchin, like, I wish he were still a senator from West Virginia, as much as I have deep disagreements with him. I think that I am a person, I think you are a person, whether you admit it or not, who is one of the people with a, voice in shaping what our political culture is. And I believe at some level that political strategy is downstream from political culture. I think it means exploring things that are uncomfortable and being pretty disciplined in a way, maybe.
You have a fetish for fucking over the groups, Ezra. And don't think we don't notice, all right? Like, this whole idea that, like, somebody needs to get sacrificed, right? If we're going to make this train run on time, somebody's got to go under the fucking, wheels, right? It's such fucked up law. That's not logic. That is, like, fucking... We do not need to appease the gods by sacrificing someone, Ezra. But I know you feel like we do. It's like not good politics. If you haven't, suffered, you don't get uncomfortable. Like, ooh, geez. Well, this was a part of our coalition yesterday, but I guess we're just gonna like give them up and let Trump lock every. You know what I mean? This is some. This logic has some really ugly historical parallels that I don't think are too hard to see.
I haven't been about separating the question of what I believe from what I believe will win power. Because I currently think
you're treating other people like children when they're actually smarter than you. And that's embarrassing for you and it's insulting to them. So when you get treated like a piece of shit, that is absolutely how the internet has been looking at Ezra Klein in the last few weeks, right? Please understand why. Please understand that people are only treating you like shit because you're being a total dickhead.
The cost of losing power is horrifying and dangerous.
No shit.
And we can't
hey, dumbass, we're the ones suffering the consequences. Can you look at us like we're adults? No, you don't need to fucking tell us that, Ezra. We're like, what the fuck? We know about the consequences way better than you ever will.
So that's
where my head is. Can we stay with that exactly? Because the immediate thing, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but the immediate thing that springs to mind for me in that question is not who you're abandoning.
Yeah, exactly, B-Cat. It's like Ezra represents the default of the Democratic Party. This is, and he's acting like he's proposing something new, something different. The only thing new about it is he's giving up on issues and in some cases on constituency. This is not the way to win. What does it say to other parts of your constituency when they see you throw one part under the bus? What does that fucking say? What does that? Does that make them want to, yeah, I'm really glad I threw in my solidarity with this lot. I'm sure they've got my back. Or is it maybe the exact, here's a new idea. Have we considered doing the more of the status quo? If we just do austerity hard enough, right, then we'll be.
But how do you square the fact that, in fact, reproductive rights has proven to be pretty popular in red states? And I'm thinking about referendums that have been passed such that they've had to, change the rules. Like, how do you separate that?
When I sort of said this in glancingly.
Like, there are people who didn't vote for Kamala, but give me my reproductive rights.
I think that I was using first pro-life as an illustrative example. Okay. But there are many red districts in this country. And there are states that we do not even think about competing in anymore, right? I'm not talking.
I'm sorry,
about Ohio.
You were using pro-life as a stalking horse for what, anti-trans? Like, what he's saying is that, like, I don't mean like pro-life necessarily, but shit like that, shit that we don't agree with, shit that we don't like, shit that fucks people over that we're supposed to be, have their best interest in mind. Shit like that. We got to do some of that. Some of the, like, I don't know, maybe it's endorse some kind of a mass deportation program, right? Say we'll deport those damn immigrants even harder than Trump will. Birthright citizenship, hell, we'll revoke. I don't know. Like, this is not good logic.
Here, I think you have to try things. By the way, not only moderation kind of things, you could try going much harder on economic populism, which some people are trying. I think you might need to combine those two strategies, right?
Well, can you do that? Or are your groups preventing that from happening? Right? Because there seems to be this wall that we run into whenever it's something like the minimum wage gets raised, or an entitlement program is like, and we don't think about how weird it is to say something like, what would be a good policy prescription? Doubling SNAP payments. You're never going to hear that from anyone. You only ever hear, let's cut SNAP payments in half. Let's reduce the eligibility for SNAP payments. Let's make it so hard to qualify for SNAP payments that nobody that actually needs them, can get them. Like, that's all you ever hear.
Just sort of the Dan Osborne in Nebraska approach. I think that I think even before the question of what your policies are, and I believe this very deeply, there's a question of whether or not people feel like you respect them and like them, even if they disagree with you. Before, I think people will give you power, they don't even ask, do they like you? They ask whether you like them. And I think a lot of the country feels we don't like them. Not only do I believe that, I know that. I've seen the focus groups. I've seen the survey data. I've talked to the people who work on this.
So here's the deal. Here's the deal. If you like somebody or you don't like somebody, it's like, you can't change that. Do you understand this, chat? Have you ever tried to like somebody that you don't like? Is it possible? And I would say that, if there's a kind of person like, that you don't like. Now, look, you can probably recognize that there's different kinds of people with different, levels of knowledge that are voting for Trump. But in terms of like a certain Trump voter that, thinks a certain thing about women, a certain thing about Black people, a certain thing about immigrants, and a certain thing about trans people, right? You might not like that person. And Ezra is trying to make you feel like that's a moral failing. And now I think he knows that he must know, chat, that you can't force yourself to like someone. So what is he arguing for? Pretend to like them. Pretend you don't think that they are ignorant as fuck. Pretend that you don't see them as an existential danger to the well-being of all around. Right? In other words, what Ezra's asking us to do after an election, which it should have been really clear that what Democrats were lacking was authenticity. Ezra's prescription is that we all be a little bit less authentic, right? We know you fucking hate these people. We know that they rub you the wrong way. But can you repress that feeling? Can you put on a fake smile? That would be great. That is more authentic. The fake smile, I love. That's way more authentic. Holy shit. What is wrong with this guy?
That's going to require changing that is going to require making moves that somehow send a loud enough signal that people begin to think we have changed it at some level. Sherrod Brown should be able to win in Ohio.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Chad, do you hear what he's talking about? He's talking about like a virtue signal. He's saying that it's not even about like, we're going to have this pro-life guy because this pro-life guy is going to do better, right? He's saying even if the pro-life guy does worse, if these Republicans in red states, if they see enough D's pop up where the guy is like, I am pro-life, I believe that life, begins at the heartbeat or begins at conception or whatever, right? They're gonna be like, oh, geez, I guess the Democrats aren't these soy trans-loving cucks that I thought that they were. I'm gonna give them another chance. No, that's not how anything works. Yeah, the issue wasn't inauthenticity. It was unconvincing inauthentic. Yeah, you got to be more convincing, like Ezra, right? Chat. Ezra totally doesn't telegraph that he looks down on you, does he? You can't pick that up, can you? The fact that he thinks he's infinitely smarter than you, that's not something. No, he's doing a really good job sublimating those feelings to the point where no one would be the wiser.
He cannot win in Ohio is the Democratic Party itself is a millstone around his neck that drags him down. So,
but you hear what he's saying now? They gotta say it loud enough in enough places to let the Republicans know that, hey, something's changed. That's literally like, we are going to sacrifice like trans people, immigrants, and who knows who else, whoever's convenient, whoever's close enough when we get the chance, until Republicans stop hating us. Holy shit, what a worthless piece of shit this guy is.
I'm not here to tell you I got the answer.
Yeah.
What I would feel much better about is if I felt there was like a strategic discipline about finding it.
So I just if you will take this very gentle pushback.
Yeah, please.
I think
you're here for it.
I haven't seen exactly what people are saying, online in terms of this, but I do think like what immediately strikes me is if you take, I know you would just, it's not, the example necessarily that you would hold out, about reproductive rights, but I think the problem with musing about that is abandoning it is a very real possibility for people who don't have the option necessarily to fly to another state or do X, Y, and Z. So I suspect when they hear somebody of your status, even if it's not the example you mean, putting it out in the air, like they feel, and it's not just that you're putting it out in the air, it's putting it out in the air, and actually, I don't necessarily even mean that one.
No, but
like if you're gonna say that, I think you really gotta.
I'll stand behind
it. You gotta put the data behind it. I think that's really, really important.
I will say, and I think this is actually the nub of it, right? Okay. Like I'm glad we're sort of here. I am saying the thing it sounds like I am saying. To be very, very clear.
Right.
I think in a place like Nebraska, you should try to run some pro-life Democrats. I wish people, instead of saying that an expressive or strategic question in politics was betraying or abandoning the people we wish to protect, I wish what we said was we lost power in a way that allowed Donald Trump to drive.
How about if I put it this way? How about if I don't make any sort of moral judgment about you whatsoever, Ezra, and I say that you're just like the worst hostage negotiator ever. If I was being held hostage, I feel like you would tell the shooter that they could go ahead and shoot me in the hands and one foot, right? As an opening offer to show good faith with them. That's how much faith I have in you. Even if you're not a backstabbing piece of dog shit that wants to use constituencies and then burn those constituencies because you're so fucking edgy, well, it's not even realpolitik. I mean, that's, misusing that word. The abundance talk is the worst. I never heard of Ezra Klein until Sam Seder interviewed him. Yeah. And it's frustrating too, because Sam didn't quite, and he said this after the conversation, he didn't quite get to pin him down the way that he wanted to. He was pretty close, but there was just this little weasel that kind of, he did, like, Ezra didn't come off looking good, but I feel like what I want to see is a dissection of Ezra Klein, not the person, obviously, but the body of work and the ideas of. I want to see somebody fucking pin him down like a worm and just fucking go to town and just be like, and do a little anatomy lesson for all of us, and make this motherfucker a what do you call it? Like a I'm not trying to say object lesson. I almost want to say cautionary tale. No, I'm not gonna get hung up, but on the exact word I'm trying to think of here.
The Supreme Court to a 6-3 Republican majority, and that majority overturned Roe v. Wade. Right. It overturned Roe v. Wade and actually abandoned all these people. Right. Actually fucked them over. Right?
Right.
It is part of, I think, when I say that like the work of politics has become diminished, it is part of how that happened, that talking about this creates this sort of counter argument. Well, even to discuss it is to abandon. In 2008, as you and I both know, Barack Obama ran as a public opponent of gay marriage.
Right.
He ran opposed to it.
Right.
At a time when not only, I won't speak for you, was I not opposed to it, but most of us did not, most of us did not think he was opposed to it.
Right.
Like at his heart, we did not think he was opposed to it.
Right.
But he was playing politics.
Right.
That playing of politics allowed him to name Supreme Court justices, and that led to the...
Nope. Dumbass. Barack Obama in 2008 won the most convincing election since like Reagan 1984. No, shut up. Try again. That he's just wrong, chat. This is so fucked up. Like, right? Did you hear what, like, does he hear what he's saying? Obama wouldn't have gotten elected. So you see, if Obama had came forward and said, you know, I think that all people have a right to marry, and that the person that you love, whatever sex they are, you know, if you love them, you should still be able to get married, and you should get to keep your preacher if you want to. No, just kidding. You got to keep the preacher because you get to keep your doctor. Anyway, chat. It's an Obama joke. Some people remember, but this is he wouldn't have lost. In fact, that might have gotten him more votes. And wait, wasn't it the Supreme Court? Am I wrong, chat? Was it not the Supreme? Was it? Do I remember that right? Did the Supreme Court actually... The other... I remember something happening at the Supreme Court. Okay, so that he could... So he's saying you got to go with the guy that says that he's against you being able to get married, because you got to secretly know that he's really for you getting married, and if you elect him, he's gonna nominate the gay marriage USA. He's gonna nominate the justice that's gonna 2015 decision Obergefell versus Hodges. So this was late into Obama's administration. That's why he's crediting Obama with the but the idea, because the underlying premise here is that Obama would not have gotten elected if he had been on the record in 2008 for same-sex marriages.
Decision that created a constitutional right to same-sex marriage. And I am saying that that kind of playing politics is needed.
I can give you an example from the other side, by the way, too.
Yeah, go for it.
Brother.
I would love it if you would just make him acknowledge the fact that Obama won the fucking 2008 election by a landslide. Look, Obama was a very conservative, small c politician, right? Obama was playing it very, very safe. So I'm not surprised that he did that. But it turns out that it didn't actually help him. It did, you know, if keeping quiet about his real opinion on same-sex marriage was what he did, that it you know, if that's you know what was going on there, it didn't help him at all. I can see where he thought it might, but it ended up not helping him.
You know what my position was during the election about Palestine, about Gaza. Kamala Harris was running to be the first Black woman to be president of the United States. You cannot imagine how animated Black folks were. And some would argue the base of the Democratic Party, Black women. You know, we're going to, see this thing. She was not taking a position that I thought was particularly moral. I had to talk in front of Black audiences about that. You know what I mean? And I had to do the other thing, which was go before Arab American audiences here, Palestinian American audiences here, and say, look, I'm with you. You can be mad at me. You probably will be mad at me. I get it. But for me, politics is the lesser of two evils. We've been fighting this battle for a long time. We have never had the luxury of electing people that represented the best of us. And this is why I'm voting for her. This is a really, really serious thing. And when you hear these Palestinian Americans, and when you hear these Muslim Americans, and when you hear these Arab Americans upset about this, you can't just yell at them. You have to take them seriously. These were hard, very, very difficult conversations. But when I made those conversations, look, man, I had to be buttoned up about it. I just think you take very, very seriously the need to convince people outside of the tent right now, right? About like we have to convince them to come in. I guess what I want from you is I want you to take as seriously people who are in the tent and who are vulnerable and afraid. And if you have to convince them of something that's extremely, extremely uncomfortable, or tell them that you're taking a position that is extremely uncomfortable, I just think you owe them a little more. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
man.
That's fine. I'll take it. But I want to put this on you for a minute, right? You keep sort of putting it back
I
on.
gotta be real. I think that Ta-Nehisi Coates, like, I mean, I know these two are friends, but I would have liked it. I feel like you're giving him an out that he doesn't deserve.
Me.
Yeah, I'm open. Go ahead. I won't.
You keep putting it back on me here on the Ta-Nehesi Coats show.
Yes, right.
What then should we do? What then should be? You are one of the most influential public intellectuals in the country. I know you don't like to think of politics as a thing you do, but it is a thing you do. What, as bad as you know this can get, and given that you're not a hopeless person, or who, doesn't think you should just collapse into fatalism, what do you think should happen now?
I think that really depends on what your role is. I don't have a great overarching theory for what everybody needs to do, because I think we all have different positions. I know what my role is. And I do see myself as part of politics, by the way.
Yeah.
And I think that's a very, very important way of answering the question. I mean, I'm not going to be the person that yells at you because, you went on a bunch of right-wing podcasts. As I've said many times, in the course of this interview, I see myself as a writer. I see myself as a journalist. I see myself as someone for whom it's very, very important to state the truth plainly and to clarify things as best I can. I'm not a strategist for the party, and I've tried to, as you raised in that Barack Obama piece, I've tried to respect the difference.
I guess I'm not pushing you to be a political strategist, right? I think that for me, something you see me doing right here, something I think people reacting to me doing is saying, well, if the fight is this profound and we're losing the fight, then the question is to think about how we fight.
Right.
Right?
Right.
That's something about knowing that this much of the country is, on the wrong side of what my line would have been.
Right.
Knowing that what Kirk was doing, what people like him were doing, was working.
It's weird that, is this just a reluctance to trust polls that, post 2016 that we're seeing from him? Because he's acting like the current polls are identical to what they were a year ago. And we're actually seeing Trump below 40% in approval and underwater on a whole bunch of issues that are like his signature issues, right? Losing constituencies that he made serious inroads with last year. And yet Ezra Klein, maybe because this is a maybe because this is convenient for his perspective, for the place that he wants to lead the Democratic Party as a political strategist. And that's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate that, Ta-Nehisi, and, I don't blame you, you do what you do, you write, and, if your interests aren't to be a political strategist, then for God's sakes, don't be one, I guess. But like the fact that we're left with Ezra Klein as the man in the ear of your member of Congress, the man in the ear of your senator, the man in the ear potentially of your presidential candidate, the fact that he's just repackaged neoliberalism and he's able to sell it to most of these jackasses as something new is pretty fucking disheartening.
Right.
That imposes a set of questions upon us that need to be answered.
Right. The thing I'm struggling with in this conversation and even in that question is the fact that there are things that you yourself have actually advocated for that had they been done, we would be having a very different conversation.
I think I wanted to not be close.
You said what?
I wanted to not be close.
You will call this my fatalism, but I am not surprised. I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be close for a very, very long time. I would like for it to be less close too. But
do you think that's within our power or not really?
Listen, I have a friend, and I'm not going to out him. He's a mutual friend of ours who always says, this is the best set of white folks we have ever had in the entire history of Black America. This is the most woke. This is the least racist. This is the most aware group that we have had. You know what I mean? Like for us, and for those of us who ground ourselves in a larger tradition, this is not close. Like this is a remarkable time. In terms of our freedom, as writers and journalists to speak to people, in terms of the amount of people who are empowered and have some amount of privilege and could just look away and are not looking away. It's not a great time politically. You understand what I'm saying? But it's just, it's not the worst either.
No, it's not.
It's not the worst, All
right, then. I think always our final question. What are 3 books you'd recommend to the audience?
So the first book is a book called The Brothers by Stephen Kinzer, which is a joint biography of Allen Dulles and John Foster Dulles, and how incredibly one was head of the State Department, the other was head of the CIA, and how they worked to overthrow multiple countries during Eisenhower's time. It's just an incredible, mind-boggling book, and it's helping me answer some questions about the role of America in the broader world. The second one is an oldie but goodie, which I reached for before I wrote my piece, is Race and Reunion by David Blight, which I think is just essential because it shows how a country forgets, and forgets in service of a politic that I would say is problematic. The third one is our mutual friend Chris Hayes' book, Siren's Call, which I think, in fact, actually tells us a lot about the conversation that we're having today, and the influence of social media screens and distraction.
Tanahesi Coats, man, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ezra. I appreciate it too.
All right, back to the NPR music. Holy shit. Okay, well, that was... It was worse than I thought. I mean, I thought that, it's too bad that he happened to be Ezra Klein's friend. Because, that was just, oh my God. I want to see somebody pin this dude down. And, Sam seemed like a likely candidate. Ta-Nehesi, considering, his article, seemed promising, and we just didn't get it. We did not get it with Ezra Klein. I'm serious. Like, I want his fucking motivations, biases, blind spots, etc. I want it laid bare. Yeah, get the I've had it women on him. Yeah, I don't think they like him, right? Wish I could take a class from Ta-Nehisi. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's a great writer. Wasn't good pushback for sure. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Ta-Nehesi Coats doesn't really do. Have other people seen him do debates? Maybe he's not. I mean, I just assumed this is an issue where you wrote a pretty scathing article about your friend, you know, or about the opinions about an article by your friend, and you know you don't want to leave a bad taste in his mouth, which is very convenient for Ezra Klein. Nine months ago, Hasan talked to. Oh, I love that this channel called that Ta-Nehesi Coats obliterating. He did have one really good moment, right? I hope people picked up on it. I was hoping that I could find. I mean, there he is on the Rising, but goddamn, I can't bring myself to listen to the Rising. Wait, is this it?
Charlie Kirk, Redeemed, A Political Class Finds Its Lost Cause by Ta-Nehesi Coats. Before he was killed last week, Charlie Kirk left a helpful compendium of words, ones that would greatly aid those who sought to understand his legacy and import. It is somewhat difficult to match these words with the manner in which Kirk is presently being memorialized in mainstream discourse. New York Times columnist Ezra Klein dubbed Kirk one of the era's most effective practitioners of persuasion and a man who was practicing politics in exactly the right way. California Governor Gavin Newsom hailed Kirk's passion and commitment to debate, advising us to continue Kirk's work by engaging with each other across ideology through spirited discourse. Atlantic writer Sally Jenkins saluted Kirk, claiming he argued with civility and asserting his death was a significant loss for those who believed engagement can help bridge disagreements. Why the do these people think SJW-owned compilations are actually a medium to legitimately arrive at the truth through spirited discourse among interlocutors? That is not the case. Fuck! How are you so easily duped? Or do you have worms for brains? What the God, I hate aesthetics perverts. Like the civility fetishists are unbearable, dude. Liberals are so stupid sometimes. The mentions of debate and engagement are references to Kirk's campus tours, during which he visited various colleges to take on whoever come may. That this aspect of Kirk's work would be so attractive to the writers and politicians is understandable. There's, after all, a pervasive worry among the political class that college students, ensconced in their own bubbles, could use a bit of shock therapy from a man unconcerned with preferred pronouns, trigger warnings, and the humanity of Palestinians. Ta-Nehesi Coats is a great writer, but it also shows that the political class's obsession with universities binds it to everything else. Oh my God, what a great take. I know. That's why campus frenzy shit goes so nutty mode in mainstream discourse, because all of these assholes went to the same Ivy League institutions. So that's all they worry about. Unbearable. How much of the first 6 to like 10 months of Israel's genocide was spent on talking about college campus activism? Oh my Lord. I almost said 6, 7, and I know you guys were going to be annoying, so I didn't say it. But it also shows that the political class's obsession with the universities blinds it to everything else, and the everything else of Kirk's politics amounted to little more than a loathing of those whose mere existence provoked this ire. It is not just, for instance, that Kirk held disagreeable views, that he was pro-life, that he believed in public executions, or that he rejected the separation of church and state. It's that Kirk reveled in open bigotry. Indeed, claims of Kirk's civility are tough to square with his penchant for demeaning members of the LGBTQ community as freaks and referring to trans people with the slur.
I love that Hasan used the French pronunciation for a certain penchant for utter bigotry. Yeah, there was a lot more pushback in the article, unfortunately, than there was in the. That's why we're listening to Hasan read the article before I decide if I want to dive back into soul hackers.
The T word. Faced with the prospect of Kamala Harris' presidency, Kirk told his audience that the threat had to be averted because Harris wanted to kidnap your child via the trans agenda. Garden variety transphobia is sadly unremarkable, but Kirk was a master of folding seemingly discordant bigotries into each other as he defined the American way of life as marriage, home ownership, and child rearing free of the lesbian, gay, transgender garbage in their school. Adding that,
yeah, especially those lesbians, okay? Especially their agenda.
Not want kids to have to hear the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day. He also once famously said if Kamala Harris wins, then they're going to import Haitians into the country and export white people, something along those lines. I'm actually paraphrasing. Don't kill me, okay? Something along those lines. I can't recall the exact quote off the top of my mind. I know that's like illegal now. God forbid you say Charlie Kirk actually said something entirely different, and then the actual quote itself is not entirely different at all. You just like got 3 words wrong, max, and they didn't actually change what he was saying. The American way of life was Christendom, Kirk claimed. In Islam, the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America was antithetical to that. Large dedicated Islamic areas were a threat to America, Kirk asserted, and New York mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani was a Mohammedan. I love that one. That one's actually awesome. Oh my God. Yeah, Mohammedan. Dusting off the tomes of racism. All right. With Kirk supposing that anyone trying to see Mohammedism take over the West would love to have New York a prior Anglo center under Mohammedan rule. Kirk habitually railed against black crime, claiming that prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. He repeated the accusations against Yusef Salam, a member of the exonerated Central Park Five, who is now a New York City councilman, calling him a disgusting pig who had gotten away with gang rape. Whatever distaste Kirk held for blacks was multiplied when he turned to those from Haiti. Haiti was, by Kirk's lights, a country infested with demonic voodoo whose migrants were raping your women and hunting you down at night. These Haitians, as well as undocumented immigrants from other countries, were having a field day, per Kirk, and coming for your daughter next. The only hope was Donald Trump. Yeah, I was wrong. He actually didn't say Haitians were going to replace the white population. He said they were going to come to the country and your daughters, your white daughters. That's even, yeah. Yet another instance where my paraphrasing of Charlie Kirk's actual opinion on a particular issue was actually much kinder than his true opinion on that issue. First time in chat, my roommate always talks shit about you, so I decided to look into you more since I saw you on Trash Taste. Turns out we have similar politics, and now I've been watching clips for a few weeks, and now I'm here live. Talking shit had the opposite effect. Hell yeah, chatter. I hope other people are also just as open-minded as you are, and as you were in that moment. Yeah, Ezra Klein is on a tear, by the way. We're going to get to the other shit that he did. These Haitians, as well as undocumented immigrants from other countries, were having a field day, per Kirk, coming for your daughter next. The only hope was Donald Trump, who had to prevail, lest Haitians become your masters. The point of this so-called mastery was as familiar as it was conspiratorial, the Great Replacement. There was an anti-white agenda, Kirk howled, one that sought to make the country more like the third world. The southern border was a dumping ground of the planet, he claimed, and a magnet for the rapists, the thugs, the murderers, the fighting age males. They're coming from across the world, from China, from Russia, from Middle Eastern countries, he said. And they're coming in, and they're coming in, and they're coming in, and they're coming in. You can probably imagine where this line of thinking eventually went. Jewish donors, Kirk claimed, were the #1 funding mechanism of radical open border neoliberal quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. Indeed, the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in the country. This is why it's also funny that Nick Fuentes hated him, because they believe the same things, right? The only difference is Nick Fuentes is anti-Israel. Charlie Kirk is pro-Israel. Kirk's bigotry was not personal, but extended to the institution he founded, Turning Point USA. Crystal Clanton, the group's former national field director, once texted a fellow Turning Point employee, "I hate black people like them all. I hate blacks, end of story. One of the group's advisors, Rip McIntosh, once published a newsletter featuring an essay from a pseudonymous writer that said blacks had become socially incompatible with other races and that black culture was unfixable and a crime-ridden mess. In 2022, after 3 black football players were killed at another college, Meg Miller was unfixable and a crime-ridden mess. In 2022, after 3 black football players were killed at another college, Meg Miller, president of Turning Point chapter at the University of Missouri, joked, in air quotes, in a social media message, if they would have killed 4 more N-words with a hard R, for those of you who are listening at home and not reading along, we would have had the whole week off. Kirk subscribed to some of the most disreputable and harmful beliefs that this country has ever known, but it is still chilling to think that those beliefs would be silenced by a gunshot. The tragedy is personal. Kirk was robbed of his life, and his children and family will forever live with the knowledge that a visual record of that robbery is just an internet search away. And the tragedy is national. Political violence ends conversation and invites war. Its rejection is paramount to a functioning democracy and a free society. Amazing words. I fully agree with everything he's saying. Political violence is a virus, Klein noted. This assertion is true. It is also at odds with Kirk's own words. It's not that Kirk merely, as Klein put it, defended the Second Amendment. It's that Kirk endorsed hurting people to advance his preferred policy outcomes. God damn, Ta-Nehisi Coates does not even let up for a brief moment in this entire article. Holy shit. Jesus Christ.
That's why I was surprised he didn't go harder in the debate.
In 2022, when Kirk was frustrated, for instance, by the presence of Leah Thomas on the University of Pennsylvania's women's swim team, Kirk did not call for spirited discourse. Instead, while discussing a recent championship tournament, he said he would have liked to have seen a group of fathers descend from the stands, forming a line in front of Leah Thomas and saying, "Hey, tough guy, you want to get in the pool? Because you're going to have to come through us." Mere weeks before his death, Kirk reveled in Trump's deployment of federal troops to D.C. Shock and awe.
Chat,
Force, he wrote.
That's when you got to pull back Donald Trump's thought experiment and ask those dads, would they rather be in a sinking electric speedboat close to the battery or close to the shark, right? Would you choose the battery or the shark?
We're taking our country back from these cockroaches. Great. Ezra has followed up his column on how Kirk's bigotry and McCarthyism were doing politics the right way by podcasting with Ben Shapiro, where he fails to challenge Shapiro's genocide supporting.
That was the weird thing. I heard him go off about McCarthy. I don't remember who he was talking to, but it was just like the whole time I was waiting for him to be like to do the turn and be like, because it was kind of like, and McCarthy did this, but this was understandable because there really were bad communists sharing secrets with the Russians, and that like some of it was real, and like right, it was just like I kept on waiting for the turn where he's like, but McCarthy was actually bad because right, and it just I don't know, maybe it did come, but I.
And gives an empathetic hearing of Shapiro's fascistic Lions and Scavengers book. I'm not saying don't platform Ben Shapiro, okay? It's just these things are going to happen, but if you're going to do it, make it an honest conversation. You said I'm not saying don't platform Sharpie, but I'm saying don't platform Ezra Klein. Okay, dude. Charlie Kirk. Ta-Nehisi Coats. Still talking about Charlie Kirk. We're back to it. We're taking our country back from these cockroaches. That's what Charlie Kirk said about deploying the military on U.S. soil. And in 2023, Kirk told his audience that the then President Joe Biden was a corrupt tyrant who should be put in prison and or given the death penalty for his crimes against America. What are we to make of a man who called for the execution of the American president and then was executed himself? What are we to make of an NFL that once, on one hand, encouraged us to end racism?
Chad, it's truly strange to be so precious about a guy that in all likelihood wanted you dead. It's truly, truly precious. He's, French flexing.
And on the other, urges us to commemorate an unreconstructed white supremacist. And what of the writers, the thinkers, the pundits who cannot separate the great crime of Kirk's death from the malignancy of his public life? Can they truly be so ignorant to the words of a man they have so rushed to memorialize? I don't know. But the most telling detail in Klein's column was that, for all his praise, there was not a single word in the piece from Kirk himself. That is by design, by the way. Okay? That's the whole point. Because if Ezra Klein, who is the most esteemed liberal, would utter a one singular word from Charlie Kirk, it would give the game away that his progressive bona fides is just nothing. That's also part of the reason why none of the people that are highlighting Charlie Kirk are talking about the shit that he said. Ryan Grimm doesn't see it that way. Yeah, well, I'm disagreeing with Ryan Grimm on this, okay? I love Ryan, but it's okay. We can have healthy disagreement.
Ryan, like, I don't know how much is it with Ryan Grimm that he just hangs out with right-wingers. Like, he just seems, Ryan Grimm, like, look, there's a lot that I like about Ryan Grimm, but, I don't know. What am I trying to say? I don't even know, chat.
More than a century and a half ago, this country ignored the explicit words of men who sought to raise an empire of slavery. It subsequently transformed those men into gallant knights who sought only to preserve their beloved Camelot. There was a fatigue in certain quarters with Reconstruction, which is to say multiracial democracy, and a desire for reunion to make America great again. Thus, in the late 19th century and much of the 20th, this country's most storied intellectuals transfigured hate mongers into heroes and ignored their words, just as, right now, some are ignoring Kirk's. Words are not violence, nor are they powerless. Burying the truth of the Confederacy, rewriting its aims and ideas, and ignoring its animating words allowed for the terrorization of the black population, the imposition of apartheid, and the destruction of democracy. The rewriting and ignoring were done not just by Confederates, but also by putative allies for whom the reduction of black people to serfdom was the unfortunate price of white unity. Oof. On fire. The paper is on fire. The import of this history has never been clearer than in this moment, when the hard question must be asked: if you would look away from the words of Charlie Kirk, from what else would you look away? God damn, dude. God damn it. I said something that is nowhere near as poetic about the Ezra Klein piece, which was, and I'm fully in agreement with Ta-Nehisi here, which is that Ezra Klein, at worst, likes and subscribes to Charlie Kirk's worldview, or at best, does not think it's so bad that it needs its own analysis, or it needs to be mentioned even a little bit. And not to get like the friend who's too woke here, but I do think that there is a tinge of, if not white supremacy, a tinge of, I guess, privilege there, where you just don't think that this is a real issue at all.
Oh, yeah, but like, not to be well woke and stuff, but absolutely blisteringly precise analysis that is in no way wrong. Geez, it's almost like woke is a good thing. It's almost like it means being aware of shit that, you know, you're systematically disempowered from understanding. Like, it's almost like you've been... How the fuck did that ever become a pejorative? Oh yeah, racism. That's how. Anyway, that is what the article was. A little different than the debate, but where was this fire for Ezra in that conversation? I don't know. I mean, does anybody know more about Tana? Like, I know he does. I have seen him argue with people. Ezra Klein is a little bit of a tough cookie, and I don't mean he's tough like he's gonna own you on the field of facts and logic and embarrass you. I mean, what he does is he tries to claim that your view and his view aren't that different when they really are. They really fucking are. He's not a chat. He's not like a, he's not like a striker. He's not a grappler. He's not a knee fighter. Ezra Klein is a clinch fighter. Except he just clinches you and tries to run out the time. And you end up smelling like Ezra. All right, let's try a little bit more of this. I got some food on the way. I've got to have time to like actually I need to reorient like everything that I'm doing because I should have time to like I'm trying to cook more of my own food. Last night I just ended up getting pad thai, which although I love it, it's not, you know, uh pad pad means wait. Yeah, I think it means fried, which, you know, it's delicious, but yeah, the noodles are kind of fried. Could be better. Okay, so I think I know what I gotta do here. Again, my name is Vanessa. Did you see that from the way that it's spelled? Vanessa. Vanessa. Um, Rasat? Yeah, Rasat. And I'm in the south parking garage. Yo.
What do we do?
Gun type PC.
It's not working. Is it broken? Well, we don't have anything else to do. Oh, I know! Let's check out Paradigm X! You just got the license, so let's see what the big deal is. That'll pass the time until lunch and the others get here. Come on, let's do it! I'm kind of excited.
Yo, here we go.
Welcome to Paradigm X. This is the user counter, your portal to accessing this virtual world. First-time users will receive an explanation of Amami City's network. Please listen carefully.
Ha ha ha! If you need to know anything about the net, just come to me. I am this world's defender of justice, Captain Paradigm.
Oh,
Let me
great.
tell you about the network that connects the beloved citizens of Amami City.
I was about to call him X-Man.
Paradigm X is a virtual city located on the massive servers of the Algon Soft Corporation. The network that connects that server to your PCs is a citywide broadband intranet that runs throughout Amami City. Thanks to this network, you can enter Paradigm X freely from your home PC and meet with your friends online. With no lag and a nice 0% rate of packet,
I'm hearing some lag.
the intranet of Amami City makes Paradigm X truly another world. Now allow me to briefly describe my home of Paradigm X, the dream city that resides within this network. Anything you want can be found on Paradigm X's virtual streets. A movie theater, pet shops, anything. Through your PCs, you can access these cyber shops and use them at any time. The city of the future never closes. This is truly the life of the future. Brought to Amami City by
White apathy, maybe.
Algonsoft. But enough from me. It's time for you to experience it for yourself. Now.
Wait, that's what people thought was going to be cool about the internet? That's what they were thinking, like, ooh, a 24-hour shopping. That's what they were excited for.
Did you enjoy the explanation? It's now time for you to actually experience Paradigm X. You may be surprised by the intense quality of the virtual city. When you want to end your time in Paradigm X, please return here and have fun.
Wow! So this is Paradigm X. It's wonderful. Hey, where should we go first?
Do we have a map? Okay. So this is Paradigm X. I'm impressed how well it's put together. I thought it'd be a lot crappier. Crap, is it already this late? I forgot. Leader summoned us? Wait. Like our leader? I remember there's some weird way that you're supposed to move around. No. Like there's a way to move that like conserves like. Oh my God, Sarah, do you remember the secret way to move? I can't remember what it is. I thought there was a way to like slide to the side or something. Okay, so that's where we came from. Wait, he's impressed with the architecture? There's some kind of sidestep control. Are you on the controller? Yeah. Yeah, I'm using the controller control.
Oh, hey, look! There's a road this way too, huh? It feels different here. Why don't we go? Something in the sky. Maybe we'd get a better look at it if we got closer.
Closer to the sky? I forget what the deal is, because I think every time you turn, it's like a chance for enemies to attack you. Obviously they're not going to attack me here. Let's go to the bathhouse.
Welcome to the Bathhouse Forum, a place for heart-to-heart chat. What will you do? Who will you talk to?
Netiquette. Oh my gosh.
Who will you talk to?
Chat, what is netiquette? Like net etiquette? Is this like internet comment etiquette? Whenever I play Paradigm X on PC, my parents something. That's not convincing, coming from people who can't use a computer. It's the digital age now.
Talk to?
They kind of go too fast. So oh, this is the overseas visitor.
Who will you talk to? What will you do? Where will you go? Welcome to the Sunset Forum, where you may return to your lost youth. What will you do?
Fuck?
Who will you talk to? Who will you talk to? Who will you talk to?
Okay, so they're getting like they're sort of hitting us with the ideas of like people's online persona being different than their IRL persona. I would say is somewhat true.
To the Beach Forum.
The Beach Forum.
Is a vacation. What will you do? Who will?
Who will you talk to? Who will you talk to? Who will you talk to? What will you do?
Is this PS1 era? I think there is a version of this game for the PS1. It came out on the Sega Saturn, though. That's where we came from. Casino.
Hee-ho at the casino! Welcome to the cyber amusement.
Hee-ho to you too.
It's your first time here, isn't it? Let me just explain all the things you can do here then. You trade in money for coins, and you can use coins to play all kinds of exciting casino games. Which casino games, you ask? First, there's versus poker. You play 5-card draw poker against opponents. Believe in the heart of the cards, hee-ho!
Yeah, heart of the cards, Yug.
Which you play on your own. Play your cards right, and you get to talk about all the coins you won. Next up are the slots. You spin the reels and try to land a jackpot. Hee-ho! We have 2 types of slot machines.
Hee-ho.
Jack slot and king slot. Then there's the dice game. Use the power of frost magic to help you guess what the next roll's gonna be. Hee-ho! So let's get started. Is what I would normally say, but...
Let me guess, the casino is not open.
You aren't registered as a user yet. The system should recognize you as a registered user soon. So just hang tight and come back then. What do you want to do? I'm sorry, you can't wait just a little. What do you... Have fun at the movie theater. A great big virtual hee-ho to you. Welcome to our 3D amusement center, the Virtual Club. This is your first time here, isn't it? Let me tell you about the Virtual Club then. There are a variety of virtual reality attractions for you to enjoy here. Just pick the attraction you would like to try, then enjoy. So, what attractions do we have? First, there's the VR Art Museum. Not only can you enjoy the wonders of the paintings, but you can go inside. Next is our horror attraction, the VR Haunted Mansion. Can you escape the clutches of evil?
Oh, is this a movie theater?
Have VR tours where you can travel the virtual world.
Okay, so it's not movies, it's VR.
Stroll in a maze.
So wait, we're in
Dungeon Q, a giant
a VR doing VR?
club, a compatibility test to find your perfect mate. Why don't you give them a try? What would you like to do? Which...
Oh my god, I can't remember. Entertainment is something and culture is something else.
Which attraction would you like?
Okay, tours, art museum. Let's do the Haunted Mansion.
The VR Haunted Mansion will be opening...
No!
It won't be much... Which attraction? This
Tours.
attraction lets you enjoy tours of various famed sightseeing spots from around the world. Oh, but unfortunately,
It's not available yet. Oh, wonderful.
VR Tours is brought to you by a partnership with Leon Automotive. Which attraction would you like?
I think the art museum is like the only one I can do.
Welcome to the VR Art Museum. Here you can enjoy paintings in a relaxing environment that soon
We will be implementing a feature that will allow our guests to enter into the paintings themselves. Enjoy your stay.
Yes, I come here all the time. I come here every day. I feel at peace when I'm here. Are you a student? No. Oh wow, you're wasting your time on the internet instead of studying? That's never heard of that. Okay, so you can bump into the pictures. That's pretty fun. Same person. She wants to hear the dolphin's voice. I'm too loud.
This painting is called Juggler. Do you know what a juggler is? A juggler is someone who keeps objects in a state of constant motion. The painting really captures his cheerful yet mischievous.
Okay. So if there's a way to like get into the paintings, I haven't figured it out yet. I think this is this just getting me used to how like a dungeon would work? It's very liminal, isn't it? Yeah. This is a game from the, I don't know, late 90s, so. You just bump right into there. Yeah, it sounds like one of those areas you have to go back to.
Welcome to the new era of electronic currency. This is Paradigm Bank. What can I do for you?
I'd like to use X the Everything app.
You are the new Paradigm X beta tester, correct? I'm sorry, but you are currently unable to make use of our facilities while we verify your ID. What can I do for you? Customers can leave their... The e-money you leave with us will gradually grow in value according to our set interest rates. You can deposit or withdraw your e-money anytime you like. What can I do for you? Thank you. Have a...
Welcome one and all to the social forum. What will you do? Who will you talk to?
so that user is referring to the fact that IRL they're not a female avatar, but they've chosen one for online, and so is it like in the outside world? That's disturbing, isn't it? Okay, so this person's like never is amazed at what it's like to be talked to by people who think you're a woman, I guess is the so yeah, obviously this is, this is before the internet really I mean, I don't know, there were people on the internet at this point, but just not that many. And this is, like identity, the fact that you're interacting with people without them like seeing you, like allows, I don't know, it's an identity thing. Netizen, have you gotten used to navigating Paradigm X? If you can't move smoothly, try using the B the L and the R buttons. You can't go through doors sideways or backwards. Farewell. Wow. Okay. It's these buttons, right? Yeah, the VR is basically crypto. The eye guy? Why is he the eye guy? I didn't win.
Who will you talk to?
Back.
What will you do? Where will you go?
We've been to the bathhouse. Wait, I think we've been to all these, haven't we?
Welcome to the Sunset
He's the same
Forum,
one, isn't
where
it?
You may what? Where will you? What will you do?
Wait, did I just come out another side? No, this is Paradigm X here. Okay, and I think you can pet shop.
Welcome to the pet shop. I'm Rokugoro, the owner. Nice to meet you. This is a digital pet shop, and I sell digital pets. You see all these little guys?
But let me guess, I can't get any right now because, yep,
all of these are reserved for other customers.
every single one. They're Pokemon.
I can sell you right
It's
now.
Pokemon. Yep. Okay, that's how you do it. Fortune teller.
Welcome, Master. Your fortune for today is uncertain luck. You will have ups and downs.
That's about right.
The color is silver. For extra luck today, be kind to animals.
Okay.
If you are lost,
I think I know an animal I can be kind to.
I shall tell you your fortune.
More like Digimon. Here we go.
Days ago, a party was held to celebrate the content completion of Paradigm X's development. Vice Minister Nishi, head of the Amami City Model City project, was there and spoke about what more is to come.
Every home in Amami City now has a free computer. Connect
connected to the citywide network installed by Alcom. Being able to celebrate Paradigm X's completion with all of you is a momentous honor and a pleasure. It has been 5 years since our project began, and now Amami City has grown to become the envy of the entire world. What that means to you is that the people of this city are the most technologically advanced in the world. Think of the citizen IDs registered to you as proof of this. We in Algon Soft promise you all a life of light and convenience.
After Mr. Nishi's speech, Mr. Karokura, director of Algonsoft, the developers of Paradigm X, spoke. The following was taken from his comments on the completion of Paradigm X.
It's all computer.
Before the official launch, but it is perfect. Some of our beta testers may be viewing this broadcast in Paradigm X itself.
Afterwards, the two shook hands and promised to expend all efforts to further develop this city. The people of Amami City definitely have a future to look forward to.
Okay, that's a thing. I still haven't figured out what the moon does. Okay, so we've seen the air whatever thing. That's like air vision, yeah. Although I gotta say, this is another Persona game with another Zeppelin. Wait, I think this is like... I think we've been like everywhere. Theater, we went to the theater, right? Oh, the boutique. Yeah, we gotta check this one out. So yeah, it's like a clothes shop, but apparently it's also not ready. Counter is where we started. Beach Forum we've been to. Fortune teller there. Bank. The Love Club? No, I have not heard of the Love Club. What is the... We are relationship compatible. Oh yeah, is that the quiz one? Told me I'm most compatible with some fancy old guy with a red cape. Oh my god, that's the owner, isn't it? That's totally my type. I wonder if there's anybody like that actually in the city. I think there is. I think, have I looked everywhere? This is like, I don't think there's like, I don't think there's anything else, right? Yeah, Zara, it is pretty amazing that they're still... Is this just gonna be the same thing? This is the same thing, right?
A party was held to celebrate. The party was, as well as both men
virtual well, which group would you like? Which attraction would you like?
You can go to the back to the counter now? Wait. Did we do the VR park?
Enjoy your stay. Oh, I almost forgot.
Wait, is it closed too? No, it's not closed. Okay. This one's actually... Oh, wow. This music's cool. I think I might be lost already. It's the entrance though. Okay, so that was the park. I guess I can go back to the counter thing. I speak monster. I think he wants souls. No, that's I'm just code. Whoa, did we come out of the gun thing? They were about to turn us into a Labubu.
All humans have forgotten their souls.
Yeah.
Who I am. This is not the first time our paths have crossed. My name is Kina. Please accept my apologies for what happened last time.
What happened last time?
This time I have come to warn you.
Oh, Kinap was the one in the
It seems I must hurry.
the console, the like phone booth thing.
At this rate, the souls of all who live in this city shall become his.
Yo, there's like a monster in the theme park.
I am powerless to stop it. I need your help. But right now you cannot understand me or the life of the stealing soul.
I mean, it's very confusing.
I invite you on a vision quest.
We got an invitation. Should we go? Vision quest. Yes! Vision quest.
Into the past begins here. Vision quests are how souls communicate. Your own soul will touch with souls that have completed their lives.
We're gonna touch souls, chat.
You will learn
You know?
the truth you need to know during this time.
Like one of the souls is circumcised and the other soul isn't circumcised, and you put the soul that's not circumcised inside the circumcised soul. Wait, we're gonna become a Rob? Urab?
Vision quest is a perilous journey. Death within the vision.
It's like Freddy Krueger style.
Now go. Open your eyes to the memories laid out before.
Big Al Cake Mix, you haven't missed much. We're in a computer simulation in the 90s made by this evil dude, and there's a monster in here that likes to eat people's souls. And he almost ate ours, except we got a friend named Keenop. I got a friend named Keenop. So you know that when you die, it's gonna recommend you to the spirit and the sky. Oh my god, no shot. I mean, epic. This was an epic cutscene in the 90s, right? Like, that shit was fire. It feels like it brings us right back to docking.
Ah, it's you. Algon and S.
Why are you answering your phone in the car?
Doesn't matter. The Phantom Society's my enemy, too.
Distracted driving.
I'm doing your job while I'm at it.
Wait.
Still, it's an odd assignment.
Oh, chat.
I need to copy the data from a particular terminal in the building into this comp. One program. That's it. Her? Whatever. I don't care about whatever you got on that machine. Which terminal is it?
You should care about her.
And you're sure that's the only one the data...
Okay, so right, he's on the right side of the car.
No way.
Does that mean he's driving on the left side of the road? What is that cigarette from Fully Cully? Like Nowhere Knows Best or something? Algon sought net service. Okay, so is he doing corporate espionage, chat? Shh, be very quiet. We're doing corporate espionage. Oh no, chat, this is for real.
Right in like this. So much for security. The data I'm looking for should be in the computer room on the 5th floor.
On the 5th floor.
I'm getting some spikes on the enemy sonar. Vest, puts, linen sheet. I'm gonna need your help. What are they thinking?
These are, yeah, personas.
I got a really bad feeling about this. I should hurry.
No, this is not from my POV. So we're doing a vision quest, which means we're touching souls. We're touching souls, right? Just like Joni Mitchell. We're touching souls, and I guess we're supposed to... This is like Laguna. Anybody ever played Final Fantasy VIII? This is like a Laguna thing. One in chat if you understand what that means. Okay, so I think it's like the pro thing is to go like this, right? To move like this. Wait, what? We have some kind of M thing, and we only have 9912 left. It's like it's like when you're seeing something from the perspective of like another character. In this game, they call it a vision quest, like that your vision goes into the like experience of another person. You're experiencing what they experienced.
I don't have the skill to hack it. It looks like I can't get a ride directly to the computer room. If I remember correctly, there's an emergency stairway on the southeast side. I'll try that route.
Southeast. Okay, where are we? Damn it. Okay, so we got demons. I think we're okay. Yo, it's great music though. Let's try to negotiate with the demons. When in doubt, talk it out. This is a brute. Wait. Is brute their like nature and Bilwis is their type? Or okay, well, I guess that doesn't really help. We could probably escape, right? I don't know what the game is like. I mean, I guess we're supposed to actually go, command, return, move. Let them decide their action, yeah. We got attacked, I think we got hit twice. Okay, wait, no, is this where we get the, negotiation here? No, come on. Where, comp? Analyze. Can't attack. Okay, I think we won. We yeeted. Okay, so wait, what we're southwest? Is that where they said? Southeast, southwest? God damn it. Alright, that looks like a dude. Why is there a dude here? Can I talk to the dude? Let's talk to the dude. Oh, if it isn't little Arabe, feel my wrath, die! No, butthole! You freaking butthole. Yes, we have business. Or else what? Oh my god, come on, can we try talking to... Oh, we got him to leave, I guess. Yeah, I mean, sort of, I don't know, do I need to heal? Do I need to heal my demons? Item use. Medicine? Yeah, I think I need medicine for Linan. Chad, how do you pronounce this word? All right, we healed. We used one of our medicines, but we healed. Emergency stairs, yes. It's an emergency. I need to use the stairs. Where are they? Where are the stairs? Oh my god, what the fuck was that? Okay, let's talk it out. Wendigo. Me want ask summoner. What fun is to destroy? What is fun to destroy? The social order. Wasteful, damn it. Shit. Analyze. I can't analyze these dudes. Shit, I'm glad I healed. Okay, that was so confusing. I think that monster was like trying to be nice to me at the very end there, but like I'd already given the orders and this wasn't like a lot I could do. Is this where we're going? Stairway, right? Okay, we're going up the stairs to floor 3. Floor 3. Okay, it looks like, yeah, we gotta go the opposite way here to get to the elevator, I'm guessing. Unless you can somehow... Oh, I get it. The upstairs is over... What's the deal? You're supposed to kind of like slide?
Monster! Sir in the building. What are you doing here?
Demon demons are wandering around this building and you're actually still on patrol? You gotta rethink your life choices. You're just the person I'm looking for, though. I need to ask you something. Answer me and I won't harm you. You try some funny business, and I can't guarantee your safety. Understand?
Okay, I'll talk.
How do I get to the computer room on the 5th floor from the emergency stairway?
The computer room? From the emergency exit, there should be a door to the far left. It's past there.
Thanks. Now, let me help you. Get the hell out of the building now. If you see any demons, run.
Demons? Are you serious? I wasn't even supposed to be here today. Okay, run. Got it.
Have a little conversation. You left the society. That's the Phantom Society. You don't need to slide unless it's an easier way to move to line up. Oh, I see. It's a Clerks reference. Oh, wait, I got somebody's telling me how to pronounce that word. She, it's just she. It's okay. That sounds reasonable. See, sometimes you just have to talk it out.
Run! It's not working! No!
Is he getting eaten? Bro, is there like a way to like not let him get eaten? Oh my god.
To kill innocent people, killing their own security guards. They haven't changed a bit. It's only been a year since I left this place. I was a fool for thinking that anything would be different.
Damn, they ate the security guard. Alright, we're going up to the 4th floor. It's a Clerks line. It reminds me of that, what's the movie where the guy gets fired on his day off? Like he was... Okay, I think I just gotta go all the way down there, and yeah, I think I should be good from there. Alright, let's do this. Of course, I gotta deal with... Somebody's saying this looks like a plantation owner? I'm a little bit confused here. Night Stalker, come on, let's have a conversation. No, what a butthole! Alright, let's fight. You can do, wait, no. You can do magic. Do. You can have anything that you desire. No, I feel like we gotta use magic against these fuckers, right? No, that cures something. Okay, what about extra? I think we got him. Come on, heal. Oh my god, why didn't you heal? Seriously, Bess, we gotta get you healed. Because I think in this game, like, if you lose your demons, you lose them. You can recruit new ones, but You should try not to lose them. Let's use some magic, maybe. A little diorama on yourself. There we go. The first time I heard that song, it was also the first time I watched Solid Gold. Wait, what is Solid Gold? The Great Space Coaster? Ow. All right, we're at the 5. We're at the 5, I think. We're gonna see or what's his name? Brian Kilmeade, because we're at the 5.
Fifth floor. Huh. This is where things will start to get messy. The computer room I'm looking for is on this floor.
No, I'm gonna have to look it up, because that a space coaster sounds fun. Wait, that's an elevator. Ah. There it is, chat. I think that's where we're supposed to go. Oh my god. I don't think these guys want to talk, so we're just gonna fight them. Command, attack, sword, command, attack, command, magic. I think I'm gonna need to heal. I could be wrong. A little bit. A little healing. A little Healy Dan. That's what we call it. Damn it. Got him. Wait, that's a stairway? Wait, what? I don't think we need to do a stairway. I think we just need to... What's going on? That goes up? Wait, what? I thought we just had to go to the 5th floor. Chat, am I tripping? I thought there was something on the 5th floor. Can we use the elevator? Is that the trick? Don't you have to go upstairs? I don't know. I thought I was going to the 5th floor. This is the 5th floor. Emergency exit. That's probably not what I need. Damn, I fucked it up. No, I mean, like, that guy was having a really bad day at work, like, right? It's like, there's a computer room, but is there a computer? We're not grinding. I am definitely not like fighting like more. I don't know. I guess I could try to run from some of these people, but the security lock is preventing you from opening the door. There it is, computer room. All right, I guess we, can we save? It won't let me save. Oh. Status, maybe? Status, no. Move, equip, config. Does config not let you save? Oh no, chat, there's no way to save? I really, really, really want to save. I probably won't die though. I did, I just like, is there a way to save? I'm guessing there's no way to save. Save at certain story points. Okay, maybe you can save here. Or not.
Well, this is the place. Now to just rip the data from that terminal.
So we're gonna, I think he means like download. Nemissa program. Kind of like a NOCOM program.
This is it. What kind of program is this? File size is massive. It won't fit in my comp. Crap. If I delete the demons in my summoning program, that should give me enough space.
Wait, you deleted your whole summoning program? What? This sounds like a bad idea.
Huh? What was that? Is this program alive?
Yeah.
I didn't think you'd have the spine to come waltzing back in here. Now, what's a traitor like you doing here?
Who's there?
You've eluded the Society's grasp up till now, and it all ends with such disappointment.
Finnegan.
Your name used to strike fear in your enemies.
Oh,
and look at
Finnegan, I'd like to welcome you to your wake.
I don't know why you betrayed us, but it's a bad joke. You're nothing now.
I see the Society still using the power of summoners for evil.
You're in no position to talk. Has the tragedy that took your family finally scared you?
You miserable cretin. Don't you dare talk about my family.
Oh, are those fighting words? You want to challenge me? You, of all people, should know my abilities.
I can't die here. I must get this data to Keenap.
So he's working with Keenap too. Oh shit, chat, what are we doing? I'm not controlling it.
God damn it.
I'm not controlling it.
I wouldn't run into Finnegan here. I can't even summon anything. I need to get the hell
Except
out.
for Nerissa, or Nemissa.
Hey, Urabe.
Oh no.
I'm no see.
The Phantom Society, chat.
Wanna play with my demons?
Not really.
What the? One of Finnegan's damn mutts. Feeling our oats today, are we? Shit. I don't even stand a chance against a pissant like him right now. I have no choice but to run?
Yeah, run.
Aw, what's wrong, Murabe? If you wait around, Finnegan will catch up to you. Or would you prefer dying at my hands instead?
Damn it.
These guys are menacing and annoying.
Where else can I run?
I don't know. I'm not, I'm just touching tips with you. We're on 6th floor now. So I'm not doing any. Oh, he's on the roof. God damn. Good stuff always happens on the roof.
Is this it for me?
God damn, you're like trapped. Fuck.
Luckily, they haven't realized I took the data.
Enter the 4-digit password? Wait, what? Is it just like whatever I want it to be? Enter a 4-digit password. Wait. Let's see if I can do this. Wait, can you go backwards? Can you undo this? No, you can't. Fuck. Where's the backspace? There's no backspace. What a stupid thing. I was gonna do CS in Y, but I guess not. All right. Do I have to remember this shit? Huh. I'm gonna take a picture. Yeah, I guess so. Fuck.
Are you done with your pointless struggling,
Does it matter what you push?
Damn it.
Just one last question before you have to leave. What were you doing in that room?
Huh. I figured I'd get one last shot in against you, scumbags.
As if the actions of a worm could affect our organization.
Well, worms are pretty bad when it comes to computers. I don't know if you...
When you meet your disappointed family in the afterlife, be sure to say hi for me. They'll know who I am. Keep hell warm for me, Urabe.
So my life ends here. How pathetic. I lost myself in my family's deaths. I thought that my life was meaningless. Yet now, I only want to live.
Now I ask you, who are you? Do you call yourself Urabe, resenting the mistake you made which led to your family's death, yet still yearning to live? Or are you a soul ready to awaken again with newfound resolution born in your heart? Life is just a stream and drags lasting will along. That is how will transcends lives and endures through time. Now awaken. Call on the soul that is sealed before you. I am Kinga, he who talks with souls, he who guides souls. The souls of fallen warriors will lead you to your next vision quest. Until then, farewell.
I mean, I guess, like, so yeah. We got yeeted off a building. Wait, oh, we get what? What is this? Like, more points? Stuff? Yeah, we can add more stuff to our stuff. We want strength, intelligence. Is that mana? Agility, luck? Oh no, I don't even know. What is EN? English skills? Magic seems pretty important. Strength is probably important. Should I be min-maxing though? Should I put it all behind one thing? He and his endurance? Okay.
Can you hear me? Oh, you're finally awake. Thank goodness. Are you okay?
Thank goodness nothing weird happened that's gonna change the
What happened?
plot.
I kept calling you, but you didn't respond. I was really worried. Are you all right? Really? I hope that's true.
What will you do? Use gun type PC? Or leave? Does the gun type PC just log us into Paradigm X again? God damn it. I'm glad I took the password down. What is the point in like remembering this shit? Uh-oh. Oh, okay. But like if I'd forgotten my password, would I just be cooked? Like what would have happened if somebody just didn't write down? So this is what it's like to be on Vietnamese coffee, chat.
Outside world at last. So you let me out.
By drinking too much coffee.
I really owe you one. It was so stuffy in there.
Did she call me Vince?
Place for so long.
My name is Vanessa.
Cramped here too, but it's way better now. Oh, my name's Nemissa, by the way. Nemissa the demon. Nice to meet you.
You're not Hitomi?
Hitomi? Oh, you mean this body? From now on, it's Nemissa. I can't move around without a body. I'm glad there was a body just within reach. But still, who locked Nemissa away in there? Whoever it is has some nerve.
It was the Phantom Society. We gotta go kick their asses. Yeah.
Beat his face in.
Beat his fucking ass.
Goodbye now. Huh? What? Is there still something you...
Help me! I can't move! Nemissa, was it? Please, get out of my...
Hey, what's with you two?
Maybe if we use the gun type PC again, we can seal her again.
Huh? You're kidding, right? Hey, stop it!
You can now fuse your demons.
Huh? What was that message? That's not what it did last time. Is it broken?
What's with you? Don't be so mean. You're gonna lock Nemissa up again? Even if you saved my life, I won't let you do that to Nemissa.
Whoa, Spooky. Whoa. Where's Spooky? There's 6. Okay, 6 is cool. Nice hair. Noted gun enthusiast will help us work this gun.
It's pretty rare.
Oh, it's lunch.
Hitomi raise her voice.
Lunch is earnest but short-tempered. The masters of machines who excels at modding hardware. Hell yeah.
Whoa. You tied your hair, Hitomi?
Shut up. Who asked you?
He's all about body mods.
Sorry. It looks good on you. I didn't know you were so upset about it. Where are Leader and Yuichi?
Probably just lagging behind as usual. I think I have a good way to kill some time. Hey, you using the PC right now? I'm gonna shut it down for a sec. I got my hands on the latest and greatest model CPU. I was thinking about putting it in this PC. Let's see. It was here. All right. It should fit in the same slot. Just gotta pop this sucker out. Okay, got it. Now to just put this in, and that should boost the processing speed.
Not that I care, but all the PCs in the city are using the designated parts, right? Is it cool to swap it out like that?
Who cares about this old and busted crypto chip? It's all about the new hotness. What kind of hacker obeys the rules anyway?
I'm just saying, it's not my fault if Leader gets ticked at you for taking an unnecessary risk.
So it's all good as long as he doesn't then. We'd be a lame hacker group if we all just used standard equipment.
Suit yourself. I'll be cleaning my guns.
Because he likes guns.
Whatever, I'm gonna take off. I can't waste time sitting around like this.
Who's that? Hey, answer the phone.
I bet it's Spooky. Or Hitomi.
Are you just staring into space?
Wait, no, it's the sister. It's Tomoko.
Again.
Oh, fuck.
Hello?
That you six?
It's Spooky.
Spooky? Why the hell'd you call us here and not show up? Where the hell are you?
I'm at the Algon NS building right now. Something's gone totally wrong. This place is full of monsters. Ugh!
Dude, Spooky's gonna get eaten by demons.
Hey, Leader? You still there? He got cut off. What's going on over there?
Leader is your friend, right? He was talking about monsters.
Algon NS is a branch office of Algonsoft, right? What's Leader doing there?
I don't know, but that call was no joke. Leader was dead serious.
What did he mean by monsters? Is that code for cops or security?
That's the most confusing part, but we can't ignore this. We gotta go help Leader.
Help? At the Algon NS building? Are you sure about this?
This sounds fun all of a sudden. Let's go. Let's go.
Hey, I thought you were leaving.
Oh, shut up. I want to go, so I'm going. I haven't been outside in such a long time. I'm aching for a fight. Don't worry, your body's ready.
You don't need to use my body. Find another one, please. I don't like fighting.
You can't tell Nemissa what to do. This is my body now, forever. You should just get used to it.
Hey, no need to start hopping around over there. We can all tell you're ready to go. You can come along. Aren't you guys worried about barging in empty-handed, though? I'll lend you all some of my collection.
Some of your demons? Oh, some of my weapons and armor.
I never thought I'd ever use these in actual combat. Is my collection badass or what?
Well, we're all ready to go then. The Algon NS building is at the north side of Nikamimon. Let's roll.
Level up? We got another level. Oh, Nemissa is leveling up. Okay, 5 left. What does she want? I bet she's got intelligence and like magic. Yeah. Save. Yes, overwrite the fuck out of this. Saved. All right, chat. That. Wait, did I South Parking Garage? Yeah, I'm totally. I hate these old games because like I always feel like, did I actually save though? Did I actually save? Overwrite. Yes. Saving. Saved. Okay, we're saved. Yeah, his collection is badass. Anyway, chat. You know what else is badass today? My stream time. I have streamed for way the fuck longer than I meant to. But that is a very interesting game. I'm gonna have to like, I might play a little bit of it off stream, but if I do, chat, I promise not to. I'll do my best not to advance the story, and if I do, I'll go back to the previous save. I do need to, you know, kind of figure out more about how the game works and everything. And you know, get good so it's not boring to play, but like for you to watch. But yeah, that is the first video game stream that I've done in a really long time. What am I looking for? I don't know how many viewers we have, but we're sending them to MHUD to play Geo. What is this game called? I think it's like Geocacher. What is this? It was fun. Yeah, I'll see you again tomorrow, everybody. I'll try to be back on. I'm gonna get some sleep tonight, so you go and have some fun with our friend MHUD. I didn't even change the game this time, chat. I'm supposed to do that. I'm supposed to when I change from just chatting on Twitch, I'm really supposed to change it to, like, I don't know, either retro gaming or soul hacker, you know, devil summoner or something. So I'll have to figure out how to do that. Anyway, much love to everybody. Oh yeah, let's shout out Patreon. So if you are a member of my Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a shout out in the beginning and end of each stream. Let me do those now. Shouts out to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandios, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Note, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, to Crystal Saphira, and to Zara Xerex. Thank you, Patreons. And there you go into MHUD's chat. And oh god, only 11. That is that's sad. But anyway, we'll have more tomorrow. When I do owe you another game, a day of streaming. But I'll try to save the video game. Sorry, another day of gaming. But I will try to save
scavenger hunt on Google Maps, looking for
scavenger hunt on Google Maps.
Sopranos vehicles in every state.
Okay, anyway, that sounds like copyrighted music. I couldn't tell. There was some kind of raid notification. But anyway, I'll see you again tomorrow. Much love, everybody. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for getting my video out there to more people by liking the stream. Even if you just like the stream on the way out, it's still helpful, right? Thank you to everybody who, thank you to Blue Sky Gang for another way of getting my, link out to more and more people. Appreciate that. And we'll be back tomorrow with more content for you. Until